evangelical about it because I could probably convince more people than anybody. But
Well,
I realized at an early stage that there's going to be 50, at least 50% of them are going to want to smash my head on with a brick just for mentioning it.
Oh,
literally, they would like the last guy got me fired, and it all.
what?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Didn't you hear me go through that? Okay. So I'm at a place in Perham, Minnesota called Kitmasters. And I had been dialoguing about Flat Earth for the previous couple days. And it was literally my first week of employment there. My trainer's teaching me how to make this little part that goes into the assembly of an AR-15. It's the gas thing. I can't think of the name of the damn part. But anyway, and this is about 3 weeks ago. So, and now I'm out interviewing again. But anyway, on the story goes, and I thought that he was kind of warming up to the idea and curious about questions. And then we got in kind of a back and forth, and I kind of got offended because he was doing a lot of red herring and stuff. And he had lured me into a comment about Mr. Mustache, and then I was brought into the plant manager's office, and I said, "Hey, man, all I'm telling him is that gas pressure requires containment." And I said, "I'll be a great operator, man. Don't worry about this. I'll just keep my mouth shut. Sorry." So then go home at the end of the day or whatever, at Thursday end of the week, and I get a call from the HR Friday, which would be we don't want you to come back because the plant manager isn't the owner, and the owner works in the shop. And the guy he went as far as to go to the owner to make sure I wasn't going to be there.
All you had to say was, I feel like I've been discriminated against. I've been discriminated. I feel very discriminated. And then you get another call from the HR going, "Could you come back on Monday morning? We have a little chat with you." I've been
It
discriminated
didn't happen.
just because of my beliefs. It's my beliefs, bro.
I know.
Fuck
It's
yeah.
literally what I said. I did call and left a message with them, and then I called a couple attorneys. I'm like, "Can I just what can you? I mean, is this okay? Can they just do whatever they want to people?" But yeah, I mean,
No,
I'm
it's
just
not a protected
trying to
class.
find another job, and I'm not going to do
That's
it
the
work no
problem.
more. And as a machinist, I'm using geometry principles as arguments with my coworkers who are also geometry professionals, and they're not getting it. And it's really confusing to me, man. And I'm just like, I don't know, guys. We're not wrong. We're not wrong. I don't care how crazy the world is, man. We're not wrong. This shit ain't moving. It's flat and contained. There's no way to debate any one of them things.
Right. What's the two things you're not supposed to talk about at work?
Religion,
Religion,
politics.
politics. So the flat earth is both, right? So
Yeah.
you broke the rule.
Yeah, I did, and I lost my temper. Yep, I did. So I played my part.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, with the banter back and forth. You know what I mean? There was
Yeah.
it went back and forth, and then he asked me to be quiet, and then I didn't be quiet because I was already upset. So I played a part. I'm not saying I'm completely innocent, but it was all based on what I think is obvious things that humans would appreciate to hear, because I know I appreciated hearing it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Well, dude, it's something you talk about with people.
yeah. So I don't know, man.
Not
It's
like your
first-time
first week or
people.
so.
Yeah, right. You got it. Yep.
Like, look,
Absolutely,
there's no consortium or angelic council handing out martyr points for flat Earth, right? So there's no use in risking, right, from
Being able
your
to
action.
eat. Yeah.
Now, if
Yeah,
it's
you're
if
right.
it's the other way around, like there's flat earthers who were offered jobs, but they have a big flat Earth presence in social media, and then they just had to make a decision: do I want to take it all down or take the job? That's different.
Yeah.
because it's already out there. It's like there's no reason to get shot in the foot. There's definitely no reason to shoot yourself.
Right, guys. Thanks for hearing my story out anyway. But yeah, it's work is just it's not the place for it. That's religion, politics, and this is a melding of the two.
Honestly, you are not at fault
That is
for
the
wanting to
takeaway.
get the opinion of other, would you say, geometry professionals, right?
But that is the
Yeah.
takeaway. Work is not
that's
the
that's
place
an
to-
innocent. You're just trying to drum up some interesting conversation. These people are weird for that.
Yeah, I did
But
not.
it's literally
I would
understood. It's
never-
literally understood to be one of the most provocative topics, right, in
Yeah.
society. So
It is.
to say to feign innocence, right, in public, right? Like, oh, I don't know what everyone's so upset about. Like, if you said that to me and I was the boss, I'd fire you just for being that dumb. To say I don't know what everyone's so upset about, something like that.
Oh, no. I in the plant manager's office, I said, I understand this is entirely inflammatory. I get it. This is probably the most, crazy subject
Right.
people can deal with. I get it. However, I thought he wanted to hear the information until we kind of got into an argument. It was fine. And I thought he was asking me reasonable questions. And then he said, and then the plant manager said, not everybody maybe understands things the way you do or whatever. He might have been a flat earther the way he was talking to me and the way he was smiling. I think the manager was a flat earther.
Yeah, but it's not right. You can't fucking sack somebody over that, man.
Oh, man, they would have had a great employee. I'm a good fucking worker, man. I'm a really good machinist.
Dude,
The only reason I'm not employed is I got run over in 2018. My job waited for me 14 freaking months. I got run over in the crosswalk in downtown Minneapolis.
most states can fire you for any reason.
Was I drunk? No.
You don't need a
In fact,
reason.
I just settled on the case.
Well, then you're good. The fuck you talking
Yeah, I'm
about?
good. I healed. I've got my feet. My feet were run over. I healed.
Well, now you got some money too, so you straight.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just saying. I'm a good machinist. I like machining. Oh, by the way, just for the people, for me, this worked really well. I don't know if they offer it and if you guys are parents, but for me, this worked really, really well. It was aptitudes interest test I did in high school, and that led me to tool and die, which I had no idea really what it was. But for me, machining is really a niche. It fits my brain.
Do you know what's bothering me? Is that
What kind of test was it?
hang on, your sister tool and
What
die,
kind of test? Aptitude interests.
tool and die guy.
And they offer. Yeah.
Why would they just sack you? What the fuck? This guy.
He went to the owner. Oh, he went to the. So it was all good. I talked to the plant
crazy,
manager.
man.
I went back out to the floor. I was deburring parts. I was just sitting there. I was told don't talk to the guy because it all of a sudden blew up. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was.
It was a little back and forth,
topic.
but all of a sudden it went to the point where he walked off, stormed
they
off.
don't like
It
your
was
time here, bro.
He wasn't. It was all bullshit. He was feigning. I didn't really offend him. He just was feigning. You know what I mean?
So there's this guy, right? He's a really good tool and guy, but he's talking about flat
Well,
Earth. We don't like him. We don't like him. Can we sack him? That's fucking strange, bro.
Yeah. They lost a good employee, and I mean the company will go on. You know, I mean, it is what it is, and I'll go on. But
You will.
and I'm not going to tell anybody what to do with their life. But for me, man, I have a hard time not telling people. I meet them and I tell them right away because, man, this is the biggest lie ever, and it's over. We won. They have nothing. The globe has zero, nothing, nada.
Okay, so I know. You see, the first 2 years, I understood where we are, or what our, I understood the lie and how it's fucking absolutely ridiculous. And I thought about proselyting and telling everybody, and then I realized, you know what? Nah, just let them figure it out for themselves, bro.
I don't think they will. My parents both.
It doesn't matter if it
Died.
did. No, it's up to them individually.
Yeah, right,
Yeah, it's up to them, bro.
right.
Okay, I know where I am in life. I know that they're lying to us, hand over fist,
Yep.
hand over
Mhm.
fist, which means a lot.
Yep.
But I realized very early on that for me to fucking try and proselyte that to other people would be a waste of time.
Yeah, you're wiser than me.
No, well, no, not really, no. I'm dumb and fucking a bag of rocks, bro.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I just stopped. Yeah, it was tempting, but I just realized, nah, listen, there's no point in telling these people where they are, what they are, and it's not fucking provable, and how you're living in fucking fantasy land, because it's just look at you with fucking open fucking jaws, either attack you or fucking do something or destroy you, do something.
Yeah, they just want to.
There's no point.
Destroying their
It's
fantasy
like tie you
land.
to the whipping post until you agree the Earth's spinning again or something. What the hell?
Suddenly it's spinning again. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's
What was that? I interrupted somebody. Sorry.
You destroying their fantasy, bro. You can't do that, man.
That's a big no. They hate that. They fucking hate that, bro.
They think they're gonna go to space like you and like Ethan Hawke and Gattaca.
Right. Man, dude.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell a nation or tell somebody or tell a whole fucking a generation of people that what they're thinking of is absolute bullshit, and what they're living in is absolute bullshit. You're actually living in a fucking bullshit world. That's a really hard thing to do, because most of them, obviously, I could almost predict that you're going to get attacked from every angle, because they will not. They hate the idea, the thought that they've been duped that bad. So you know what I mean. So you just gotta let them figure it out for themselves. Honestly.
Not at work. Not at work.
Yeah, not at work. Yeah, don't
Not
do
at
it at work.
work.
Yeah, just go to your work. Be a good worker. Don't do it. Even in real life.
Yeah, I need to eat.
Even in real life, with your friends, I would caution you to take a couple of little steps. And if your friends love you and they know who you are, maybe try once or twice, but don't make that a concern. Just don't. It's not. It should not be your first concern, because the people are going to figure that out. It's your prerogative. You know where you are now. Don't try and put other people in that spot. That's up to them to figure that out. Definitely don't do it at work. And I would almost say at the same time, definitely do not do it in your private space with your friends. Just, they might figure out. Well, of course they do, right? My friends have told me many times. They make laughs, they make jokes. I'm like, yeah, fuck you, fuck off, yeah, bastard, yeah. But that's fine, right? So I asked them a couple of questions. They look at me with fucking blank stares. I said, there you go. Now shut up and fuck off. We're never going to talk about this again. All right. It's a personal thing.
Right.
I think it's a personal thing. I do. It's just like it's nice to be.
The brain can handle or something.
Yeah, it's nice to think that you can save the world or do something that makes some. Nah, that's that. Once you've come to.
Yeah, I don't have a big.
Yeah, just forget about it, bro. Right? Not work. Yeah. All right.
Definitely not at work.
So you've learned that the hard way. So.
Yeah. I mean, I've been a flat earther for a while, but it wasn't until Kiwi, the last year with Nathan Oakley and stuff, that the arguments got concise enough that I felt I could go public with it. Like, because prior to that, it was some, well, the Joshua Wiki is what got me, what you're seeing is a mirage. That right then, I knew it was over.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
Yeah. I knew right then for sure, 100%.
The thing that put me over the edge, because I was considering it with my brother, because he's the one that put me onto it, but I was still kind of subscribed to the idea of outer space and Tesla and Elon Musk and SpaceX. I still believed all that type of shit was really going on
Right.
until my brother had to really break down how gravity is a theory, and like we went at it. Like me and my brother had a hardcore argument. Like it wasn't even like a debate. It was like we were fighting about it. But he was seriously like explaining the law of density to me. And that's what put me over the edge. I had to throw out millions of miles of space. It's not just throwing out a ball.
Yeah. It was said in history, make the lie big. I've said it here a number of times, man. I don't think they're a bigger. I mean, it's as big as it gets.
Make the lie big, repeat it often enough, and people will believe it.
You know what's crazy? You were talking about how you brought this up to your coworkers. Me and my grandpa, he's got to be like 70 now. But I've been smoking weed with him ever since I was like, 20, and I'm 30. So we've been smoking for like 10, 13 years. And we always have crazy conversations. Last time I saw him on Father's Day, I had to bring it up. I'm like, compasses always point north, water's always level. And then I'm just like rattling stupid shit off. And the number one thing that keeps him believing in a globe Earth is these fucking satellite launches. And he doesn't believe that they're spending millions of dollars launching satellites into the air for them to just come crashing back down or to explode at some point. He believes there is a point that they start to be suspended and that there are satellites floating around us.
Have you brought up the weather balloons and things like that? Because I think they're satelloons. That's what you did. Okay.
I brought up a lot of things to him, man, but
it is what it is. Yeah, I totally get it. Like you were saying, you had to argue with your brother. I mean,
what's crazy about this is like now I find myself being like, damn, I'm arguing for flat Earth, but my brother used to argue with me because I used to defend globe Earth.
Right.
Crazy.
It was the first time I even heard the idea, except for in mainstream media and the mocking of it. Obviously, I heard about it there. But was on a comment thread, and I did totally disregard it. It was a channel that I respected. Where we did a lot of growing and knowledge or whatever. You know what I mean? And and I blew it off, man. It's crazy. It's the craziest thing ever. Yeah. So I totally identify with the knee-jerk reaction against it. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, honestly, like from my own perspective, when people be rejecting this shit, it's because there's a lot to disassemble. You're not just disassembling the shape of the Earth. You're disassembling, fucking, like I said, billions of miles of space. That's a hard thing.
And gas go down, boom, boom. 9.8 meters per second squared. All this stuff, detangling math from reality. Yeah.
And when you do something like that, if you don't replace it with an understood model afterwards, then they're just going to be mad at you for whatever reason, and it's like you didn't provide them.
Take them out of the model and not provide them with a model.
You can't take something away and then, they're going to replace it. Because you're talking about the fucking ground they're standing on. They're not just going to automatically think, oh, I'm not anywhere now.
Everything they've been told since since the beginning.
Yeah. Me too.
I'm just thinking about mental barriers,
Exactly. It's the mental.
Like, so should we put up my grandfather from getting over that hump?
I don't know, man. It hit me like a ton of bricks once I saw the Joshua Wicki. Prior to that, it was like, what was that NASA artist, the comedian? You know what I mean? Like bringing in the idea that the moon landing, the pictures are fake. What was that guy's name?
Oh no.
That artist guy? Ah, golly, what's his name? He
What did you do?
Math Powerland.
Mhm.
You guys ever heard of Math Powerland?
Yeah, of
You
course,
guys
man.
go back that
That's
far?
what,
Oh, okay.
that's what it's all about, isn't it? Math, power, and land. That's the globe. A good name. Yeah, sorry, Karen.
Right. So yeah, I mean, that was my introduction. Was that Joshua Wiki, Matt Parlin?
Wow.
And it all started from a common thread, and me trying to argue with it in my own brain for a while because I respected the person's opinion. I don't remember the individual that typed it, but for whatever reason, I respected the person's opinion.
And then you try to reflect on what you learned in school about gravity and the solar system and everything else. They'll tell you, I remember when I was in school, they were like, here's Copernicus with his idea that Earth is the center of the universe, and then this is what we have today. And we're going to learn about this. And they just shrugged off, Copernicus's model and kind of made it like, this is a joke, this is old, don't pay attention to this, we're here to study this new shit right here.
Right.
Then any kind of images or, reference to this stuff was always looked at as like archaic.
Yeah, it's not the scientific. It's just not. Yeah, it's totally like we're going back to the dark ages if we're going back to flat Earth. Yeah. Oh, that's the mantra put out by the media.
I'll never forget, all the little drawings, like the Michelangelo Cupids, like the babies with wings and stuff. I'll never forget this, man. That, basic image of, an angel with, a baby with wings or whatever, they showed in a textbook in, whatever class I was in. Maybe it was, 4th or 5th grade. And they showed, a disc with 2 of the little baby angels on both sides of a disc. And it was Copernicus. And all it said was Copernicus. And then the next 10 pages was the solar system. But I was like, what is this stupid, goofy, old ass looking? Who drew this?
Right.
It looked like somebody from the freaking medieval times. And I was like, this is the only. And then you turn the page and it's all these 3D representations of Jupiter and Saturn. And you're like, oh, wow. But the only example of the other models is just this corny drawing from the 1500s. There's only one of them.
Right.
It's weird,
Right.
when they introduce all these ideas to you, you're
Crack
already
villain.
being conditioned.
Yo. Hey,
What's up, fam?
Mighty. How are you? You good, yeah?
Yeah, man, chilling. God,
Yeah.
I'm with company now, but it's good to see you.
You are indeed, my brother. You are indeed. Just good to see you, too.
I'm gonna smoke a blunt.
No, continue what you were just saying. We're not taking over like that. It was just we're quick alert.
I'm smoking a blunt as
Yeah,
well.
I'm just reflecting on how what order was I presented all these ideas? Why didn't I get shown all this still? Why am I 30 years old realizing this stuff? It's fucked up.
Yep,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
How hard do you have to work to hide information as obvious as a stationary plane that we're standing on for me to be
Right.
so deceived? And now I realize that I've been deceived. But for the past 30 years, it's damn, that shit worked. They really had me thinking that shit.
Right.
That's kind of
Yep.
impressive. 30 years of me not coming across something to compel me to think about it more. It's like it was more of a psychological thing than an evidence thing. I was in denial. Anytime I came across evidence, I shrugged it off because of a preconceived notion given to me when I was a child from a textbook. And that's what caused me to deter from all that information.
Mm-hmm.
And why we dialogue about this is so that we can hopefully reach out to an orbiter who's on the fence and try to go through what we went through so we can humanize the experience. And also that we're humble enough to admit we were wrong too. I think that's why we do what we're doing, this little dialogue that we're having about how we came to know,
Right.
so that people can we can allow people the space to admit that they had been duped, because I had to. Yeah, it measures flat, guys, and it ain't moving. And what is it? 8 Mach 8 is the. I mean, and then I brought up the Mach 8 movement, one of the claim movements or whatever, and then he said, "Well, that's not that fast." I said, "What world is that not fast?" God, I don't understand my life. Mach 8's fast. Period. Air pressure needs containment, and I can feel if I'm spinning. Yep. Dang, man. Yeah, they really had me thinking. When I remember the first time looking at a globe, though, and I thought it was really odd that there'd be somebody standing, upside down to me.
There's always that age-old question when you're growing up. It's like when you're digging through to go from, America to China, and you're digging a hole
Right.
down. At what point do you start falling? At what point do you realize, like, oh, I'm going up now?
Yeah, right.
And that was always just a stupid little anomaly that kids might entertain here and there, but never think twice about. It's just like, that really doesn't make any fucking sense.
None of it does.
There's all kinds of shit.
That's why.
I'll be mad as hell at myself randomly that I ain't think harder about it when I first hear something like this. That I'm not questioning it super hard right away.
Yeah, that's why I'm a hawk for unverifiable claims now. Anybody coming along with unverifiable claims as reality, I instantly start thinking they're a hack, especially if they're in our sphere. You know what I mean? I could be wrong, guys. I don't mean to shoot, friendlies, but
Shooting any friendlies? Nah, you are.
yeah, I don't want to be shooting friendlies.
No, I can't even talk about
it.
And
Yeah, sorry, bro. I would have been told. I'm check.
Hey, what we're doing now is because there's nobody coming here to defend the globe in any kind of way. So we're relegated to this and music. I've literally emailed hundreds of professors inviting them here. Specifically the topic, it was a copy, paste, send. No reply yet, by the way, just saying, to professors with anybody that had a public email, and inviting them to come to this server to defend gas pressure not requiring containment. If they were in any way in the physics department educating, hundreds of them. I promise that's what I did. Yeah, it was a copy, paste, send, hundreds of them. 0 replies.
Let me ask you then. You're saying that there is some kind of layer above us that is what is it? Is it solid? Is it liquid? Is it pierceable? Gas can't pass through it? What's going on? Masking.
Something holds the air in. Absolutely. We cannot be adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. Our air
Well,
would
you,
fill.
you have got well, you have got to remember though, like, so we're not necessarily. This is something that I always try and get across to people. Like, so, like, I hope you wouldn't use that in an argument. Not in that. I'm saying there's a hint of a potential problem in an argument with what you just said, which is this, right? The
Yep.
only reason we need to have a container is because we have gas pressure. That's it.
Yeah.
The fact that we're adjacent, the so-called fact that we're adjacent to a 10 to the 17 negative torr vacuum has absolutely zero to do with like us having a container, right? Like, we don't need to be protected from that vacuum whatsoever. We simply just need a container for gas pressure itself. That's all. Like, we don't know what's out there. Is it a vacuum? I doubt it highly, because that goes along with the heliocentric model, right? So, like,
Right.
sometimes people will strawman you into sort of, I don't know, I've seen it happen before with flat earthers where they get strawmanned into basically admitting that apparently this thing, or the 10 to the 17 negative torr vacuum, is something that actually exists. And like, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I use
I'm
it as a
saying that.
contrast.
Mhm.
I don't prescribe that there's anything beyond the containment.
Good. No,
That's
I'm just
my
like,
opinion now.
cool, man. Sorry, you used to carry on. Sorry, I don't know. I just hopped in there for some reason.
You totally, you're right. Yeah, the container, the rest of the story doesn't matter. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I need my lungs to hold the air. It's that simple, man. Look at a balloon, a car tire, man. I mean, I breathe. I think a dog could understand this. I suspect. I'm not a dog. I can't think for dogs, but I think maybe a dog can understand it. I mean, they know when you're drowning, right?
Yeah. That's true. That's true. That is true.
Can we take this conversation down to chill VC
I'll mute.
so I can stream my game?
Eli, you're awesome, man. I really, really like you, Eli. Not gay. I'm
what game
a
you
dad, and
Sorry, dude.
Oh, yo, I just crack. I just did the Killer Priest podcast.
The what?
I just did the Killer Priest podcast.
What? Send it to me, bro.
I'm gonna sit it right there. It's pretty cool. It's 5 hours long though.
What? Oh man, I would have liked to have been on there.
Look, so I told you what.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
listen to
that
it for
would've been
sure.
cool.
It's gonna bounce back.
Was you on like video on there at all, or was it just like?
Yeah, I was on video.
No way, man. Oh, big ups.
Mhm.
Well done for doing that, bro. You living for the truth, mate.
Yeah, man.
I know.
Oh man.
I can work it out.
Oh, I gotta go, man, as well.
Ooh, 7,000 views.
Oh,
That's pretty
really,
good.
bro? No way, man.
I'm a second one.
I'm about to go. Yep, except for bitch you can contact.
I posted in chat. You see it?
Oh yeah, plus $35.
Yeah, I'll grab it in a second, bro. I gotta go. I'm out. All right. Nice to speak to you. All right,
All
brother.
right, bro.
All
All
right.
right,
So,
I'm going to chill.
see you later, dude.
What the hell's going on around here, man? It's so quiet. Ah. Well, happy Monday, man. Cheers, everybody. Still looking for some curvature, man. On Monday. You guys like sushi, man? Every once in a while, man. A few times a year, man. That's about it. I get tuna or salmon. I don't usually get anything else. I like the bluefin. Oh, yeah. Pretty tasty. I always feel better after sushi. It's a lot of protein in there or something, I guess. I don't know. Let's see, we got there were some good conversations going on here earlier. I guess everybody's at dinner. They're all bounced. I would talk to the chat. There's not really that YouTube shit, man. Got it anymore. We got rid of that. He got censored all the way back in 2000. Yeah. Common law, yeah. You start talking about that. They don't like that. I'll censor that shit. Zoom, Elijah out there. P-Mac, hope you're alright. Toby Dog. Miguel, what's up, Brian? What's up, Brian? What's up? I hope you guys just mind me sitting here talking to myself. That's cool. Yeah, I saw some censorship, man, back in the 90s. There was a guy who kind of dealt with like just gold and silver, man, really. And you can bring him any check, man. He'll work it out where you can walk out of there with some gold or silver, man. And it was very fair, man. I can't remember the percent. It wasn't very much, like 1% or something. And he had a small following. But yeah, they took him down, man. They said he was, I don't know. They accused him all kinds of shit. Took all his shit, his computers, and paperwork. Never charged him with anything though. And that's sad. They can do that apparently. They can just shut you down. Well, we found this out with YouTube, man. I mean,
What
they
type
just
of
shut you.
channel did he had that they shut him down?
You could never find out. This video. What did I say? No, it goes against our guidelines. That's it. You're done. Thanks. Oh, okay. You're done. So that happened to a couple people. Crow 777 got shut down. He got his channel back. Richie from Boston got shut down. He got his channel back, but then they just took him out later.
Richie from Boston.
What's up, man?
What's up?
What kind of purple drinks are those, man? Yeah, apparently there's nobody here. No, just me. Maybe.
No.
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 Is it not working? Is this thing finally working? Oh shit, man. I hear you. Hold on, man. Something wrong with my ears, man.
It is working.
I don't know what happened, dude. Hold on. Let me try the speaker or something. Fuck.
You got me muted.
I got muted?
You got me muted.
I did. No, I didn't. That wasn't me. Wasn't me, baby.
Good.
I can't mute anybody. I mean, I can mute them on my end, but
You can mute locally. You can mute people locally.
I know I probably could, but I need to. I need to practice.
Bro, one day I heard you saying that you would like to like buy a boat a day one day, and you said very specifically that you will buy a steel boat. You will have to be made of steel. Why
Yeah.
is that?
Well, if you're gonna go to where the icebergs are, man, you might want to have some steel hull. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's about the cracking through the ice, man. I think you need steel hull.
So these modern boats like these Lamborghini boats and that kind of stuff, those are small boats, but w-
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
steel boat will be something like a military boat, or you can make a small vessel out of steel? That wouldn't be breaking ice. When you're talking about an icebreaker, you're talking about a big boat.
Something's not working right here, man. I'm having some audio problems. Hang on.
You're walking? Are you walking around?
Stupid audio's not working right, man. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah. All right.
You're fired.
Fuck being fired. I quit.
I
There we go.
quit before you fire me.
Exactly. Everybody having a good summer, yeah?
Yeah, it's been a good summer, but it's been a half summer. Let's see what happens the other half.
Oh boy, let's hold on to our hold on to your hats, boys and girls. We'll see what happens, man. I can't keep up, but all the people that I talk to, man, and there's nothing good coming out of their mouths. Like interest rates and all kinds of food shortages and enjoy the summer, man. While you got it.
The let's say the Russians and a lot of the fuel producing nations and are saying that they're gonna have to hold some of their reservoirs, and then they're gonna be exporting too much oil. So some people are saying it's gonna be a cold winter for some nations.
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe not have as much bread as you're used to. Maybe, I don't know. There's a lot going on, man. Too much. I can't keep track. I just think it's gonna, probably happen after summer, maybe fall.
But you don't
coming
need
up
bread.
on.
As long as you have a fishing hook, you can fish, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Hopefully,
Good.
Whatever, man. I mean, I can eat grass too. I'm good with that.
All right.
I'm just gonna put a lot of salt and pepper on it. It tastes fine. I don't know, man. If it goes that bad, I probably don't want to stick around here too long anyway. So
We'll be all right.
I think we'll be all right, man. But things are so expensive, man. That's what I just keep hearing from everybody, man. It's like they're having the average guy's having a hard time making the rent and putting food on the table and gas in the car. It's very stressful. Very stressful.
What will happen if everybody stops paying their rent at the same time? Would there be like mass evictions for everybody, or what?
That would be interesting. I always my best man. He's a bit of a truther, going back 30 years. He said he wished everybody would just stop paying taxes, and that would solve the problem. I was like, well, I can't disagree with you. It probably would solve a lot of problems. Yeah. If the people in power didn't have any money, man, they'd kind of be fucked. But I don't think money means anything to these people, man. I think they just print it out on a computer screen now, and away they go, man. They spent $6 trillion on this thing in the last 2.5 years.
They gave themselves $6 trillion.
Yes, and then Elon Musk and Bill Gates and
they gave everybody
Bezos.
else. They gave the regular people hush money. Just hush, shut up, and take it.
Right. Go to work and put your mask on.
And whenever you look back, you say, "Hey, they gave me a check."
It was hush money. I never took their money. I had a lot of friends, a lot of truthers, a lot of flat earthers. I know that did. But yeah, it was like $500, almost $5,000, man, altogether.
Yeah, that should be good for what, a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, they took the money, man. I'm like, okay. Even my buddy is retired. He's got plenty of money. He took the money, and he's laughing about it because he's like, they just giving us money, man. I'm like, isn't that weird? Don't you think that's weird, man? I think it's weird, man. Well, they shut everything down, man. I go, you're retired. Why do you get the money? Like, it makes no sense, man. We should have had a jubilee, man. A real jubilee would have been everything is net zero. Let's start from scratch, starting today. Everybody's debts forgiven. That would have been that would have solved the world's problems right there, man. Boom. And I'm not that smart of a guy, but that would have fixed everything.
I
All
think
right?
I think that's gonna be some included in the coming solution. Like there's some type of black swan event that is coming, and they're gonna. It looks that in many ways they're gonna crash the markets, and then out of that they're gonna the the Phoenix is gonna rise. They're gonna rise a new system that is gonna be a bigger monster than the one that we had before. But there's gonna be some sort of debt settlement, a big forgiveness of debt for my understanding. But who knows? Maybe because I don't think the system can continue just like implementing debt like that and the inflation and all that kind of stuff. They're gonna definitely offer a solution.
Well, they got it. I think it's called the Great Reset, but I could be wrong. Yeah. But these guys work meticulously long term, so by 2030, I think we'll see the full effect of it. But between now and then, it's just going to be a slow little pisser, man. A slow little drain,
like a painful ride or something.
Yeah, they're not going to make it like overnight. Although they shut the world down overnight, that was pretty crazy. That just shows how much power they got, man. And that was a litmus test, man. That was a litmus test.
They can shut it down.
They can shut it down anytime they want, man. But they just shut it down for just 2 weeks to flatten the curve, which ended up, 2 years or something? I don't know. 2 weeks to... there's a tennis player, there's a flat earther. Djokovic? You know who he is?
Yeah, I think he's I remember there was some people talking about him, and I think he had like his son or his daughter drawing the earth, and they draw it like a flat earth or whatever.
Yeah, and he didn't take the jab. He didn't take the jab either.
Yeah, it is not taking the jab, man. And that's kind of why I brought it up, man. Was that he just won the Wimbledon last weekend, and they were asking him, man, hey, man, you want to come to America and play in the U.S. Open? And he's like, well, if they let me, yeah, I'll come, but I'm not taking your shit.
I'm not taking the Fauci Aussie.
I'm not taking the Coco Poco, and if you watch the interview, man, I could just, I mean, you can just see flat Earth all over this guy. I mean, he's not like out there making videos about flat Earth, but he did one quite a few years ago, maybe 3 years ago. He did a little video, man. And he had all the flat Earth proofs, man. And it was like, whoa, this guy's legit. And I'm glad he's standing, man, and not taking the bend over. I love that. So there's a few prominent people out there, man, that are very successful that I wish he would just come out, man. I wish some cock fucking famous motherfucker had balls and just came out and said, look, fuck.
Look, it's not a globe.
It's not a fucking globe. But there's so many pussy fucking sellout, famous sellout pussy fucking cucks. I mean, they got enough money, man. They could do it. You and I, we do it. We don't got no money. They got all kinds of money, man. They could go live in the woods, fucking buy a fucking cabin on the lake and never worry again, Fuck, man. But you and I, man, we're just like, struggling, regular, everyday Joes out here going, hey, man, the Earth's flat. Check it out. And by the way, it's not a globe. I can prove that. But no, man, there's no big time celebrities that have balls. They're all sellout fucking cocks. Fuck them. Just pisses me off. That's why I fucking hate Hollywood. I fucking hate it with a passion. And they sold this, moon landing.
Anyway.
Once the moon land, I heard something today, man. It really kind of sunk in, man. Was before the moon landing, everybody was like, man, the moon's just, a piece of cheese or whatever. They were just like, it's just in the sky. That's it. But once they landed on that fucking thing, and they say they landed on it, that changes the perception, man. That was a big perception shift, man. And it really did psychologically damage a lot of people and their kids. And we're fighting the battle of our lives, boys and girls, man. We are up against it because there are still people out there that think they're shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, man. Like, I can't help them, man. I try, bro. I'm trying, man. I'm giving it all I got. I know you guys are too, man. I know you guys are. You guys rock, but there's so few of us, man, that really give a shit. Like, dude, we're not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, man. If you got evidence to the contrary, man, I'd be happy to check it out. But you ain't got shit. We've been out here for fucking, I don't know, how about 4 years on Discord, 5? Saying, hey, man, where's the curve? Where's the spin? Where's the rotation? Where's the... Nope. Oh, I heard. Did you catch Mark Sargent's? Oh, dude, you got to go see Mark Sargent's latest video. Ring laser gyro on airplanes. It turns out that the ring laser gyro is built by one company and one company only. Turns out that there's a built-in drift in their little ring laser gyro. A built-in drift. Because a guy who flies 777s for a living said, hey, man, my ring laser gyro wasn't working on my plane. And they told him to fly the plane anyway. And there was no drift. And it was, anyway, you have to watch it, man. It was absolutely telling on the ring laser gyro thing, man. Absolutely a coffin killer for the ring laser gyro, which gets brought up a lot around here with the Globies. Because, it's built in. It's built in. All right, I got to mute for a second. I'll be right back. You guys pick up, man. And yeah. Reality is the coolest thing ever, man. Living in fantasy land sucks, man. You guys want to keep living in fucking Glober fantasy land, NASA, Disney space, man. Go for it, man. Go.
You can tell it's a globe because it's not.
Did you all see the big show today about the new Webb telescope that they're bringing online? Did y'all watch that?
No.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 10 times better than the Hubble telescope, and it's going to have such great photos. And it was really actually, I watched a little bit of it, and it looked exactly like the same old stupid photos of space that they're trying to make us believe. So nothing really changed. It's just they made a big to-do about it today. I think the president, that bumbling idiot, was there. So, that can't be that serious if that bumbling idiot's there.
So you're saying we're living in a Hollywood movie, and it's like they came out today. The president had to come out with and you come out with the president saying, "Man, we've got this cool thing out there, and it's like only costs $10 billion."
Does that mean that we're gonna be able to click a link and we're gonna be able to click a link and look through the live footage of this new?
No. Don't be ridiculous. They would never do that for us.
It's 2022. If it's a new telescope, up to date, because it's NASA. They're up to date with everything. So that means I can click a link. I can just click a link and look through the telescope
live.
Yeah.
Here's Gemsy, man. Back in 2016, man, I was like looking for anybody that was doing a live telescope anywhere in the world. 2016, 2017, 2018. I'm like, where's the live telescopes? Like, anywhere in the world, Hawaii or Arizona or in Spain. Is there anybody doing live telescopes, man? I searched.
Yeah, there should be thousands.
There should be at least like 50, right? Because what does it take to put a camera on a telescope? Don't take that much, It's not that complicated. But I found a guy in Florida. He lived in an apartment. He was the only guy. He's the only guy. You know why? Because if they were to go live with their telescopes and you could see what they see, it would just look like a bunch of blurry fucking lights, man. That's it. Except for the moon. The moon looks pretty clear, man. You can get some pretty good live footage of the moon, man. But everything else is just a blurry, like, little cucky shit. I don't care how big your fucking telescope is. It could be 500 fucking inches.
Well, once they get through the CGI process with those photos, it's that's what you get. You get a enhanced CGI.
Yeah.
Photo.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Right.
Yep. It's called I think they call it stacking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what they do. They stack up like thousands of photos on top of each other, and then that's what you get. But if you look at it live, man, the best telescopes in the world, if you look at Saturn, man, it just looks like a blurry little piece of shit, man. It looks like shit, dude. Even the best telescopes. And if they were to put a real telescope, say, hey, man, this is live Saturn. No, it ain't. It's just blurry shit, and that would give their game away. That's why you don't see live telescopes going live. Or telescopes going live. I mean, you just don't see it, man. You just don't see it. You're never going to see it because it's blurry bullshit, man. It's not NASA fucking CGI fucking Photoshop shit. Anyway.
Maybe they don't put it out there because you're not smart enough, and you won't get it.
That's it. That's got to be it. Totally. I'm not smart enough to see that it's a blurry bullshit image live.
Well,
Yeah.
they've
So
told us
there
we're
are
not
no.
smart enough anyway. We don't understand exactly what we're seeing or feeling. You know, everything that we see and feel and process, it's not real. It's something completely different. It's not flat. It's not stationary. You know, it's moving at 600 miles an hour around an axis, and it's traveling 1,000 miles an hour around the sun, and we're going, you know, 1,000,000 miles an hour through the vastness of space. So we shouldn't feel anything, right?
We're shooting through space, and 11 different vectors. I can't tell you every one of them, but we're hauling ass. I always tell the people, man, we're hauling ass, and it's beyond hauling ass because it's astronomically hauling ass through space, man. Fuck yeah, man. So if you destroy, so I got a question for you guys, man. If I was a concave earther or a hollow earther or a fucking marshmallow earther, and I went out and said, "Hey, man, I think the Earth's a marshmallow," yeah, people would just laugh at me. But if I come out and say, "Hey, man, I'm a flat earther," they get physically fucking pissed off at me.
They should.
They get pissed. But if I go concave or hollow, man, they're like, "Oh, that's interesting." They
Well,
don't get mad at me at all.
you always get more fire when you're over the target.
That's right. That's the point I was trying to get to. It's like, that's why they spent millions of dollars to make flat earthers look stupid and like we're not scientific or we don't give a shit about science or gas pressure.
Their reaction shows that the money that you put in taxes for the education system is working. The indoctrination is working. So
I'll tell you what, though, it's coming around, man, because I've got a friend and his father's an anesthesiologist, very educated, really good guy, and I was talking to my friend, and we somehow we got on the thing about. I said, "Look, man," I said, "You can't make me believe this Earth is round. There's no way to make."
Damn, you're breaking up.
Well,
they got him.
Yeah, got him.
You get me?
Now, say that
they
again.
got you, but we don't get you.
Say it again, man.
Well, this friend, we were talking about the flat Earth. He goes, it's kind of weird. He says, my dad doesn't believe the Earth is round either. He don't believe we went to the moon, and he's an anesthesiologist. And not that it, but there's a lot of people that are really kind of think the way we do. It's in their heart, it's in their gut, but they're just so afraid to talk about it. And he said, "Man," he said, "my dad don't ever." He told me about it, but he was really surprised, that I didn't believe the Earth was a globe. And he said, "My dad believes that also." So it's getting around. I just think people are so afraid to be out of the normal that I think there's a lot more people that think the way we do. It's in their gut. It might not be. They might not have realized it in their mind, but in their heart, they know it's true.
Well, in their senses, they know it's true because
in their senses,
they go out every day and they don't feel like they're spinning, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. That's crazy, man. That's insane. Water's level, I mean, do I need to keep going? Gas pressure without a container? Oh my goodness.
That's the killer. That's the killer for me. Not only what I see, but the vacuum of space has always been a question for me, and I just don't see how you can have any pressure without.
There's a Hoover. What do they call them? Hoovers? Oh shit. Anyway,
Yeah, there's a Hoover up there. Vacuum of space. That's funny, man. That's a good one. I was hearing something that Copernicus spent 27 years trying to figure out the rotations and the spin and the stars and the fucking 27 fucking years this guy dedicated to making that goddamn fucking
knowing this,
spinny.
knowing the storytellers,
27 years.
they probably just made that up. The 27 years. That sounds like a bunch of BS.
I mean, let's say he was like paid to fucking come up with something that worked with the fucking spinny globy outer space and the stars and the 27 years. Yeah, it would probably take me that long to fucking really, if somebody said, hey man, we'll pay you to, okay, I'll do it. Yeah, fuck, I'll come up with something. And he just started coming up with shit like, okay, well, the stars are trillions of miles away and they orbit around the Earth and the sun spinning around, we're going around the sun. And, eventually you kind of come up with some kind of thing that would, make sense. There's definitely going to be holes in it, like the midnight sun in Antarctica. There is no midnight sun in Antarctica, but, there is definitely one in the north.
It makes sense. You just gotta throw away all of your senses and all of your experiences, and then it'll make sense. Just turn off your senses.
They took his 27 years of work and they kept working at it, and they put it in the school system and they put it in the government and they put it on TV and Hollywood, and it's become so ingrained, man. My God, dude, man, I don't know. I was watching TV the other day, man. I must have seen 500 fucking globes and spinning space, tout shit, fuck all, man. It was everywhere. I mean, it was just like, my God, that's all they ever fucking show on TV anymore is the spinning fucking globe. And it's all about outer space and the curvature. And it's like, fuck, man. They just sell it. These guys are mass marketers, man. They're really good at it too, man. Mm-hmm. They're really good at it, man. And they sold this shit. And most people bought it, man. Fortunately, we, were able to break through the matrix, man. And we did, man. But, the day fucking Coco 19 came out, where I was like, no, this ain't real, man. I'm like, wait a minute. This is, I was already wide awake, man. So they're bullshit. That's the great thing about, being awake, and you see things coming at you, and like, that's not necessary. No, wait. I want to question this. And that's what we do around here the best, man. We question shit, man. We like, what evidence do you have that this is true? What do you have? And I don't think there's a better place that does it than we do, man. We do it fun. We do it for real. There's other places that are, they do it in a different style, like Nathan Oakley. He does it in a different style, man, which is fine. But our style, man, is fun and truth, man. And you can combine the two, man. It's great. So we can laugh at their ridiculous fucking model. It is ridiculous. It's so ridiculous, man. Once you got your feet on the ground, be where your feet are, as I like to say. Yeah, you're not spinning, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. And if you can't admit that, man, you don't feel like you're at least spinning and shooting through space. Well, but I just believe it. I just believe that I'm spinning through space at millions of miles an hour. Okay, that's good, man. Smoke another fucking joint, man. Maybe your senses will come back. Maybe. Please get a hold of your senses, man. If you can't get a hold of your senses, man, you ain't got nothing, man. You got shit. You got jack shit. Jemsy knows all this shit, man. I don't know. I'm talking to the fucking choir here. Who was talking earlier? Got the southern accent.
Oh, that's me.
What's your name?
I go by Iron Horse, but I'm in Kentucky.
Iron Horse, Kentucky.
Yeah.
Do you know Dave Hinkle?
Dave Hinkle. No, I don't. No, I don't.
You don't know Dave Hinkle? He's in Kentucky.
Yeah. I've been on here for about 2 months, but
okay. All right. Well, Dave Hinkle's he's been around this for I don't know 6 years, 7 years. He's from Kentucky, and when I first met him, man, he didn't know anybody in Kentucky that was a flat earther, man. He was like, I'm all by myself out here in Kentucky, man. It's like, I'm like, oh shit.
He's not by himself, man. I mean, it's
I know he's
it's like everything else. Like I was saying before, most people when you explain it, they have no. I'll give them my reasons for. I think the Earth is a flat plane. And I ask them about why they think it's a globe. It's mostly because that's what they've been told, or they saw photos. And I said, those photos are not real photos. They're CGI and they're layered photos because every time you see a picture of the Earth, it looks different color, different textures,
shape,
everything, different sizes. It's not real. And you quiz them about the Apollo. I'm a kid of the '60s, man. I mean, I was 7 years old when they supposed to have landed on the moon, and man, I was excited as everybody else. I had the posters, I had the Saturn V rocket I put together, and and I had the whole thing. But when they brought that damn lunar rover, that thing with the big wheels looked like a dune buggy. And rolled that thing around they supposed to roll that thing around the moon running on car batteries. It was just with some antennas on the top and them throwing dust like everything.
Like a rooster.
Yeah, a rooster tail. And I'm sitting here going, you look at that when you get older and you start saying, man, that is so bogus. I mean, there's just not any way that happened in 1969. And, we were just trying to get out of the Vietnam War. The Tet Offensive happened the year before. It's just once you start thinking about it, none of that makes sense. It doesn't make sense, and the propulsion systems of these spacecraft have not changed since 1940s. Everything else is advanced. Communications, medicine, everything in our lives has had a quantum leap of technology except rocketry. Why is that? Because it didn't happen.
Yep.
That's
right. And it was incredible mass media Hollywood production.
It was an incredible thing at the time, but you look at it in today's lens with the CGI and the communication.
Wow, it's ridiculous.
It's just ridiculous.
It's beyond ridiculous.
It's just the communications. I mean, for a signal, a television signal, and to be able to talk to them in real time would have been impossible.
Yep.
And,
it would have been. My goodness, man. the Hollywood magic, and they didn't do that good a job, man. By the way,
Well, in today's standards, they didn't, but then it was cutting edge. I mean, it was cut. But you know, you look at it in today's lens, you see how ridiculous it is. That's where you know, the older I got, I didn't actually become a flat earther until about 4 or 5 years ago. I never really had a place to talk to anybody about. Found this place, and it's
well, I'm
we
glad
are,
you found this place, man.
well, we're talking to the choir here most of the time, but
Yeah, but
I
most
do
of the
hear
time,
I do people come in and they try the same old things, the refraction, gravity, the whole deal, and it
yep,
don't pan out. It never pans out with me. You
no,
know,
it never works out, man.
it
Ever.
just it never works out. Uh, like it's just the truth. If you tell a lie long enough, it becomes the truth, and that's just what's happened.
Yeah, this I watched The Matrix the other night, and he said, "I wasn't the I saw a clip from the Truman Show, and where he was saying people accept the reality which they are presented." And I was like,
True.
yeah, and that's it, man. And we accepted the reality which we were presented, man. No doubt about it, man. I mean, I used to be fucking NASA, fucking Apollo 13. Fuck yeah. I love it, but you start looking into this stuff a little deeper, man. And most people don't have the time to do that, man. They're just
Well, it
trying to
really
feed their kids, man.
Yeah, it really
Go
don't
to
affect them. They don't think it's that important. But
right.
once they've got you believing something, it's so easy to make you believe something else.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah.
it's uh, it's this
Hey,
planet is this Earth we live on is so amazing. It's even more amazing if you know the truth.
yep. And that's what I try to tell the guys coming in here, man, that don't know where they live. I try to tell them, like, man, dude, go out, look around, man. This place is kick ass. Um, Deserts, mountains, oceans, rain. I mean, the list goes on, man. It's absolutely incredible where we live. It's just beaming with life, man. It's just beaming. And you're part of that. So enjoy it. And don't get fooled where you live, man. Please don't get fooled. You got fooled. You got tricked. You got manipulated. You got lied to. And that's okay, man. We all did. But
Yeah.
just snap out of it, man. Just snap out of it and come to your senses. Your senses are not going to lie to you. And that's a fact. And last time I ran the table saw, man, I made sure my fingers were nowhere near the blade, my senses are working just fine.
Yeah.
And they're there for a reason. And
go smoke a doobie.
I definitely smoke a doobie before I hit the table saw, man, for sure.
Let me know if you see any curvature up there. We've been looking for years.
Well, the blade curves.
The blade isn't the earth. Get real.
The blade is not earth. You're right. Hey, you got any curvature, man? I'm a little short this week. I'll pay you Tuesday for some curvature today. How's that? Tomorrow's Tuesday, man. That means I got to pay you tomorrow. Fuck.
It's interest free if you find it within a year.
Dude, that might be one of the funniest things I've ever said, man. I'll pay you Tuesday for some curvature today. That goes back, man. That's a
Popeye. It's from Popeye.
It's a couple of generations ago. Yeah.
That's from Popeye. His name, I forget his name, but he said, "I'll gladly pay you
Wimpy.
Tuesday for a hamburger today."
His name's Wimpy.
Wimpy. There we go.
Wimpy.
Hey, Dr. Robert P. Drinker, did you finally decide to become a flat earther after writing a hip hop song about flat earth?
Do you not have a pea drinker in here?
I'm not a flat earther. I'm on the fence.
So, but you made a rap about flat earth?
It was from a non-biased position. I looked at both sides, and that's what I came up with.
Can somebody play this song? At least we can have a laugh. Fuck.
It's not a laugh. This guy, listen, this guy is like mildly talented, if not kind of talented, and he fucking made a rap song, and it promotes flat earth. Yes, it does. I don't want to hear anything otherwise.
I want to hear the song, man. Somebody
well,
play
if he's
it.
willing to play, I don't have the link to it, but if he's willing to, yeah.
I want to hear
He made a fucking rap song. P. Drinker made a rap song, so you know what?
Well, I mean,
it's a flat earth song.
Hold on, let me give credit where it's due. I sent my voice file to Creation B. He's the one that put everything together, okay? And he's on the track too.
Wait, you didn't rap that?
No. I rapped. I'm the first person in the track, but I'm saying Creation B is the one that put all the files together, bro.
I know. That's fine. I'm just saying you rapped. Yeah, he doesn't. He's shy about it. Whatever. Anyway.
I'm going to give you a little respect for
No,
that.
it's not bad. It's good. He's got rhythm. But, if listen, he's going to have to be the one that shares it. Also because I don't have the link.
Well,
Creation Bear isn't here either. Otherwise, I'd just have him do it.
Yeah, he took off. Well.
So we got people on the fence now making flat earth songs. I mean, get out of here, guys. It's flat. Come on.
Well, I met Hank Hill when he was a fencer, and it was cool, man. It's possible to see the levelness. See the levelness. I like it.
On the fence to me just means pussy. But what do I know?
You fucking pussy. Well, it happens, man.
Well, what are you gonna do?
You want to deny your senses and your visual senses and your vestibular senses and all that. Yeah, that's cool, man. Deny it, man. Deny it all you want, man. Who am I to tell you this?
Well, it's disappointing when you see someone smart enough to be a flat earther, but they choose not to, over and over and over.
Well, maybe it's an act. Maybe they're just playing a role potentially. I don't know. I see a lot of that. I see a lot of role player.
Yeah.
And what do you call them? Non-player characters, NPC.
Well, you're talking about LARPers, live action role players.
Oh, okay. There we go. See, now we're going to the next level here.
See, I don't think anybody's a quote unquote NPC. I think people act like it, but I don't know. I don't think there's like actual soulless humans walking around, going to jobs, making my food for me. You know. I just don't think so, dude. I don't think that's what's happening.
I need a robot to make my food.
Yeah, like.
Hey, I
what?
watched 6 hours of videos of robots making food, man, one night. It was
oh God,
incredible. It was incredible, dude.
Wait, so you mean to tell me that in a number of years I'm going to go to a really fancy restaurant?
Don't believe me, man. Go on YouTube, check it out.
And I can go into a fancy restaurant and I can expect my lovely meal to not be made by an alcoholic chef who's about to get fired next week for being late, but makes amazing food? Is that what you're telling me? I'll take that as a yes.
Yes. Yep. 5 years from now, it'll be all robots.
There won't be
making food.
any alcoholic fucking deadbeat chefs that just happen to make a really good grilled cheese. Because that's too bad, man. I want to smell the like the disdain in the cooking and taste it. Be able to taste the human like struggle.
I want to taste the sweat.
You know that the robot will never be able to add an important ingredient in the food, and that ingredient is love.
Love.
My love. You got to put the love into the food.
How is the machine gonna do that?
Yeah, how's the machine gonna do that little thing where you take the pinch and you look retarded when you do that thing?
It's not, but they can program it in there, man.
I'm sure they can. That's funny.
It is funny, man.
My compliments to the chef. Well, it doesn't speak English, so. What do you mean? Yeah, these are Japanese robots, but they make a hella good steak, don't they? That Wagyu, boy.
Oh, shit. Hey, they're going to print food in the future, I heard, man.
Yeah. Can't wait to open up the comic section and have a hamburger fall out, too. Love it. Shit. Larry, did it start printing hamburgers again? No. We had it set for newspapers today. Why is it still printing hamburgers? Fuck.
I think they're probably upgrading the technology from NASA, the Chaka Chaka coffee. Now they're gonna do the Chaka Chaka hamburgers.
What kind of burgers?
Oh, they're already doing. Dude.
The hamburgers that you're talking about, that's gonna be upgraded technology from NASA.
Real great engineering. I saw it the other day.
Have you guys heard of? Have you guys heard that they can turn a human body into a liquid form?
Well, sure. You can liquefy anything.
Right?
Yeah, you can liquefy anything.
I heard today, man. They put it in everything, man. I'm like,
bro, I'm more impressed that they can liquefy like shit like cars. That's like what? Oh my god.
Liquefy a car.
Shit, yeah, they can do it. They can liquefy anything you got. I don't know who they are though. We got to chase them down, find out what they're doing.
And you guys talking about that food got me hungry. I just wanted to quickly plug the first ever space restaurant.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new
Wait. Kevin started a restaurant?
Yeah, he is.
Well, that's cool.
It's called Spacey's.
Is it real though? CB, is that real?
This is our. This is one of our sponsors, man. It's one of our sponsors, man.
Yeah, it is one of our sponsors. Yes, they get a lot of traffic here. It's as real. Hey, it's just if you want to believe in curvature, it's real as that. Yeah,
it's as real as outer space.
All you have to do is believe.
So it's nothing burgers. Got it. Okay, well, here's the deal. Here's the deal. I'm going to go there and ask them if I can enjoy an extra medium order of curvature.
Well, they sell that.
Extra medium, though. I want it as medium as it can get.
Instead of
don't forget the refracted fries.
They're curvature fries. They're curvature fries.
Curly fries, yeah.
The curly fries. Oh my god, that's fucking adorable.
Hey, we got curly fries with chili cheese on top, man. Come on.
That's right.
Yeah, you know how they have like DoorDash? Well, they're currently working to get up a program called Space Dash. So that way you can order the space food and have it dashed to your house. You don't have to go up in space.
It's genius.
Yeah.
It's truly a marvel.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So anyway, now that you've said so that it sounds like a real ad, but you know what's interesting, I suppose, it's neither good nor bad, because I guess I wouldn't care. It'd just be funny at this point. But yeah, a restaurant called that Spacey's or like, Moon Pies or some dumb shit. Pizza place called Moon Pies. Get out of here.
We got Bernaise sauce on everything. Okay? Everything. Bernaise sauce.
Next up, get the Alberuni sandwich with
Oh my gosh.
extra
Bernaise sauce.
Gravity gravy.
The gravity is what they'd call it. Get extra gravity on it.
Don't forget that they're gonna have in the menu to start your day off the Chaga Chaga coffee.
Oh,
That's
exactly.
right.
And it's made just like in space.
Exactly. Pete Drunker, you probably all over that one, huh?
I want some gravity.
I'd like mashed potatoes and extra gravity on the side, please. Wow. So much money to be made. You know, NASA and all them space folks are missing out on a market, bro. Market.
You know they want to fire it up.
Watch, a year and a half from now, man, there's gonna be Spacey's fucking burgers with gravity sauce.
That's right. So it'll be 3D printed vegan gluten-free burgers with gravity sauce and extra real good engineering fries.
Chugga chugga coffee.
Right, and the side of an extra large chugga chugga. It's not called chugga chugga coffee. It's just called chugga chugga. That's it.
Chugga chugga coffee?
No, just chugga chugga. Just call it chugga chugga. Because if you call it chugga chugga coffee, that's too much on the nose. It's like, well, you say, oh, I got a chugga chugga today from Spacey's. Well, what's that? Well, let me tell you. You know what? I'm glad you asked.
From Spacey's.
And that's for the family. That's for the family area of the business. If you go to the 21 plus, you can get the space weed.
Oh yeah, you can get like the CBD fucking chugga chugga style.
This space weed will take you to the moon.
Yeah, do the weed in space. Yeah.
To the moon, baby. To the moon. Let's go to the moon.
And then you'd have like real Mars bars, like a dessert, chocolatey dessert, Mars bars all over it.
Their best soup, Glad. The best soup that they serve is not a leek. Then you have a leek soup.
Oh, leek soup! Oh my God! Hell yeah! Then you have a leek soup. That's the name of the soup. Then you have a leek.
It's one of their best sellers.
Oh, it's the only one I like. Then you got so you guys remember Orange Julius, right? Orange Julius?
Oh, yeah.
So you could have a Jupiter Jamboree as like a shake, some kind of strawberry fucking thing.
Can we have nanosecond nachos?
Yeah, dude. Yes. Oh my God. Why don't we already have a restaurant? What's going on?
What is the problem here? This is a fucking full-on franchise place. We can open them all over the place.
We could be making so much money.
Some extra Rocket Ranch sauce.
And who knows? I mean, maybe one day when NASA collapses, he might actually apply to be a waiter there. Who knows?
They got the Elon eggplant salad. Fucking.
You have space sauce. It's gonna be an empty sauce container, and you just dip your food in the space sauce because you know.
That's right. And it's like nobody knows what's in the space sauce, right? Nobody. They won't tell you.
The secret space sauce.
They'll be like, here, we have McDonald's secret sauce recipe, but you're not getting ours.
Yeah, you could probably get away with it. You can patentize it or something, and hey, it's space sauce. Secret ingredient. Nothing.
Okay, so here's what we need to do. There's a letter, there's a piece, there's a food or condiment for every letter in the English language. So we need to work all of those out and then just make a menu. Right? Like
A to Z.
astronaut applesauce. We got B. What's B?
We got Aurora Borealis.
No, because Borealis is here on Earth. That's real. That's a real thing.
That's for dessert. You gotta make that one for dessert.
The bubbling Borealis bonanza.
No, bubbles in space. Bubbles in space.
Oh yeah,
It's gotta be a soft drink with extra carbonation.
Space bubble boba.
Bubbles in space blueberry. Yeah, Chris. See, that's the one.
All All right, we got Coriolis cocktails.
So we get cranberry Coriolis cocktails.
Coriolis cookies.
Oh yeah, the cookies. Yeah.
Coriolis cobbler.
The cookies come spinning. You got to stop them to eat them.
All right, we got to go. What's D? D is work with me, man. Deep space.
Oh, we got donuts.
Donuts.
Deep
donuts.
space donuts.
Deep space donuts, bro. Yes.
Hey, the good thing is the servers are gonna be black holes servers.
The donuts, yeah. So it'll be a black hole special.
Yeah,
I think E might be challenged.
Oh no, it'll be donut holes, chocolate donut holes, a bit black holes. Done.
Right.
All right. What's
We got frozen French fries. Frozen
E would be. I gotta go for a second, but E. I'm gonna listen to you guys, but E would be elevation angle eclairs.
Sounds like a girl's item.
What would?
Whatever you say.
Elevation angle eclairs. Yeah, that's my positive for E's. All right, you guys keep going. I gotta do some shit, but I'll be listening.
All right.
It sounds like a girl's drink.
F is Fulcrum pendulum.
Foucault's fizzy fountain drink or some shit.
Hey.
G, come on. We know what G is, man. Come on.
Gravity gravy.
Gravity.
Hey, just curious, is there a way for me to share my screen with y'all? Because I want to show y'all something with.
No,
you have to do screenshots and DM it.
In a different channel, but not in this one.
Yep,
okay.
Right here.
So I'll show you the images from this telescope today. Have y'all talked about how this is fake?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it yesterday. We read an article out.
What are we talking about?
The new telescope.
The James Webb Telescope. They just released the image a little bit ago. I'm an astrophotographer, by the way, and dude, this is literally
me too, bro.
Oh yeah, and I'm a quantum physicist, bro. Nice to meet you.
Did they find a black hole or like a
I'm an
planet?
astrophotographer.
Did they find a Goldilocks planet?
No. What the problem is that they're showing some of these galaxies doing a spiral, and there's no way for it to be doing a spiral out in space, because the galaxies should be going all different directions.
That's right.
So, give me just a second, and I'll start to upload these images for you.
All right. Take your time.
Hey, give me about 10 minutes, and I'll get these uploaded into the voice chat.
Okay.
Do a discussion out of there.
All right. Cool, man. All right, where we at? GH. H is hydrogen infused helium satellite hamburger.
Yeah. Hydrogen hamburgers? I don't know.
Hydrogen hamburgers. I is infrared. Infrared. So, I don't know.
Ice.
Anyway,
they have special ice, infrared ice.
Infrared ice cream. Yep.
Infrared ice cream.
You can only see what flavor it is with infrared goggles on. Okay, it just comes as white, but you don't know what flavor it fucking is until you look at it like a fucking Navy SEAL.
We got the J. Tolan 1,200 mile. J. Tolan 1,200 mile pasta.
No, it's got to be juice. It's got to be. Someone said juice. It's got to be the J. Tolan juice. That JTJ baby.
J. Tolan juice.
Yep.
Jesuit juice.
Dude.
Ooh, I don't know about that, but I mean, I get it.
I like your thinking.
Oh, it's okay. We got K. How about oh shit. What's a K word that makes fun of space people stuff?
That's That would be Kelvin. Kelvin.
We could do Kelvin, or we could do like Kerbal Space Program, something. You guys know what Kerbal is?
No.
No, see, shit.
Yeah, that's they named the kitchen Kelvin's Kitchen.
Kelvin's Kitchen. That's nice. I like that. That's fine. I'll do it. I'll do that. And then you have a sign. It's you have to have the sign above the kitchen that says Kelvin's Corner with a K. I'm just kidding.
L.
I like it.
Here's
L.
So with the sun, man, they say, man, it's like 10 million Kelvin, and then it gets hotter, and then it gets colder and going through.
Hold on. I got it.
It gets hot.
Lemon lime Kelvin cakes or some shit.
I got
lemon. What's the L? Sorry,
lava
what was it?
Lasagna.
What was it?
Lava lasagna.
Lava lasagna. Okay.
What about level?
No. Light bending lemon lime something. Light bending lemon lime. That's what I want to. Give me. Go ahead.
Dude, you guys are spitfiring. Fuck, I can't keep up.
Well, I want to start this, dude. You come to me with $1 million. We're starting a restaurant. You feel me?
We got the level. What about
light bending key lime pie?
Yes, there it is.
No, exoplanet cake.
Yeah, the X does have to be a dessert. The X has to be some kind of dessert. I agree.
For
X Factor, X Cream. I don't know. Whatever.
Magellanic mushrooms. I don't know.
M.
No.
Is
M. Listen, M is mozzarella sticks and shadows.
Yeah! Oh, that's the best one yet. I'm gonna turn the floor over to him, y'all.
Done.
That's the one. Molten magma meteor pie.
Ooh, yeah.
It's not bad, but his was way better. Pea Drinker's way better.
Molten meatballs.
we got
Meteor meatballs.
Newton's apple pie. Okay.
Right. Yeah, it would have to be apple pie. Like it doesn't have to rhyme. It's just Newton's apple pie.
Apple. Yeah.
NAP. Go take a nap. NAP. Newton's apple pie. What happens when you get hit in the head with an apple? Well, you take a nap. What do you mean? Newton's apple pie, that is.
Get it now.
we got oranges.
Yeah, oranges.
Orbit.
Something like that.
Yeah, I go with that.
Orbiting oranges.
Guys,
I don't know.
The orbital orange. What's an O word for food?
OJ,
onion rings. Orbital onion rings, bro. There it is.
Orbital onion rings.
P. What do we got for P?
We got
the Petit pancakes.
Petit
and you see, you can get two different kinds. You can get one with raisins, or you can get one with lots of chocolate. But it's not chocolate. I think you know what it is. Okay, this has been Don Petit.
Oh man. Cute.
So I just uploaded the images if y'all want to check it out.
Yeah.
Into the voice chat. I know y'all typically don't like astrophotographers, but and I get it. But anyhow, like the second image is not my image, but it's an image that I've done several times. It's just one for a quick upload real quick. All it's showing that if I was to take that image here on Earth, obviously, Polaris is at the center, and all of the stars move around Polaris. Now, according to globalists, the reason why they say it does that is because they say that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour and all that bogus crap. Doesn't really matter. This ain't really like a discussion about, the Earth isn't a globe. It's just in a discussion about how James Webb's telescope is fake. So if you look at the first image, which is the James Webb telescope that they released today, you can see some of these galaxies to where they're spiraling like the second image. Half of them are, which makes no sense to me, because either So either they're saying in space that half of them are spiraling, or they're not. Also, you're going at 1,700 miles per hour is what they're telling us that this telescope is moving, which is ridiculously fast. So if you do a long exposure, which means that you're holding your shutter open for, a few seconds, maybe 30 seconds, it should look like what the third image is, because you're zooming in at it and all of this stuff is coming at you like Star Trek. At the first image, which is James Webb's telescope, none of that is happening. Not a single one of them. So they're clearly not doing a long exposure. They're trying to tell us some bull crap that the James Webb telescope just hit 0 miles per hour, stay perfectly still, and do this long exposure. Which is, if it was, and if they were going to say, hey, it's perfectly still, and the telescope is spiraling, then that means all of this would be spiraling. So that's bull crap about this image. My first point. The second point is, if you count how many starbursts are coming off of, or how many lines are coming off of a starburst, you get 6. That means that this is an aperture f6, maybe a f6 0.5, 7, somewhere in there, which here on Earth, when you want to do bringing in light, you want a low aperture number. The reason why you want a low aperture number is so that it allows more light to allow you to take a faster shutter. Again, this thing is apparently supposed to be going 1,700 miles per hour. Insanely stupid. So they should be wanting the fastest shutter that's out there known to man. So that doesn't make sense of why they would use such a high aperture number. Last point I'll make, and y'all can feel free to beat me up or ask me questions. Last point is, on the fourth image, you see how that one is warping? Now, they've always showed us that the way to get a warp like that is caused by black holes. However, you see that there's a dang star in the middle of it, or a galaxy or whatever. So that star should not be there, or either that should not be warped like that. And a second point to that is, when you got a starburst on one object, they should be all the exact same on the rest. And if you look at these starbursts, they're all different. All of them should be this, 6 with a little line through it, so to say. And you've got mixed numbers in here. If you look, like in that fourth image, the star below it literally has 6 points, and then there's 6 shots coming off of that. So that means that would have been at an aperture of a f12. You look at the brightest star, which should have had way more than that, yet it doesn't, is only at an f6. So that's impossible to do in astrophotography. So feel free to ask me questions or beat me up.
Nice. 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 Nice.
No, thanks for the breakdown, man. That was really cool. I was trying to follow along. This is definitely not my area of expertise, so I'm sitting back taking notes. But yeah, very interesting. So, what do you think? Are they just CGIing stuff, or what are they doing with this?
Yeah, CGI. Obviously we all know it. More than half their images they put out are fake all the time. They warp the Earth all the time. They sit there and say that International Space Station is X miles above Earth, which means that it can only take 32 images. Yet they try to tell everybody we got a solid image. And then sometimes they sit there and say, "Oh, we had to bring in 32 images altogether." over half the stuff that I see of what they put out in their images is full of crap. You know. Now I actually, and I know that some here, and it's okay, and we'll just agree to disagree. But I actually capture planets. You know, I have a Meade telescope that I hook up to, and I'll actually capture a planet. I know that y'all like the P900, and I can explain why that happens. And the reason is that the reason why the P900 gets this watery look is because they're running in autofocus. And when you're doing night photography, you need to run in manual focus and learn how to manually focus on it. But I understand some people truly believe that that's how the planets are, that they're wandering stars, and that's how they really look. And I'll respect that. However, I mean, I do some heavy stuff. I've got just $10,000.
Let me comment on that really quickly because I don't mean to cut you off, but I definitely know that one of our admins has been spreading around the word like, hey, those images are out of focus. So I'm glad you brought that up because I agree. I'm sure there are some people that aren't quite aware of that yet, but I believe once they come across this information, I'm sure they would.
Yes, sir.
But go ahead.
I have no problem, you know, 'cause like I said, I respect anybody on what they believe. I'm not going to tell someone they're wrong. Like someone said earlier when I said, you know, hey, I've done astrophotography. I forget what they said, you know, back to what their degree of level is. But anybody can act of anything they want. What I could do, if anybody here is interested, I could make a video of that to show, you know, hey, this is out of focus. Because I can make a street light. You know, if I ran autofocus at night on a street light, it's going to have that watery circle look to it. You know, and I can do a video of that. But my biggest thing is I don't want to offend anybody. You know, so
All good. I'm sorry to interrupt there as well. You were on a nice roll.
no, you're good. I mean, that's basically it. I wish I know that some of this might be going over some people's heads, but this is something to me. I mean, I just looked at it for maybe about a minute, and I was looking at my wife, and I was like, I hate to be this guy, but this is so much bull crap. So
Okay, let me ask you this: if someone, because I'm sure lots of people are going to come in, oh, did you guys see the telescope stuff? So, what kind of things would you say to somebody that joins in thinking that, hey, like, we got the goods now? Like, what do you say as a response directly?
What do you mean? Like they're using their own personal telescope, or they're talking about that?
No, someone's just bringing up the headlines. Like, I've already seen a few people in the lobby in the chat saying, "Oh, we got the telescope stuff now," like the James Webb thing. So, what would you say to somebody that just pops in with the headlines, you know, type of stuff?
The only thing that I would say is I would point at this, you know, and list, you know, my 4 or 5 reasons of why I consider that image to be fake. You know, and they've, again, 1,700 miles per hour is insane. And they say that the way that telescopes and satellites are all moving that fast is because they put solar panels on there and that the sun pushes them, and that's how they get to going that fast. Yeah, what's pretty funny is it's decreasing in speed. And this thing ain't like it's a bajillion miles out there. You know, it's literally, you know, still, you know, just barely out there. You know, another thing that's funny is there's a Hubble telescope image of our own Milky Way galaxy, the galaxy we exist in. And it's funny to me because that means that you had to send this telescope a gazillion of gazillion miles away and have it turn around and capture all of the stars that we're in. Yet that thing has never, it hasn't even made it really past Pluto or whatever. You know, and you're going to tell me that it's past a, you know, gazillion stars and able to turn around and capture our own galaxy? Bull crap. You know, I did the math a long time ago about how long it would take, and I forget where we're at. But it was literally like, a billion years until it would be able to reach that point to turn around and take the image, and then no telling how long it would take to send that information all the way back to us. So that's one that's bullcrap. We cannot take a picture of our own galaxy just because we go outside of the Earth and turn the camera around. We literally have to go to the ends of our galaxy.
Hang on. How do you know that?
Well, according to what they say. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. According to what they say is that, hey, we're in this galaxy.
Isn't that funny? Isn't that adorable? Yeah.
But if we're going off what they have provided us, then I'm saying that it's bullcrap, because there's no way for us to turn around to view what they say, that we're inside our own galaxy.
Yeah. It's like, hey, what are we in? They're like, oh, it's a galaxy. And then you're like, well, what does it look like? What's a galaxy? Oh, well, we don't really know because we haven't seen the whole thing, but we're just going to name it.
Yes, sir. Yeah, see, like, imagine it kind of like this. Imagine like a snail crawling from your house, but actually going at super, slower dramatically slower speeds than what dramatically slower than what a slug goes. Imagine it going away from your house, and yet it's able to capture, all of America in a picture, and they're trying to act like this happens all within a few thousand. About a few decades or whatever.
Here, I'll put it to you this way: show me that picture, and I will scour the image with fine-tooth image scouring things, and like I'll zoom into Cupertino, I'll zoom into Seattle, everywhere, zoom into my house, and then and be like, yo, that's a fucking sick picture. How'd you get one photo of the entire United States? So until they provide that, and I mean photo, I don't mean composite, I mean photo.
Yeah, one thing that I was listening to somebody really good the other day that was a flat earther, and he was like, look, I want to see a picture. I want to see the telescope turn around and actually zoom in here. And I was like, look, that makes all fun and sense, but the truth of the matter is they've done it so much in movies that's all they got to do is another CGI clip,
Yeah.
We'll know the difference. We'll know the difference. That's all I need. I'll know the difference.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you bring it up to a normie. You say, "Hey, isn't it weird that like the movies look way better than what NASA gives us? Isn't that weird?" People are like, "Oh, well, they're just like dolling it up because it's Hollywood, It's like, so you think reality looks like a 16-bit Nintendo game, really? But the done up stuff is movies like Gravity, Apollo 11, and such.
Yeah, they do such a
Dude,
better job.
Apollo 11 sold me on space as a kid. I was like, wow, it's all real. I can't wait to be an astronaut. Derp a smurp a flurp. I was excited, to become a Kevin Bacon, Bevan Kaken. Anyway.
Yeah, Kevin Bacon.
6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Anyway, keep going, John. You've got some good content rolling out here.
Trying to think of what else. I mean, dude, it's literally like every day something just comes across to where it's bullcrap.
Well, we could. It would be an infinite amount of time that we spent on that.
Yeah. According to this alone, of just this image that they've just newly released, like this is their first image, and they want to start out with something that I've debunked and just a few simple demonstrations of how that is literally impossible to happen.
Just given their model, right?
Yeah, that
well,
you would think, honestly, bros, you would think that they would want to have somebody actually want to produce something that's real good. But here's the truth. here's what sucks. And I was telling my wife this right before I came to y'all. I said, what sucks is there's a very, very small amount of people who understand what I'm saying, because not many people have the education or the understanding of how a DSLR camera works for astrophotography. So majority are already sitting there going, well, I just believe that it's fake to believe it's fake. And yet other people that sit there and say, I believe it's real to believe it's real. And I'm sitting here saying I've got factual data and I can back it up with my observations and with my understanding of why this is fake. And I'm not going to be able to convince any of these hardcore believers of the globe, and they believe this telescope and all these images. I'm never going to be able to convince them because their majority are just hard-headed.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of them, it's like there's a lot of people out there, a lot of globers, a lot of staunch globers that are smart enough to be flat earthers, but they don't want to.
I mean, isn't it funny to y'all that, and I've listened to y'all for probably about a year. What's hilarious to me is that y'all understand more of how their globe model works than what they understand.
Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, it's facts. Yep.
Like, y'all, I'm sure y'all see it probably multiple times a day of a new person coming in that's a hardcore globalist, and y'all go to sit there and talk about, well, your globe says that we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, and they're like, wait, what?
Yeah. See, I like the curious folks coming in, but I get heated when, these confident, backwards thinking idiots come in here.
The confidence, yeah.
Yeah, that confidence, bro. I'm just like, let me take that down a couple pegs right quick here.
Yeah. See, for instance, like me, there is some good points to where I don't have the answers to. And that's what I like about y'all, is sometimes there'll be something that someone asks, and y'all sit there and just kind of go with, we don't have the answer. You don't sit here and just go, well, that's made up, that was fake of what you were told, blah, blah, blah. You sit there and y'all show of why the reason is that can't be true. For instance, with the can't find the curve of the earth, y'all've got pictures, y'all've got videos of backing that type of stuff up.
But somehow that doesn't stop them from telling us that we just deny the evidence.
Yeah, it's like, what evidence?
Well, all they can say is that we deny it, but then they don't say, here's the real stuff. Like, they're just saying, oh, you guys are in denial. And we're like, oh, okay, so what's the real stuff? Oh, well, yeah, anyway, you guys are still in denial, so.
Yeah.
I keep waiting. I challenge every single person that comes across to me as a globalist, or I call them globetrotters. But I sit there and ask them every single time, produce to me a ball and spin it and get water to stick to it evenly distributed all on that ball.
Yeah, I got a GIF or a. No, I got a meme for that real quick. Check live stream voice text. This one's good because it doesn't have any words on it. So I guess it's not a meme.
Exactly.
But yeah, there you go. You got your spinning tennis ball up top, nothing sticking to it, not water, nothing, and then you got what are those things called at circuses at fairs? What's that thing spinning around in the chairs and the thing?
I forget what they call that. But yeah, the swings or whatever.
Yeah, the chairs on wires being held to a spinning disc thing.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, everything's spinning, throws shit off of it. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to, it's fine. They believe gravity as a fact. They don't even understand their own Scientology of what scientific fact means, and that this gravity is still just a theory. That's fine. I'm not into get a word debate, but not a single globe person has been able to recreate a ball spinning with water holding to it precisely.
No. Do you want to hear what Neil deGrasse Tyson says about gravity and Earth spinning, right? Apparently, we weigh less at the equator because the Earth is trying to throw you off it.
You know, I heard that. Now that you just said that, another thing that baffles me is that some of these astroscientists will sit there and say that the Earth isn't a perfect circle, that it's more like an egg shape. And I'm sitting here going, wait a second, y'all's debate for a long time is sitting there saying that, well, you can look at the rest of the planets and see that they're perfectly round. And you're like, but now you're going to sit there and say that Earth is going to be one of the ones that's off. Right. They get on to us for sitting there saying, hey, we believe in flat Earth. And we sit there and talk to a globalist who sits there and says, well, you can look at all the other planets and see they're round, blah, blah, blah. And we sit there and provide back to them. I've heard y'all say this, and I love this saying, just because you're standing in the middle of trees, you're looking at all the other trees, doesn't mean that you are a tree.
Right.
They're hypocritical is what I'm getting at.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny you bring up the trees. I always bring up trees, too. They'll be like, but what about the planets? I'm like, do you see some trees up there? The Earth is built different, okay? We're not like that stuff up there. So...
Well, and the thing is, it's like, hey, has a human being ever been to Jupiter? Well, no, but we have probes. Okay, and you believe that's good enough to tell what the entire planet's made out of? You believe that? And I just leave it there.
What's funny to me is they sit there. I'll ask somebody, like, for instance, about these cameras. With the camera capturing the moon landing, taking off of the moon.
Oh, right.
I'm like, so who was holding the camera? And they'll be like, oh, well, there was technology to, that could make it move. And
yeah, it was remote controlled from Earth. Yep, with the Game Boy. We did it with the Game Boy.
Well, here what's funny to me, that camera didn't exist for another 3 years until it was available.
No one cares, dude. All the Globers are just like, yeah, well, fuck it. I believe it. Shut up, go away.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
okay.
Even the technology of it was not there. Like NASA loves to sit there and say, oh, we're so smart that we're putting out stuff that's really high end that's not going to be available to the public for, decades. And it's like, well, this one clearly wasn't even in the mindset of being born yet. But you're going to say that you got a camera that can do that. It's impossible in that time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the whole story is nothing but a story, but because people want to believe it's so fucking bad, like they'll believe anything for sure.
Yeah. But there is, dude. Come on. To me, I think that there's a possibility that a small percentage of NASA stuff could be true with some of the images they take. However, because there are so many lies, I have to disregard all of these images that they put out, because once you lie one time, should make anybody question. And once you catch NASA, I mean, dude, I've probably caught them, and I'm not kidding, just on my own, I probably caught them, at least in 100 different lies. And tonight is just one of many times I've caught them in a lie.
Somebody asked me, and you're right about that. Someone asked me one time, and it was on this server, how many lies does it take to make someone a liar? And it's like, well, so I ask a question, do you think the government's ever lied to you? Oh, yeah, totally, all the time, man. Okay, and did you know NASA is a government agency? Yeah, I did. And do you think they've ever lied to us? Oh, man, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
that's where it
and then I go, so how many lies does it take to make someone a liar? And then I just shut up and look at the look on their face.
Yeah.
Tune in next time when I blow your worldview completely apart. Stay tuned.
Yeah. But what amazes me, you think that there would be at least one of these astronauts that would have put their hand on the Bible, but not a single one of them will put a hand on the Bible saying that they've gone, to the moon. So,
yeah, seriously, you guys, and listen, here's what's weird. If they're Satanists and they're the Baphomet people and all this stuff, and they're worshiping that stuff, why would it matter if someone gave you a Bible and told you to swear on it or not?
Because they can't touch the Bible. Think about it.
Oh, God, what a bunch of fairy tale nonsense with all that shit. God, people, come on.
Well, to be fair, there was two. There was two that I remember. Actually, it might have been three. Three that did.
Yeah, there were folks that did. Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then I'll shut up and I won't repeat that. See, that's how easy it is for us. We can sit here and I can say, hey, I was wrong about that. I flat out told a lie, but I sit there and say I'm wrong. But NASA, for instance, or these globalists who sit there, they know it's a lie and they just continue to go down that spiral of a lie. And before you know it, they're sounding like NASA with, 1,000 different lies.
But yeah, they're definitely full of shit. If they really are getting all that money that's claimed, then they're either using it for exactly what they're saying they're using it for, or there's something else going on. If they're not using it for what they say they're using it for, then what are they using it for? Or
they really could be trying to get out through the firmament. They really could be doing that, or they could be just going and spending the money on gold toilets,
Yeah, or they're just saying that they get that amount and they don't actually. Could just all be a big, money laundering scheme.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't go into politics and things like that because I know that's stuff of what kills this live stream. But we've seen enough of why government lies on certain things. Another thing that amazes me is when people sit there and they talk about, they'll be like, so they'll ask me, be like, well, do you really think there's millions of people on this earth that are telling the lie for whatever objective? I'm sitting there and I'm like, it's only a few people who actually know the truth, and they're making these other people underneath them believe that it's true. So minus the actors who are in outer space, think about these people who went to school to learn how to run a computer, and they go to NASA and they're pulling out data. All they got to do is sit there and someone else feed them data that's in front of their face. So they don't need to be in on the lie. Even the president of the United States doesn't need to be in on a lie. It's only about 6 people who need to be in on the lie.
Right. Yeah. And computer programming these days, they could have, a computer program within a computer program. So you're operating what you think, like you're looking at data that you think is, and operating things that you think are orbiting out in the vacuum of space or whatever. But meanwhile, it's actually just, controlling some balloon, that's not as great, not as great a distance as what is claimed and all that. So it's just the data in front of them. They just hit buttons and then, it processes through some sort of other freaking system and converts it. And they don't see the conversion, right? And then it does what it does. And they think they've done a good job for the space campaign and all that. Yeah.
To say it exactly what it is a flight simulator. Every single person who's ever got their pilot license goes through a flight simulator class. Why? So they learn what's going on. So it's just like you said, it's It's a computer program within a computer program that they can sit here and adjust and things like that. So.
Yeah, like I'm not claiming that's what happens, but it's viable. They could definitely do it.
Yeah.
That way. What was that movie? Was it War Games? Where they were playing video games, but they were actually was that the right movie? I don't know. They were playing video games. These kids were playing video games, but in reality, they were actually operating actual like freaking aircraft and shit and weaponry, fighting actual wars.
So Zol, one thing I want to address, because Zol was just sitting here saying that he disagrees with the polar alignment. One thing I want to let you know, Zol, may make you end up being like, hey, I agree with you, or like you said, we both respect each other to, hey, if we disagree, we disagree. But on the polar alignment of Polaris, even though it's fixated for whatever reason, but even though it's fixated, someone that is down in the Bahamas actually sees Polaris at the equator. I'm in Georgia, so I see it about 45 degrees in the air. People in Alaska, they see it like 70 degrees in the air. So you should not be seeing it, like it's almost like when you talk to some of these globalists, they'll be like, oh, Polaris is right above your head. No, it's not. It depends on where on the earth you're at, So, like, let me show you something. A TikToker came across this the other day. Let me find the image. Give me just a second. All right, so check that image out. It's actually a GIF. Okay, now this is my 110% reason of why I do not believe that we're orbiting the sun. And it's something that no one's ever been able to provide me with of how the globe works. So when you're on this, what they tell us that we're orbiting the sun, well, when you're in the summer, okay, in the dark side, you're supposed to see stars on the right, okay? But when it goes to the winter side, 6 months later, 180 degrees, you're now on the left side of the sun, which means that you will be seeing the stars that are to the left. And you'll get people that sit there and say, oh, well, you're looking at different stars. No, you're not. You still see Polaris. You still see the Little Dipper 24/7, 365 days. And it's still at its angle of, like I said, when you're in the Bahamas, it's almost barely above the horizon. When you're in Georgia, it's 30 degrees. When you're in Alaska, it's 70 degrees. It's still at that degree in the sky. There should be no way to where that's possible, because I forget how many miles they say that we're from the sun, but it's an astronomical number. It's fine if you say that a star's directly above your head at 90 degrees. That's fine. You could sit there and provide evidence of how that star is really far away and why it's that way. However, that's not the matter. This is something that's between 1 degrees to 90 degrees that is always seen, regardless if you're facing winter, summer, autumn, or spring, of 180 degrees of a totally different direction, and you're still seeing that dang star. It should be impossible. By chance I lose y'all.
It's a solid point. It's one of the first ones I saw when I was back in 2015. And just to let everybody know that those 2 points you're talking about are 186 million miles apart in their model.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a huge inconsistency in their quote unquote model.
Yeah, I mean, anybody could do it. They could literally go outside, stand on, the right side of a tree, for instance, take a picture in that direction, and then go to the left side of the tree and take a picture of that direction. And I promise you, you are going to get a totally different picture.
I've had some of the Globers try to excuse the way because the stars are moving a certain way and at different angles and blah, blah, bullshit. But it's a solid point. Nobody's debunked it to me either. And it's been 7 years.
Yeah. I actually debunk more of we're not orbiting the sun more than, we're flat earth than a globe. Because even though I lean a lot towards flat earth, there's some good points that I've heard globes to where I can't dispute it, But when it's talking about us orbiting the sun, buddy, that fact alone right there is why I'm like, no, it's not happening.
Mike, what's a good point for the globe?
Mike, so don't beat me up too bad on this. For instance, like in the northern hemisphere, we always see the northern star Polaris. We always see the Little Dipper. So it's at that 1 degree to 90 degrees.
You're already assuming.
No, that's not an assumption.
Yes, it is. Because otherwise you have to convince the entire audience physically at those locations that that's going on. Otherwise you're just sitting here saying words.
Okay, so
Crack,
go outside.
Just a second, man. Crack, if you're trying to talk, you're real low, at least for me.
Me?
Do a mic check, Crack Villain.
What about now?
Oh, there you go, Crack. Take it away, guys. But that's just me. That's just me, John, because I don't like to talk about shit that I can't do myself, see myself.
So let me tell you how you can do this.
No. I'm sorry, that I haven't. So if I haven't gone out with you, okay, and had this conversation at those locations, I'm not going to talk to you about it.
I got you.
Yep.
So I'll just tell you how you can do this. So you can go outside tonight. I know you'll hate to hear this, but you can go into Google Sky and say, where is Polaris? And your Google Sky is going to tell you where it's at in the sky. And then you can observe this for every single night for the next year. And you're always going to see it in that spot. So, if you're seeing it at the 30 degrees, if you're like in Georgia or something like that, you're always going to see it at 30 degrees. You can watch it all night long and it's going to be there all night long. I don't know if we lost him or not.
You there, Craig?
Hey, guess what? You can't have a hemisphere without a sphere. Next.
I thought Craig Villain was going to take this one. You there, Craig?
Yeah, no, I'm here, dude. I'm literally just setting up my stuff on the PC, so I'm like half hearing what's being said. Jonathan, where do I know you from?
I'm in Georgia, in the United States.
No, like, is it? Wait, then.
Did you say sorry? I misunderstood you.
Let me look at our mutual servers a second. I recognize your voice massively. And your how long have you been here for?
I was here. I might have been here for maybe a couple of years. That I was on this server, and then I left for a good while. And I just came back literally maybe a week or two
Yeah,
ago.
I was gonna say I thought so. Am I coming through loud enough anyway now, guys?
He's a photographer.
Yeah, you sound good to me, Kurt.
Still good now? I don't want it to be too
Aren't you
loud.
John?
Say that again, Twad.
You're
Yeah,
a
can you
professional photographer?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I used to shoot for the Atlanta Falcons. Was one of the gigs I had. I did a lot of sports photography and things like that. So I'm not one of these that just sits here and does a $500 wedding, you know. But I no longer do it because my eyes messed up. So, and I had to have eye surgery. So got out of it, and I'm basically retired now.
Doing weddings is terrible. Anyway, done a couple.
Hold on, let me turn my mic up. What'd you say, boss?
That might be me. I need to turn mine up. Wait
Yeah,
there.
now I can hear you.
Yeah, it's just that I didn't want to have it on too loud, but I'm gonna have to have my input volume pretty much all the way up. People can just adjust me based upon
Oh, okay.
whether I'm too loud or not, I guess. Right. So no, I was just simply gonna say that yeah, doing weddings is terrible. It's actually really hard work. Like people are like, wait, doing weddings is hard work. Yeah, no, I've mixed concrete as well, you know, and laid hardcore and done foundations and dug up foundations and everything like that. And genuinely doing a day's worth of photography at a wedding can be just as difficult. Sounds crazy, right? But yeah. No, I was just gonna say, what was it that you were previously stating that was something that was inconsistent with with flat Earth, but was consistent with the heliocentric model? If you could, could explain again.
This is one of the very few points that I have not been able to say why flat Earth would see it. And what it is in the southern hemisphere, they see the constellation called the Southern Cross. But while you're in the northern hemisphere, you don't see it. So that's just one that I've tried.
Okay. Right. So the distance between us and Australia is quite massive, in fact, right? So, so what we would say would be this, right? We already know about the bullshit chicanery in terms of with the globe and their claims with star paths and all of that, right? So obviously you've experienced the idea of like the egg being broken in half and it twisting in two different locations at the equator when we take long exposure shots of the star trails, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which shows effectively that there's no way that we can possibly be seeing this on a globe that's spinning in one direction, correct?
Correct.
Right, so that logically follows that if we were to then go, okay, well, look at the star graph, and then the other one, we laid two of them, let's say we put both of them together in a stitched image, right? On the equator, so we do one basically quite a few degrees north of the equator in the northern hemisphere. We take a shot of Polaris, right? Then we move slowly and do long exposure shots all the way across to the equator, then going down toward the south, obviously into the southern hemisphere, right? And we stitch together, and I know you all know about photo stitching. It's quite simple, right? We could stitch together those long exposure shots, right, to end up with like a sort of a layout of the sky itself, right? At this point now, we would have like a figure of eight turn in motion between the two different points, correct?
Yeah, I'm following you on what you're saying on that.
Right. So if we were to say, when I'm stood adjacent 90 degrees underneath the Polaris, I can see Polaris, but I can't see the Southern Cross. Wouldn't you say it would just as follows be to me, right? Wouldn't it just be that it would follow that your effect? Sorry, someone just come up in a different chat.
All right.
So yeah, if you're underneath Polaris at that point, right? You understand? So it took us going to the equator to see the two different star trail paths and their different orientations, either clockwise or anti-clockwise and the like, right? So it's simple. When you're in the northern hemisphere, you aren't anywhere near the constellations that are above the southern hemisphere. But realistically, we don't have any hemisphere, do we? We do not have a globe that is there in order for us to have something to hide something. This is easily shown by the star trails that we see on the equator, where they are basically orbiting. We can use that word because it just means a circular path above, orbiting at the equator in different clockwise and anti-clockwise directionalities. So it's that simple, bro. We're just not anywhere near the Southern Cross, so we can't observe the Southern Cross, right?
So let me ask you this then, because that's a very, very fair point. That's how I used to think. However, my only problem is like if you're looking at the flat Earth map, you have the tip of South Africa, you got this tip of Argentina, and you got Australia. All three of those points can see the Southern Cross, but not a single one of them can see Polaris.
Right, so you might have to repeat some of that in a minute, but again, you're talking about a flat Earth map. Which one are you talking about to start with? If you will, you could maybe drop it into the live stream voice text for us to have a little look at.
And see, that may be where I'm messing up. Is what type of flat Earth do we actually have?
Well, we don't know. We've not had a chance to map out. Obviously, the Globers have had everything actually done for them in terms of this backward engineered model that they've got in the heliocentric one, right? Like we unfortunately haven't. We actually haven't got that. We haven't had, unfortunately, we didn't have it all laid out before us. But at the same time, that's a brilliant thing because obviously that's what got us here in the first place. All the lies and all of the bullshit chicanery, like I was saying before, that is already drawn out for these people already, and they can just follow that. And as they follow that, they all just lie and bury themselves further into positions that they have to keep hold of, making their sort of worldview and the actual world that we live in, right? Something that has to be a globe and has to be this way. But at the same time, science can change, so they will change their opinion on the very things they're very rigid on today, tomorrow, just as long as one of the priests from in their cult says so, right? So we need to just be careful that we're not like going, oh yeah. What we'll do is we'll look at the, let's say, AE map, the equidistant map, right? Or as azimuth, is it azimuth or equidistant map? Sorry, but yeah. So if we're looking at that map, that again is a globe map. It's a global map that's used to navigate the seas.
Yeah,
so it's like,
can I point something out really quick, Craig Villain, if you don't mind? All right, so the AE projection is the globe. If flat earthers disagree with me, I want you to, because it actually is. It's a projection of the globe from the top down, right? I mean, it describes the path of the sun and moon, right? That's not the flat Earth map. But all of these globies say, well, what about your flat Earth map? And what they're referring to is that.
Yeah.
All right. See, exactly. So and that's why you asked. That's why you asked about, well, how about the Southern Cross viewed from South Africa and Chile and Australia? Sure. I mean, but we have people in South Africa that come in here all the time. People from Australia that have seen this, and they have an explanation. Explanations are really at the end of the day. It's kind of like you're my best explanation, and like you said, you can't see Polaris from South Africa, right?
Yeah. Hey, Helio, let me ask you this, because my second question I'll want you to do is show me what you think that our Earth actually looks like. And while you're looking for that, I want to actually throw you an idea. So
I don't have to look for it. Anyway, well, go ahead and throw me for a loop, if you think you got one.
This ain't going to throw you for a loop. It's just an idea that I'm kind of wondering. So if you're looking at the that I just posted, if you say that the northern hemisphere, okay, so where that equator line is that goes around, whatever. What
Well,
if
it's based on the path of the sun? So we're all we all agree on the same thing. The equator, I mean, between the tropics, that is that's based on the path of the sun. So we all agree upon that.
So if the northern hemisphere on here is at a higher elevation than what they actually tell us,
that's a nonsensical statement. Why would you say the northern hemisphere is at a higher elevation? That makes no sense
for the land.
Nobody ever claims that.
What I'm wondering is where you get hemispheres from without a ball.
Well, I mean, I'm just wondering. I want him to explain why he said the northern hemisphere is at a higher elevation.
So I'm just spitballing here, because I'm trying to.
Obviously, that's not what you're the first person I've ever heard claim that.
Why are you posting that ridiculous picture? Where did you even get that? He's referring to this image of this weird looking thing that's floating in space. Why are you even asking us about that? That has no basis in reality whatsoever. Is he referring to the 55 minutes after the hour?
Is it John? Is that one like the space?
I mean, come
with all
on.
the rocks, all the rocks.
The ice cream cone.
Yeah. I mean, at least use an AE map if you want to.
Is this ice cream cone Earth?
To answer questions about.
I mean, if y'all got something, I'd love to see what you actually are.
We actually are here. We've been here for 5 years, explaining the same thing over and over and over again, and you're going to post some bullshit like that? No, man, come on.
My thing was not posting of what it actually is.
So you asked us about a map.
1 second.
Go ahead, brother.
He's not. I've not seen it yet, but I was just going to comment back on the idea of like Polaris, right? So Polaris has been obviously. So when I'm talking about the idea of flattening out the idea of the sky map above us and thinking of it as something that's directly above our heads, right? Both what we see here, okay, and also what we see in the south. You would expect basically to have if it was a globe, for instance, we would have an equidistant differential in terms of when we can and cannot see Polaris or the Southern Cross from just north or just south of the equator, but that doesn't actually happen. What we have is two different distances for both stars, i.e. that which can be seen from a declination north of the Southern Cross and from the south of the Northern Star Polaris.
We do have some images that
but it's not equidistant. It's not equidistant is my point. Exactly. Which it would need to be to sort of suggest that it's anything.
We don't really have pure evidence for that. We do have evidence that there's 24-hour sun in the north. In Alaska and Norway and stuff. I mean, it's quite evident to many hundreds of thousands of people. But as far as what's happening in Antarctica at the bottom of the ball, we don't really have any physical evidence for that.
So let me just clear something up, because apparently I've got some people heated and mad.
No, it's not about being heated. Just show us what we're not.
So
we're looking for. I mean,
can I
you're
explain
trying to give us a gotcha, then we've already come across every single.
He must be accusing me of being heated and mad, so I'd love to hear his marvelous explanation for that ridiculous image. Yes, please tell me.
That image was,
but okay,
I'll put your mind at ease, John. I'm not the least bit heated, nor am I mad. But please, by all means, explain why you put that ridiculous cartoon image into the live stream, voice text image, go out onto our YouTube
as
live stream.
If we think.
Hi, Mary Mom.
Hello.
Yeah.
So
go ahead, John, explain it.
Okay, so the reason why I posted that image is just because me and Crack were discussing of how this could be possible. That's it. I was not saying that this is exactly what it is, or even what it could be.
All right. Do you think some flat earthers might think that's what it is?
Yeah, I've
Well,
seen flat earthers sit there and say that's what they.
right. Have you ever seen a flat earther
Yeah, so
post that image
hold
before?
on, guys. Let me just explain. So maybe I feel like John Dunn's been here a while, but maybe no one's explained to him the purpose of psyops or controlled oppositions. I mean, do you not understand the concept of what the Flat Earth Society exists for? I can explain it to you. You must not know. You wouldn't put that image.
So,
Yeah, just
yeah, if you want to explain it, cool. And I'd like to know,
okay, great.
what y'all's theory is of what you think that it possibly could look like, even though we honestly don't know.
Okay, so the main problem, the reason why, if you look in the rules, it talks about how we're not the Flat Earth Society and how we try to counter Flat Earth Society propaganda is because the Flat Earth Society is most conclusively an organization that was put out to try to discredit the actual truth of the Earth being flat and the fact that there is absolutely zero scientific evidence that we live on a globe. And that is the whole point. That's why we don't sit here and argue over models, is because it's pointless. We have no necessity to do that because there's no evidence being presented for this globe. In fact, the geometry of the globe has been disproven numerous times by numerous long-distance observations and laser tests. There's absolutely zero reason for us to explain anything for you or to present any model whatsoever. All we need to do is sit here all day and shoot down the old model. It's not even like county fair level of duck, shooting in a. It's more like shooting fish in a barrel, right? That's what it's like. So we don't need to put out any model, and in fact, it's a bad idea if we don't do it because that is how people get people to go down rabbit trails. That's what the Flat Earth Society is all about. I've been to their forums. It's the first place I went when I tried to Google Flat Earth. And what they do is they sit around all day, just like you're doing now. You'd love it, actually. Actually, John, you should join the Flat Earth Society. Come back and tell us what it's all about, because that's what they do. You'd love it all day long. They debate Flat Earth models. They talk about, is it being pushed up through space in 9.8 meters per second squared? Is it surrounded by an ice wall? No, it's not. It's this, it's that, it's the other thing. Because they exist to get people to waste their energy arguing about that stuff when it's completely unnecessary, because the globe has zero evidence to back it up. So I know people who don't want to accept the obvious truth that the globe is a lie want to jump on all these other arguments and want us to prove something to you and show you the map, this thing, that thing. Yeah, there's plenty of so-called flat earthers who will do that for you. Not here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. You have to go to the Flat Earth Society forum, which is run by government agents, confirmed. I mean, its whole reason to exist is because the flat earth is obviously a revolutionary concept, since it strikes at the root of the military-industrial prison educational media complex, and it also strikes at the root of the multi-billion-dollar fraud known as NASA. So, of course, it's not popular among government types, so what they do with any kind of potentially revolutionary idea that might come out is they get out ahead of it, and they set up roadblocks, and they set up so-called official organizations like the Flat Earth Society to confuse people and to lead them astray. So that's why we don't like images like that going out into our live stream, and why we have to call them out, because if someone might be watching this on YouTube, they might see that image and they might think that that's an image of our Earth, and so that's why I had to call you out on it. I'm not upset with you. It's not your fault that you Googled it and found that. Of course that's what you're going to find. You're not going to find the truth. That's why. Thanks for letting me explain, and thanks for explaining your position, John.
So, yeah, I totally respect what you said, and I agree with you with calling out false things that are said.
Well, sure. I mean, John,
then we
you
got
posted
something in
that
common.
images. Has any flat earther? I don't know how long you've been in the server, but no flat earther would ever post, not inside this server, would ever post an image like that and say that's the flat Earth.
Okay. Do y'all have a theory or anything of what you think that it could look like? Because my only reason why this was even brought up is just because me and Crack
John,
were talking about.
you know what the flat Earth looks like? Walk outside your door and look at it. That's what flat Earth looks like.
Yeah, I try to sum it up as best as I could in my message to you, John, about the puppet. Like we don't have that perspective on the Earth, so we can't create a little Hot Wheels of the Earth because we just can't see the whole thing, brother. So Helio's right. I'm forced to say, what does it look like? Well, it looks like when you go outside. You know,
looks like Earth.
There's
everywhere
really no better answer.
Everywhere you go, whether you're on an airplane, at 35,000 feet or 80,000 feet, if you've been, privileged enough to travel on the Concorde, when it was still running, it's Earth, man. I mean, are you trying to say that Earth is not what it presents itself to be? Do you think that Earth is not a level stationary plane, even though it looks like it's a level stationary plane?
To me, I have no idea, and it's kind of like what you were saying. You go outside.
Cool. I mean, so who do you believe? Don't believe us. You can walk outside your front door and go experience the Earth the way that it presents itself.
Let me say something that might come off as dickish, but I gotta ask, John, what about astrophotography has anything to do with the Earth measuring flat?
Nothing.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. There's nothing that I can provide in astrophotography.
And on that point, do you think that flat earthers actually have a point? An argument to actually? Is there anything in our side? Because a lot of times we're criticized because and people will say, "Hey, you guys you don't believe in gravity, and flat earthers, you just." No, for the most part, I mean, we have very decent arguments, and I think we do, but
yeah. So like there's by astrophotography, like the question that was just asked. There's nothing that I've done in astrophotography that's proved that it's a globe or that it's flat. There's nothing. There's no way to observe that.
You're gonna have to fucking have a very powerful camera to take a picture of something 2 trillion miles away.
But you'd also have to travel 2,000 miles away.
John, can I interject a moment just to really add some sort of like context to what's going on here, right? So obviously this started off where, I mean, you sort of said, you've seen many arguments that are in favor of flat Earth, and you sort of basically said that the majority of arguments for, i.e., cosmology, or they're in the thing that we're studying and what it is, being more toward and in favor of the flat Earth. So I just want to make that clear. That is his position. He is he's a globe skeptic, as it were, and maybe like an 85% flat earther, right? But then you stated there were maybe a few arguments wherein the globe maybe has some credibility over the flat Earth, and that's how we got onto that conversation, right? Where we spoke about, we got onto talking about, what's seen from the northern and southern hemisphere if we assume that it's a globe, and what that means therein, and that's where I got into my explanation. If you look at the live stream now, it was originally posted by Old Dude, where effectively we're talking about on the 5th of the 5th, 2015, in many old. It's posted by admin on the. Sorry, that's not the date there. But anyway, it's a fact here that the Polaris can be seen as far south as 23.5 degrees south. Okay. So again, this would need to be something that was, and it could be like a thing that you could try and say they attribute to the wobble, but there's no real claim out there as to.
I'm with you.
There's no claim out there that says it's because of the wobble. And if it was due to the wobble, what we would see is us being able to take this. We would see Polaris from 23.5 degrees south, and then as it slowly transitions to where we can't see it, we would see a slow, tapered change in the degrees south that we could see it from. So it'd be like 23.5 on the top of the day, and then it'd go to 23.23, then to 22.5, and you know what I mean, and so on and so forth, and so on and so forth. But we don't have that, and that hasn't been what's occurred or been observed even. Like that isn't usually the reason. And then again, in the northern hemisphere, and I've seen the Southern Cross. There are also, again, there are observations where I believe it's seen north of the hemisphere. And again, we know that we're not on an egg that breaks in the middle and has anti-clockwise and clockwise rotation
Hey,
of the Earth.
Philip,
People say that's
do
to
you
do with
think
perspective,
do you
but
think
you
that
know.
this idea of the Southern Cross being observed from the different points that are land, that are like from Chile and South Africa and certain parts of Africa,
Are you talking to me?
Australia? No, I'm asking Craig Villain.
Oh, I thought you said Glackflobe. Sorry, dude. I'm really sorry.
Well, I mean, you can answer it too.
No, I don't talk about.
I was just wondering.
I don't talk about sky stuff. I just do the
I was
measured
just
flat
wondering.
thing.
I mean, do you think they have a real point? Because we can't find any.
No, it's sky stuff.
at all.
Before I go, it's just sky
wait,
stuff.
Wait,
Thanks.
We have a lot of sky stuff about Polaris, but we have
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not
minimal
dealing with the ground.
sky stuff about the Southern Cross.
Yeah, I don't care. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to interject here and say that the Southern Cross isn't the point that is usually used.
But keep talking about it. Yeah, it makes us look great, guys.
It doesn't make us look like anything. This guy sounds like he's from Australia or whatever. Let him talk, man.
Yeah,
Come on.
it's Sigma Octantis. All right, it's not the Southern Cross. Southern Cross is not due south.
Correct.
You can actually use the Southern Cross to find due south by crisscrossing a couple of the stars together or something. I can't remember exactly how to do it. My stepfather told me when I was a kid. So if you're using the Southern Cross to find south, then why not just look at the Southern Cross and you know that it's south? No, when you look at the Southern Cross, you're not looking south.
Oh, is that what he told you? Is that what he told you? You're not actually looking south?
Yeah, it would be better to use Sigma Octantis, which apparently you can't even see with the naked eye anyway. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That is very interesting. Thank you for telling us that.
Yeah, see, that's why I wanted to finish the statement. Somebody was trying to get me to freaking. Anyway, that's why I was wondering, bro. Yeah, and that's true. I mean, there are a lot of people from Australia and South Africa that we've talked to, and there's like, you can't really see it, but it's there. Sorry, Dan.
That's what star. I think that's just what stars are useful for is navigation. I mean, that's what they were used for a really long time. So, I mean, what Quadwell just told us is a way that you could actually use stars that would be useful for, actual activities on the Earth. They're not useful for deciding anything about the shape of the Earth or anything else, which we don't even need to decide. We just live on the Earth. Here we are. It's clearly not a globe. No reason to think that. But yeah, looking at the stars, for navigation is a very useful thing. I'd like to learn more about
especially if you want to travel from Australia across the Pacific, toward the east. That's across the Pacific. It's a very dangerous place to travel. If you're
I don't even know how they traveled. I guess if you have a compass, you have to use compass. I guess a compass would be more useful. But if you we were doing, my son and I were sailing the other day, and if you're going toward the shore and you can
you want to make
lock
sure
on something on shore, then it's easy to go in a straight line. But if you're just looking at the blank flat horizon, then it's very difficult to go in a straight line.
Well, anytime you're on a boat, you want to make sure that you're within a shoreline, so that in case anything happens, you want to be able to reach the shoreline. Nobody in their right mind would just travel to the South Pacific and just be like, I'm gonna guess what's out there, except for maybe Captain Cook, right? Just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go by Australia. But I don't think that's the way it happened,
So John, did you feel like we answered your questions, or did you have another question?
Oh no, y'all are good. I was more so here earlier. I don't know if you were in here earlier. I was more so here earlier showing how the James Webb Telescope image they came out with was completely bull crap.
And do you have a link for that you can share with us so we can talk about that?
I mean, I have no problem going over it again. You'll have to. Here, let me quote the image, and then you can go up to it. But yeah, I posted 4 images.
I've been talking shit. I'm just listening.
Yeah, and if there's anybody new that's got a question and wants to join in, feel free. Some people don't have a role, so if you don't have a role,
are there
go
new
up to the
people in
check-in. I saw one. Oh, no, 9ta. So no 9ta. If you want to be able to unmute yourself, if you go up to the VC check-in, then we can have a quick conversation with you and get you the BC verified role so you'll be able to unmute yourself. Sophie is here. Sophie is here, has a BC verified role. Did you guys talk to Soph is here?
We checked her in yesterday, but you'd be the perfect person to chat with her, Dandelion, if she's
All right. Are you there, Soph? Or if you can't talk right now, that's fine, but just feel free to unmute anytime and join in.
You have access to your microphone. You can talk to us. No big deal. Who else? But as far as this is really interesting me. Are you talking about a physical telescope from Earth or from? I mean, because I just saw, recently I saw it on Facebook. You know, and Facebook is what it is. They said that NASA just today put out the newest, fantastic, furthest images into outer space that anyone's ever seen. I don't know what telescope they used. What's your favorite telescope? Talking about the Space Blazer, whoever. I'm just making words up right now. But who is the guy that thinks they can freaking shoot? They can use large ledges on Earth and find the furthest, or even use telescopes that are orbiting around Earth and then go and find how deep they can see in space.
Thanks, Kate Blazer, for posting that. So, Dandelion, that's images I've posted earlier, and that third image that's there is completely bullcrap. I couldn't even recreate that, and no one could ever recreate that.
I like the Bob Ross image. We're going up for there. Okay.
That too. That's a good one. Resolve. That's a good one.
Yeah, that James Webb telescope images, in my opinion, is
no serious. I mean, it's like somebody said, "Hey, well, I'm just telling you." I mean,
it does look pretty bad.
Today, they said
it looks like an arcade game from the 1980s, kind of like yeah.
Yeah, so the
images from space, were they from Earth or were they from an outer space?
From an 80s arcade game. Maybe wasn't there one called Galaga or something like that? It's about those kind of that.
No, those are, dude. That was a really cool game. You played it.
Oh, those graphics were better. With the Galaga graphics better than these.
Galaga is one of my favorite games. I love that game. Anyway. So how about these space telescopes? Tell us about it. I mean, NASA.
He said he acknowledges that they don't look legitimate. That's what John said.
Cool.
The other thing that's, I mean, we can break over this just real quick. If you look at the third image that's there, that's what they say is the James Webb telescope. And if you look, half of the galaxies are spiraling, the other half are not.
Let me ask you this, because we were talking about something earlier about northern versus southern hemisphere, whether it's the Southern Cross or Polaris. Which way is this telescope pointing?
Yeah, I was wondering that too because
Yeah, you should. That's a good idea. Yeah, I like that. I like that you're thinking about this. I like that.
So yeah. See, when I looked at this earlier, I was trying to figure out what of these stars that they're showing here and which constellation that's in, and I don't have a clue.
But you know what really is interesting to me is that you're asking about which constellation, because you can only understand Earth by the constellations, because these wild distances don't exist. They only exist through this weird calculations of space balls spinning around the universe. Earth is Earth. It always has been. It's the center of the universe. There is no such thing as millions and trillions of miles of balls and spinning around in space. Come on, man. Who told you that?
Like what gets me are several things on this. So like half of these are spiraling, the other half are not. So if they were trying to say that, oh, well, there's some spiral because the telescope is spinning, well, that would mean that all of them have to spiral. And then
hold on. In their description, the telescope's not spinning; it's orbiting, and it's stationary with the rest of the solar system, right? And so then they have a remote access to this telescope, right? This is their story. Am I wrong about this?
Yes. No, you're right in what they're saying, but here's
one thing. They say they have remote access to this telescope that they built. They don't give us they don't even give us a story of how they built this fucking telescope, but it's in space all of a sudden, right? And so now they have remote access to it, and then have an advanced version of it now. So it's just, I mean, this is the most ridiculous shit. If you believe this, then you're out of your mind.
So Helio, think about this. They say that telescope is going 1,700 miles per hour, which is why I posted.
I think it was more like 12,700 miles an hour.
So, with it going at that speed, it should be looking at that image of the stars coming at you. You know that's the funny one.
No. The Earth is stationary in relation to the rest of the solar system, so you just consider it stationary because of gravity. Gravity knows what to do, how to hold all this shit together. The shit's all gonna work out together. Gravity knows what to do. Whether you're on Earth or on Jupiter, gravity knows how to figure all this shit out. You can put the math. You can draw it on a chalkboard. Even if you have to use a ladder, you can friggin' have the biggest chalkboard in the world. You can just draw that shit on a big chalkboard, and all your mathematician friends will be like, yeah, this shit makes sense to me, and it's like, see, we proved it through math. Hey, I'm all right. Yeah, Cake, I'm done. CB, I'm done, bro. I'm done. But I'm just calling out their bullshit.
Well, I'm gonna be jumping off. I'll jump on here, I'm sure, probably in another week or so. But thanks, Dandelion, for explaining. She's still here. But thanks for explaining that. Oh
yeah, well, you know what? I don't mind explaining, because I think a lot of times we make assumptions here. Like when I first came here, I really didn't know why people didn't really want to come up with a model because I think it's just kind of in your it's in our like mind that we think, oh, we have to jump from this one model which they say explains everything to some other thing which we're going to say explains everything. But guess what? We don't have to explain everything. Why do we? I mean, it's outrageous to even think that we could be, omniscient enough to come up with a model that's going to explain everything. That's like wildly arrogant. We can explain small, features that we can observe and so on. We can come up with evidence that lends credence to certain theories of this sort or that sort. But we don't have the wild arrogance that these pseudoscientific entertainers have that's tried to give you this cartoon fantasy globe, tell you explains everything from, why your grandmother's teeth fell out to, why we have thunderstorms. We don't have to explain every single thing. We just don't. And so we are comfortable with not explaining it. And if other people are not comfortable with it, that's their problem. All we need to do is show you that geometrically it's impossible for us to live on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. In fact, it's impossible for us to be living on a globe of any size in the way that is being claimed. And so we could sit here all day and keep saying that. I mean, some people get bored of hearing that. I mean, we have other ways to say it. If you don't like that particular way, we can learn to say it 10 different languages if you want. But just that itself is not accepted by the world yet, even though it's incredibly obvious. So we don't need to get distracted by all these side pursuits, nor do we need to claim that we have a comprehensive model because we aren't required to. We don't need to. And it's ridiculous to think that we could have one, especially since we're not allowed to freely travel on the earth where we live.
Well, I think it's human nature to try to understand, what you're on and things like that.
And you can come up with ideas and theories, right? Like we can say, this, maybe it's that, maybe it's the other thing. Yeah, but we don't need to make any claims about it because we have enough work just trying to get people out of the childlike mindset of thinking that NASA, Disney cartoons are reality. So just getting people to accept the world the way it actually presents itself, which is flat and stationary, is a very big task. So we just try to narrow our focus here into empirical evidence and things that we actually can demonstrate. I mean, we do occasionally theorize or make conjectures. We just try to identify when we're going into the realm of conjecture because we are trying to stay down to earth here because we got enough fantasy going on in the multi-billion-dollar space industry. There's enough science fiction going on, some well-produced, like in Hollywood, some badly produced, like in NASA. But it's all fiction. So we do, unfortunately, we try to stay in nonfiction. I actually like fiction myself. It would be fun if we could have the luxury of doing that. But we're in a world of crazy people who try to tell us these science fiction things are real. So somebody's got to stay sober here and, explain things the way they are. And that's what we've chosen to do.
It has to be.
I see what you did there.
Can I just add too that all the globe has is explanations, subset models. They don't actually have an all-encompassing globe model or heliocentric model. So when they come in here asking us for a model, it's kind of hypocritical, isn't it?
Good point.
Yeah, man. If you actually ask a glober to actually show you a working model of the heliocentric, like often they'll point to an actual globe that's like literally, it will say on the base of this globe on it, and not for only for educational purposes, or not for educational purposes. I don't really know. I can't really remember. It doesn't matter. Either way, it's terrible because if it is for, then obviously terrible. If it's not for, again, terrible. Anyway, so my point is that ask them for a working heliocentric model, right? They can try and claim they've got one, but they don't. They really, really don't. Imagine trying to create a working model of the heliocentric model. So you would have to effectively, like a huge gyroscopic machine that spins a ball at 1,039 miles per hour, and then and it's orbiting around the sun. Or is it orbiting around the sun? Because then you'd have to make the sun and Jupiter orbit around that point of non-existent mass of the surface of the sun. I don't know. It's confusing, silly.
See, you're like me. I mean, I think you and I have agreed on a lot of stuff. I mean, my biggest thing is 6 months later, we should not be seeing none of these stars. I mean, so that alone. So, I mean, I think there's probably 8 out of 10 stuff that globalists say that I'm like, I can back up to why it would not work on a globe. Or work on this spinning around the sun crap.
Well, the claims become more in advance and more advanced and more specific as we go on. Like the sun itself. Well, Jupiter, should I say, isn't apparently orbiting around the sun anymore. They say that it's orbiting around a center of mass that is non-existent, which is
You're right.
7% of the distance is 7% of the radius of the sun off of the surface of the sun.
I was looking at that maybe a few months ago, exactly of what you're saying, and I was like, wait a second, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So, and they say the same for Pluto and its moon. And actually, Matthew Learns posted for us a diagram, in fact, of what you would call this, which would be I think it's the Curium point, or whatever you call it. The Curie point, and I think it's the Curie point. If someone could do that,
Curie point has something to do with
do you remember that
metals being affected.
No,
by temperature.
that's non-magnetism. Sorry, that's the non-magnetism.
All right, so you're talking about
yeah, I'm talking about what Matthew posted. Do you remember, Helio, where he posted the graph that had about 60 pixels that showed Jupiter's moon apparently orbiting around Pluto's moon orbiting around Pluto, but not really around Pluto. They were sort of both orbiting around a point that was
in my opinion, I don't think they could observe anything like that.
Well, no, I know they don't.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Oh,
so what was their claim?
Their claim is on stuff that is in outer space, these telescopes, these satellites, and things like that.
Actually, if they actually claim that, can you post a link where they actually claim that? I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, they can't do it, and so it's just they make stories. They make stories. What they do is print stories, but they don't really have any science to back it up, and they don't have any physical evidence to back it up. They're not going to be able to do it with physical telescopes and shit like that. So yeah,
space may be the final frontier, but it's filmed in a Hollywood basement.
Or you just freaking throw articles out there all fucking day long because it's almost impossible to differentiate between what is true or they've convinced the entire world about you can see a moon on that's attracted to Pluto. Didn't they say Pluto's not a planet anymore, and now you can find one of Pluto's moons? Holy shit! And what, you do that with a freaking telescope or a radiometric? All the radiometric telescopes only exist on Earth, right? And they're radar arrays, and they're travel. They have like these big freaking dishes that they have over several miles, and they just send radio waves, and they receive information, and then it's fed to a computer team, and they're like, "This is what space looks like," and then they make pictures of space through their through their CGI shit. Nobody has a real.
Hey Helio, what do you think about when they say
You
the
know
sun
what
is going
space
to
looks like
expand
only
and
by optical
consume the
telescopes.
Earth?
It's
What are
the
your
only
thoughts
way
about
to
that?
know what's
Wait there. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm done with the rant. Who was that? Go ahead.
Oh, Helio, I was asking you. What are your thoughts about when they tell us that the sun is going to expand and consume the Earth in like 1 billion years or whatever?
I mean, who could ever know? But I mean, that's not even what Earth is.
I mean, I personally, I think
that's
it's
the
going to happen much
story. That's
sooner.
a story that they convinced a lot of people of. But
Yeah, I think it's going to happen much sooner than they think.
I don't even a timeline of what you think that sun will actually consume the Earth at a certain point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the sun is already like hardwired to like blow up and consume everything one day, like a black hole.
Why do you think that?
Yeah, I mean, they talked about it. You know what I mean? I think it all lines up. It's very clear.
How about you give a coherent statement without keep saying, I know this is what they told me when I was growing up. Yes, they scared the shit out of us about stars, exploding and shit. The sun is. Do you realize you wouldn't exist if the sun didn't exist?
I mean, I've heard about like photosynthesis and stuff.
Wait. Heard about? What did you hear? What did you hear?
I thought it makes like oxygen so we could breathe.
The sun doesn't make oxygen.
I said photosynthesis creates oxygen.
The Earth, oxygen comes from the Earth. The sun,
yeah, but the Earth makes it through the food or whatever, right?
The sun gives energy and life to Earth. That's the sun.
Yeah, but they breathe the stuff that we don't.
They who?
They eat the stuff that we don't.
They who? Who are you talking about? Who's they?
The plants.
Oh, the plant. Well, we eat plants and we utilize them for many different purposes.
We use. Yeah, I mean, I don't eat that shit, bro.
You don't eat plants?
Nah, I eat meat, dog.
Just meat.
Yeah, as much as possible.
This fucking guy. This is all. This is one of the closest things to the most retarded thing I've ever had a conversation with someone on here. So you're either going to redeem yourself and act like you've actually eaten plants before, or you're just going to. I'm just going to call you full of shit because
I mean, I don't
every
think
single human on
I don't
the
think
planet.
it's a plane either.
Every single person on the planet has eaten plants. I enjoy eating plants.
Yeah, I mean, I had to give it up, dude. I had to give it up a long time ago.
He said he doesn't think it's a globe, but he doesn't think it's a plane either. Is that what you said, Fred Farms?
He
that's
also
correct.
doesn't think it's beneficial to eat plants.
Could you elaborate on that statement about?
I said I don't think it's a globe, but I don't think it's a plane either.
So what do you think it is then?
Something else.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that you don't think it's a plane. I mean, we don't necessarily think it's just a flat plane like a disc or something like that. I don't know exactly what you mean by a
Yeah, I mean,
plane.
it's not a plane. Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
Hey, Fred, for the most part, what we do, we talk about what we know or what we don't know. We're actually here to learn and discover things from each other. We have an open dialogue. And Fred, are you here to have that conversation, or do you just want to say, "I've never eaten lettuce before because that would be dumb"? Hey, Fred Farms.
Well, Fred, what led you to the conclusion that it's not a globe?
Long distance observations.
Cool. Well, we got something in common then.
Do you have anything else to say about it, Fred? I mean, long distance. I mean, Earth looks flat to everybody on Earth. Yes, it looks flat. Okay. Well, so Fred, Go ahead, or anyone else.
Let me ask.
I don't think the Earth is stationary either. I think it moves all the time.
Really? Where's it moving to?
Well, I'm saying like sometimes if you got caught in quicksand, you could rotate the Earth inside of it under that pressure.
What?
I don't even like the word eek, but this dude is eek.
No. But like when you get in quicksand, don't you think like the Earth is moving underneath you as you're sinking? It's like consuming you. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's some movement underneath that
What's
pressure.
happening there is the sand beneath you. Like, you know when you put a shovel into sand and you move it, right? Like that. So
yeah, I know about the Earth. Yeah.
But that's not the Earth swallowing you per se, is it? It's not the Earth moving away from you. It's not the ground that is solid beneath that quicksand moving down, is it?
It's not solid. What are you talking about?
There's not a support.
If it was solid, it wouldn't be moving at all.
What are you talking about?
If the Earth was solid, it would not move at all. It would not change
That's what
shape.
I just said like 5 seconds ago.
Yeah. So the Earth's not solid at all.
Yeah.
Well, quicksand.
You're trolling, Fred, bro. Quit trolling. Do you really have any genuine questions? Because if you don't have any genuine
I mean,
questions,
if you don't know the definition of the word solid, I can tell you the definition if you're confused.
wait, okay. That might be the first thing that you're gonna be genuine about. Tell us about solid. Tell us.
Okay, so from my understanding, it's if you have an ordinary amount of pressure, for example, like a person walking down the coast of a beach, and you're walking down the coast.
We're not giving you examples. I want you to tell us what solid is. I mean, you can even look it up on Wikipedia. And
okay, so under ordinary amount of pressure, if it changes size or shape, by definition, it's not a solid.
I'm not talking about what's not a solid. I'm talking about what is a solid.
Something that would not change size or shape underneath an ordinary amount of pressure.
Underneath what?
Underneath an ordinary amount of pressure.
I'm talking about the general definition of a solid.
That's what I just told you twice.
Is sand a solid? Wait there, I've got to ask. Is sand classified as a solid?
Of course not.
You're an idiot.
You leave footprints in the sand when you walk down the coast, correct?
Okay.
Footprints in the sand when you walk down the beach.
Wait a second. Are metal 9mm ball bearings solid?
There you go.
Yeah, when you throw the ball bearing against the wall, does it change size or shape?
No, talking about throwing anything against anything. We're talking about definition of solid.
Helio, I know.
Okay, when you pick up a piece of earth and you throw it against the wall, does the earth change size or shape?
Wait there, Helio. Let me just do this with him, please. Right. So, what you're not understanding right now is that if I've got a multitude of 9mm ball bearings, let's say I put them in a swimming pool, you may stand on them and you may sink into them, correct? But none of them change size or shape. It's the same with quicksand.
Now, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but there's other definitions of earth that mean cultivatable soil. So if you were to scale the earth down to a single molecule, that single molecule is not going to be able to sustain life. So that argument's kind of void underneath that definition.
What?
What? To be fair, I kind of understand what he's saying, even though I still disagree.
I do as well, but he's not understanding that individual grains of sand do not change shape when you fall through quicksand.
It sounds like he's trying to make arguments that we're not making, and that's very frustrating for me. And I think that you should stop doing that. Otherwise, I don't see why we should have the conversation with you. Yeah, you're talking about molecules and shit. We were talking about, basic physics. Is sand a solid? And you said no. That's absolutely not true, and you know that.
Okay, I just told you, right? Are you listening?
No, I'm
so
listening,
he brought
brother,
up the point. Like he said, if he has a multitude, are you going to let me talk?
Not a solid. You better convince me sand is not a solid.
Okay, so like I just discussed, right? He said that if you have a single ball bearing, right, whatever, blah blah blah, and then you have a multitude
sand.
of them.
We're talking about sand.
Same thing, right? So sand molecules. So I said there's a definition of the word earth, right? The topic that we're talking about.
No.
It's cultivatable soil.
Physics, we're
Do
talking
do you understand what cultivatable soil is, Helio?
Cultivatable?
Something that life can grow from, right? So have you ever seen a plant growing from a single grain of sand? Of course not, right? So under that definition, right? Under that definition, that single grain of sand does not qualify as earth.
You're such a fucking
which is the topic, correct?
Yeah, you're so boring. You guys want to continue to talk to this prick? Go ahead.
He's not bothering
Fred.
me. Fred, are you more
Fred.
so a hollow earth thinker?
I think we're inside of something for sure.
Okay.
Well, I want to ask you that
Then
thing
I
that
understand.
you're inside of. That thing that you're inside of, is it spinning around the sun in a vacuum?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the sun's spinning inside of what we're inside of.
Yeah, see, that is what I was saying to Dandelion earlier, is that I think it's human nature that people they want to understand of what Earth is like. So, Fred, let me ask you this. Do you think that we orbit the sun?
I don't know what orbit means, buddy.
Do you think that we're going that the sun is the center of it all? Do you think that?
The best thing about this room is nobody here is trying to convince anyone here that the earth is flat. We have open dialogues, and if you have an honest, open conversation with us, we'll have that. But he's not trying to do that. He's being a dick. So, and that's really, So I don't know how much more time we're going to waste on it. But anyway, if you guys want to talk to him more, but he's not. At the end of the day, nobody here is going to benefit from talking to.
Okay, whoever asked that question, I had previously answered that before you asked it. You can check it on the live stream. But as I said, I think the sun is inside of the same place that we're inside of. I don't think the earth is moving. Only very little. You could say it moves during earthquakes and like worms and stuff like that.
Is the sun moving?
I just told you, like if you step on the beach, the earth moved, right? Because you made a footprint in the sand. Okay, but I'm saying I don't think the earth is rotating around the sun. I think the sun is above.
Is the sun moving?
Relatively stationary.
Wait, relative to you, is the sun moving?
No, relative to reality.
Right. So you're not moving, Earth is not moving, and the sun's not moving.
The Earth moves. I already told you that.
So the Earth is moving, but the sun's stationary.
No, the sun's moving. Both are moving.
Oh my God! What?
Just not the way you think.
According to what?
Not the way you think.
Okay, cool. So tell us why.
Helio, you know
That's
who you're
the way
talking
God
to.
made it, bro. That's the way Yahusha made it, bro.
Well, how can the Earth and the sun be moving at the same time? When it all works perfectly.
I mean, it's just how it is, dude.
All right, cool. So, based on which, how did you find this out? Because
I walked outside. Like I took y'all's advice, right? Y'all were like, go outside and look at it, and that's what I did. I saw some worms out there.
Move, and I'm standing on Earth, and I feel the Earth moving, and I see the sun moving. Is that what you're claiming?
I mean, the sun moves, but it's kind of slow.
Yeah, of course.
Now, if you're in an earthquake, the earth shakes rather quickly.
I'm more concerned about you telling me about the Earth moving. Tell me about that.
I just told you.
No.
You want me to repeat what I said?
Yeah. Tell me
Okay, I
about
said during an earthquake, the Earth moves rather quickly.
No, we're not talking about Earth.
It shakes back and forth rather quickly.
We're talking about fucking guy. How many stupid jokes can you make?
The truth shouldn't be stupid to you.
No, I know how this rolls, bro. Fred, man. This is the dumbest shit.
Word up, Fred. What's up, dude?
I hear you, James.
He calls me James.
What, do you know this motherfucker, crack villain? All right, you don't have to answer
Consistency
that.
there,
You
bro.
don't have to
That was
answer
some
that shit.
consistency. That was good. You call me James. I like it.
I don't think that's your real name, but anyway, yeah, he's kind of a shithead. Whatever.
It's interesting, Fred. That's all I'll say.
It's like I could be a way bigger shithead, but if you guys want to talk to him, go for it. I said I was going to shut up, but this time I am. Go ahead.
Hey, someone was asking earlier of what NASA claims how Jupiter orbits. It's just, to me, it's strange of why Jupiter's the only one that's orbiting like this, and like why it hasn't been thrown off, because basically anything that orbits like that, you're, in my opinion, it seems like you just throw a fraction more of mass or volume or whatever on it, and it'll go flying off or flying in. Nato, I don't know if I'm saying your name right. I screw up everybody's name, I think, except for Crack Villain. But you're posting great pictures. Yeah, Barry Center, that's it. Well, guys, I think I am going to jump off. I'll probably be back in a week or two, but it was definitely fun talking to you all. So take care and God bless.
Bye bye. Yeah, we'll
Later,
see you
John,
next
dude.
time.
Later, bro. Donato, what I'm talking about basically is that, right, so they're saying that it's effectively an observation that's taken through a telescope, right, of the Barry Center on Pluto and its moon. So it literally, it's on Wikipedia, it looks like pixels. It doesn't matter now, sort of the point's past. But I know you want to get to it.
Crack. You know, one thing that's always funny to me is when NASA and all these images that are showing how planets orbit the sun. You know what's hilarious to me? They're always in 2D. You don't have where the planets are like going at different angles orbiting. They're all like perfectly, you know, on like an equator line, so to say, going around the sun.
Yeah, I know, man. It's funny how they really like to stick to 2D, and even their observations through telescopes. That's why I wanted you to see that the Barry Center observation where it's pixels, right? Where it's between Pluto and its moon, where they both apparently are orbiting around this non-existent point or center of mass that doesn't exist, right, between the two because of the relative masses of the two objects, right? That's why I wanted you to see it, because that observation is apparently through a telescope and it's in pixelated form, which obviously we understand once you digitalize something and put it onto a computer that it can turn into pixels, but like even that's 2D, bro. Like, and it's apparently through a telescope of Pluto and its moon. But I think Donato is really struggling to find it.
Yeah, you and I, we can go outside and we see that Jupiter is on a totally different path than what Saturn is, on a totally different path than what Mars and Venus and all that. And they're moving at different angles. It's not they're following each other, like on their. That's how it should be. They should be following each other, in this stupid 2D model is how you see it. But obviously, you do not see it that way. I'm surprised no one's ever called them out on that bull crap.
Well, we do, but no one hears. No, it's animated, Donato. I'm so sorry, bro. Like, I feel like I'm making you go around on a wild goose chase here for something that doesn't exist. It's on Wikipedia. It's animated, meaning it's apparently a lifetime. Thanks, Trace. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It's a lifetime observation. Took him through a telescope. Donato's like on this. He's like, I want to find it.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous. It's like it was posted by Matthew Learns. It's like proof of a barycenter form of orbit, I guess. And it's about 60 pixels. And one bigger sort of circle in the middle. Batflow really liked it because he's into sky shit mixed with Atari. No, it made him angry, should I say? Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
I like that, using the Atari reference. That's really got to anger the space nerds.
Great. Because it's worse than Space Invaders as well. Like, it's terrible. This graphic
Like one
is
step
so
above
poor.
Pong, yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, one step above. No, below that. Wait until you see it. If Donato ever finds it, honestly, Donato, I'm gonna demote your ass if you don't.
Yeah, actually, Pong would be more believable because it's kind of like there's a lot of emptiness, right?
Yeah, man. It'd be like we've got the dark matter in there. We've got we've got two masses that attract a so-called 2D spherical shape, as in the thing that bounces between the two. Yeah, man. It literally is tantamount to them using something similar to something like Pong, I guess. I think that is what Pong is. I'm not mistaken. I can see them using that. You could see them
described it well.
using something like that, though. Like, I genuinely could see them using it.
It doesn't even matter what they do now because they've totally lost touch with reality. Yeah, they just put out whatever they feel like putting out. And people seem to still accept it, so why try to make it look believable?
I think that's part of the fun, though, for them, though, right? Like, really and truthfully. Like, they're like, yeah, look, we got this absolutely disgustingly poor graphic or something, and it's evidence. And you're going to take it as evidence and believe it. And you use it in an argument as well, in fact, as evidence for your argument. And they're just like, they're chuckling, like, well, that's just like, piece of grease on my frying pan that I took a really close-up image of and then pixelated on my computer screen. That was the Hubble, that one up there, look, Rambo. Hubble Space Telescope eclipsed Ganymede. That's evidence of that occurring, apparently. That's a Subaru telescope there, eclipsed Ganymede. Subaru telescope, like those things there, they're observations according to NASA. and space communities alike. I'm going to start calling them space communities. That's what they want to be, right? Pac-Man, didn't give it that much credit, bro. Just terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. It's like Biden falling off of his bike. I reckon that was Biden's stunt double that fell off that bike anyway. I think it was Biden. Well, Boris Johnson's resigned. Seriously? Oh, wow. Someone was saying that to me yesterday. I wonder who will be first to go. I mean, the Japanese Prime Minister was like assassinated as well, apparently. So who rules us now? Oh, wow. The Queen. He wants to focus more on building buses out of cardboard. He called people, he called like the people in this meeting once. He's like, petrified, jellified, spineless eels. It was brilliant. It's goosing all over the shop doing that.
Hey guys.
How you going, mate? I still haven't changed your name yet. That Donato, you did it just as John left. Well done. Well bloody done. Yeah, Mary Mum, here we go. This is a real observation taken through a telescope of Pluto and its moon in a barycentric orbital motion. But don't push the image up so we can't see it. He did it. He deleted it before I could.
Yeah, that is totally Pong. Yeah, they just need them to run into each other now. Crash the orbit. Get rid of the orbit.
Yeah, man. That's Pluto right there. That's Pluto and its moon orbiting around that X there. You see that little X, right, guys? That's Pluto and its
You're
moon
right.
orbiting
They're way
around.
below Galaga. They're not even close to the Galaga level. Definitely
it's crazy,
not even
right?
Atari. You're right.
Exactly. And yeah, so this is a supposed genuine observation for a telescope. For a telescope, we've got better imaging of Pluto with the P900.
Wait, what other things?
Yeah.
Gyroscope, you twist or the images go.
Yeah, the things that you on the end of your eye. Well, yeah, just a styroscope. I can't remember what they call that. Stethoscope. What are you on about?
That's that Pluto wobbling around, is it?
That's Pluto orbiting around that little white X there, right, which is a non-existent center of mass just off the surface of Pluto, which will probably be the distance away from Pluto's surface, something like maybe 9 to 10% of the radius of Pluto. That would be the distance away from the surface of Pluto that barycenter is, and that's the non-existent center of mass in which Pluto and its moon both orbit around. Which is why we see this sort of squiggly orbit that we see here, as observed for definite through a real telescope and then televised to the masses on Wikipedia.
Looks pretty real.
Space was made in a... No, I'm going to stop doing that. It's a good line, though, isn't it? Like, I like that. The Red Hot Chili Peppers. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
California.
No, no. Mm-hmm. No, no. Mm-hmm. No, no. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that was Matthew Lowndes showed us this one. Really brilliant. This was for a proof of well done. Oh yeah, for a proof of a barycentric orbit. That was what we got right there, and a real observation of it as well. I
Hey,
expected
Craig,
less.
you can't just say that. You can't sing that little phrase without finishing it out, right? You have to go firstborn unicorn. What's the next line?
No,
no, it's hardcore soft porn. Dream of Californication. Yeah. It's hardcore soft porn. That's the next lyric. Anyway, I fucking love you guys anyway. But,
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement. Softcore, hardcore porn. I don't know. I can't do that.
No, I mean, dude, I when that album came out, I was listening to it. I ain't gonna lie. I was digging some Red Hot Chili Peppers back in the day.
Who wasn't, man? Seth was good, man. Yeah,
Never
Seth
saw
was
them
good.
live, which I saw a lot of my favorite bands live, but I never saw Chili Peppers.
Did you like the Foo Fighters?
I always wanted to see Flea and Whitey Tidies live on stage. I don't, not because I think he's sexy or anything. I just wanted to see that. I just wanted to be out there in Whitey Tidies freaking playing bass. And just,
Did you like the Foo Fighters at all?
Yeah, I like Foo Fighters.
Yeah, man. I like the song.
Dave Grohl's the shit. I ain't gonna lie. I've seen some videos, interviews with him. He's a really cool guy, man. Really fucking cool. Dave Grohl.
Brambo,
as far as celebs go, I mean, I'm not all about all that shit, but Dave Grohl is one of my favorite celebs.
Brambo, were you trying to say that they were English? I don't think Foo Fighters are English. Dave Grohl isn't English, is he? Yeah.
No, he's not. he's fucking American.
Just my cousin.
I think he's from Seattle, but or somewhere in northwestern America.
America.
One of them shits. But yeah, Dave Grohl, man, it's I mean, I'm not saying he's perfect, but as far as a lot of the interviews and shit he's done, across the years, Dave Grohl is a pretty cool guy.
Well, wait there a second. So, Dave Grohl, what else was it that he was in? What other band was it again?
Well, he started in Nirvana. He was the drummer
that
in
was
Nirvana. Yeah. But afterwards, he established Foo Fighters and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, people like us, and we're all freaking conspirators. It's just like, I want to hate Dave Grohl, but I've seen so many good videos, and stuff that he's done. It's just like, bro, if I had the opportunity that he had, I might do the same thing. Dave is, as far as I'm concerned, Dave Grohl is a decent guy. I don't, but maybe he's a piece of shit. I haven't seen some conspirator videos about Dave Grohl saying, he's a fucking piece of shit. For the most part, I think Dave Grohl's a pretty cool guy.
Pretty decent guy, eh?
I think so.
Have any evidence for that positive claim, hey Helio? Huh?
Dude, there was one. I've seen several shows where he's invited. Like, there was one video I saw where he had like not just one. I mean, several videos where he invited fans on stage to play the guitar And shit.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, he had like an 11-year-old kid come up there and play the song. He was like, "Do you know the song?" And the kid was like, "Fuck yeah, I know the song." And so the kid played the song. And there was another one where there's this aspiring drummer. She was a chick. She was like 13, 14 years old.
Oh yeah,
yeah. You saw that video too, where
yeah.
you know, it's Foo Fighters, and she freaking came up there and played and fucking killed it. You know, I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. I like Dave.
Mate, I remember Avenged Sevenfold doing it with this guy, right? And they covered Pantera. And then so when I went to see him live, I was like, I just in my
you
mind,
saw
I was younger. No, not Pantera. Avenged Sevenfold used to do the cover of Pantera.
You saw them live. They pretty.
Yeah, I saw Avenged Sevenfold live with Stone Sour as well. Yeah, it was good, man. It was good fun. But like, I was thinking about, yeah, you didn't even end up going to Rambo, did you? Because you got a spike.
Yeah, but it's kind of like that going. Well, I actually didn't see, never saw Nirvana live or Foo Fighters or whatever, but I've seen some videos where Dave Grohl he's a really, and I've seen a lot of interviews with him, and he's a really sweet guy, as far as I'm concerned.
You gonna
Unless
marry him?
there's something I don't know about him, then I'm gonna go ahead and say Dave Grohl is fucking cool.
He's straight, man. So maybe you should just leave off of that, you know.
They made a movie last year. It's like some horror movie or whatever about this house where the Foo Fighters like made music in this house. I haven't watched that movie yet. Yeah,
I need to see that.
Let me find the video. Yeah,
maybe we could watch it in cinema one day in a cinema room.
Yeah, we should probably do that.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, I mean,
what I was going to say though,
you might have something to say about Dave Grohl, but for the most part, you're not going to be able to sit here and talk shit about Dave Grohl. I think he's
Dave Grohl, not Dick Grohl, because it would sound like Dick Grows, like that.
Dave Grohl, he's a drummer for Nirvana. Sorry. That's who I'm talking about. But
I'm not. My cousin's just saying stupid shit.
I'm not saying I'm the biggest fan of all of his music, but I just like his spirit. That's all I'm saying. Because I've seen him interviewed many times. I really don't have anything bad to say about him. So.
To be fair though, like who is it again? I feel like Ozzy Osbourne, like again, is
dude.
I don't have anything bad to say about him.
On Ozzy, I fucking love Ozzy, and I love his bad attitude. You know, so it's the opposite for me. You know, I still love Ozzy's bad attitude. You know, so
that's my point. It's like when we had all the shows of him with his wife and everything and his kids and stuff, bro. Like you could tell the guy was genuine, right?
Knew what he was, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, man.
Yeah. So
like people used to say he's satanic and all this shit, and I'm like, dude, come on, this guy is like more humble than most. Like he doesn't come across as a Satanist.
He's one of my favorite. Well, I mean, it's not about Satanism, really.
No, I'm saying because people used to say it about him all the time, Helio.
Yeah, sure, yeah. He ate a bad head, you know, on stage and all. If you hear his story about it, he's like, shit, somebody threw a bat on stage. I thought it was a rubber bat, and I fucking ate it. And he was like, it was a real bat, you know. And he's like, oh, shit.
It's funny that because I got a bat in my freezer that I found dead. Yeah. So I like froze it, and I'm like, maybe I'll end up at an Ozzy Osbourne concert, and just maybe. No, that's not what
I'm the biggest Ozzy fan, so yeah.
Yeah, man. I like him more than Sharon likes him, I think.
I think so too. I think Sharon hates him, and she's embarrassed with this motherfucker. But anyway. Yeah, Ozzy's the shit, man. I mean,
Yeah, so when I went
I think I've seen Ozzy. I think I've seen Ozzy perform live more than any other band. And
cool.
No, yeah, I fucking love Ozzy.
Yeah, you're lucky, man. Or not lucky, blessed, should I
think
say.
I've seen him like 6-7 times. He's the shit.
Yeah, no, like, so when I went to watch Avenged Sevenfold live, I was convinced they were going to ask people in the crowd to sing either a cover song of Pantera or one of their songs. So, like, I religiously, like, and I mean religiously and doggedly, remembered, like, every single word to every one of their songs. And, like, and they didn't do it, right? But, like, if they did, guys, you should have done it. I would have sung the shit out of that. I wanted so bad to be in a video, like being pulled up on stage.
Actually, I don't think I would know every single lyric, to every Ozzy song. But...
Dude, I like at the time I literally was like, even though I was like 17 years old, right? But I looked like a fully grown man, and like, yeah, I very much looked like Matt Shadows.
It actually really took me
about that life.
It took me into my like mid. I don't know. I mean, I grew up different, but it actually took me into like my 19, 20, 23 years old before I really hit, where, because I'm a vocalist and so are you, where I was just like, this is the best performer of all time.
Oh yeah, man! Like have you ever you got when you hear him sing songs that are not even related to that genre?
It's just like he owns that stage. There's nothing like seeing Ozzy Osbourne live. There's nothing like it.
Man, he can sing any type of music good as well. Like I've heard him sing country songs.
It's just like you don't even hear his voice crack. I mean,
no.
I'm a performer and my voice cracks sometimes, but it's like every time I see Ozzy, it's perfect every time.
Yeah, man.
It's just like the most amazing thing you would ever see.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable how good he is at singing. Like, cause like I said, he can sing like opera. He can sing he can pretty much sing anything. But like you're saying, like live, he just sounds amazing. Hilo, your voice would really suit that. Got you.
I mean, it's just like he's.
Yeah, how could he do that? Right?
No, he has. Doesn't matter what age, and even now he still attempts it, even though he has some medical problems and shit. He's just like, I still want to do it. You know what I mean? It's like, and his wife's like, don't do it. And he's like,
just leave it alone.
I'm gonna try my best to do it. I wouldn't be surprised if that motherfucker ends up dying on stage one day.
I'll be honest, it's probably the best way for him to die.
I mean, that might be a media event, whatever. But I promise, if he dies on stage, it's because he died on stage. That motherfucker's barely alive now. So
Helio's already, perceiving the incoming. I know it was an Illuminati killing and all of those sort of stories.
No, sure. I mean, that guy could be involved. With. I mean, he's from England. You know how this goes. That goes with
yeah.
Shit, right? So
of
anyway,
course, Tavistock's just around the corner from me, brother. Like literally around the corner.
But as far as Ozzy goes, that's a different animal, man. Ozzy.
Oh yeah,
Ozzy's the shit, bro. In my opinion,
he's a different animal. No. It's not just your opinion. It's many's opinion. It's lots of people's opinions. It's Michael Jackson's opinion, and Michael Jackson was just shit too. So
yeah, I mean, it's just like Michael Jackson, Ronnie James Dio too. He was like a frontman for Black Sabbath for a little bit, but he was already doing shit way before Black Sabbath, right? And fucking Rainbow. You listen to Rainbow?
Is that the song that's like paced completely differently to anything that you've heard usually?
Not Rainbow in the Dark. I'm talking about the band Rainbow with.
Oh, okay. No, then I have not. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna send you a link.
Just don't bother, bro. Just don't bother, man.
No, you like
hurts too much.
vocals. You like Ronnie James Dio, right?
Yeah, of course I do, man.
Well,
I
Rainbow.
was just saying it hurts too much, bro.
You know what's funny about Ronnie James Dio? He started like in the 50s. He was in like some of those old like poppy bands and shit.
He could have been like a tank driver in World War fucking II, bro.
But he was in poppy bands like Beach Boys Beach Boys was like 60s. This was like 50s shit, you know.
Yeah,
Ronnie James Dio started in like early Beatles type shit, like just like lover, my lover, all kinds of shit like that. But then when he hit his prime, he was like, oh shit, Ronnie James Dio. He's my favorite singer. Yeah, I love Ozzy, but Ronnie James is the bomb diggity.
Dio, can you hear me? I am lost and all alone. I'm looking for some guidance. Can you come down from your throne? I need a type compadre who can fucking rock and roll. My father thinks you're evil, but man, he can suck a cock. Rock is not the devil's work. It's magical and grand. Sorry, guys.
No, I get that. I guess I'm sucking Ronnie James Dio's dick right now, but whatever. But bro, I mean, I can't even figure out which one I love more, Ozzy or Ronnie James. Whatever.
I like that Helio calls me a vocalist. No, it's great.
No, I mean you're a decent singer. Oh shit, that's even worse, isn't it?
What's worse?
No, because it said you're a decent singer.
Oh, that's all I am, really, though.
That's true, but you're a good artist. How about that?
Thank you very much. I have a broad range of different genres in which I can put myself into. You know, you want a Damian Marley cover, I could do that, as well as a Jack Black cover. I could do lots of different stuff.
We don't have to go down this path.
No, we're not gonna.
Yeah, you're a decent artist. We'll just
I don't have my own style to be called an artist. That's the only problem, I guess. Never realised how veiny my feet are.
My favorite Ronnie James Dio song.
Yeah, what is your favorite?
I like a lot of the Rainbow stuff, but Rainbow in the Dark, I think, is my absolute favorite. Absolute favorite. Like a rainbow in the dark. I mean, how the fuck can you do anything better than that?
It's pretty hard to sing that song. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I can do it. I mean, I have to get prepared and warm my voice up, but I can fucking sing that song.
I reckon you could, yeah. Like, I know. It's different. Me and you are different singers, though.
Yeah, sure, but yeah, Ronnie James. But that's not the only one. What's the other? What's another one that's really good? I like Rainbow in the Dark and God damn it,
I can't remember what my favorite one is. If I find it, I'll.
Let me find one. Let's see who can find it first. What's your favorite Ronnie James Dio song?
Yeah. One sec, guys.
I mean, he has like 20, but like the best. Rainbow in the Dark. That's out. That's not in the page anymore. Oh, I got the next one. Hold on. You've been gone too long in the midnight sea. Oh, what's becoming of me? Ow! Ow!
Ride the tiger!
Ride the tiger! See,
you can see his stripes, but you know he's clean.
Yeah, there is no. Actually, that takes place as number one.
Yeah.
Takes
Yeah,
place.
yeah, it does. Straight up.
Holy diver, bro. Look at me. He's the shortest motherfucker in metal, and he fucking does that.
I know, man. Like, yeah, it's up there, right? Yeah, Jimbo 81. Timbo 81. It's not even Jimbo. Oh my god. Right.
That Holy Diver song is fucking awesome. It's my favorite Dio song. I ain't gonna lie. Gotta get away. Get away. Holy Diver. I'm gonna try it right now. It's fucking way too late for me to actually try to.
You sound like you got like a bit of smoker's cough going on at the same time.
Yeah, I got a lot of smoker's cough, but if I was serious about it, I could do it. But anyway, that song is my favorite fucking Dio song. I think we could play it on the live stream. I think we could do it.
I don't know, can we?
It might be considered a classic.
Oh, geez, you're a 24/7 super mod.
No, it's not a super mod, but I'm thinking. I don't think I would get a strike on the channel for playing this one. But it's definitely listenable. Let me. Roger's channel. He's like, why do you play shit sometimes on here? You're fucking my channel. All right, so Roger, what I'm gonna do is gonna server deafen your channel, Roger. I mean, he's over in Netherlands, and he's probably sleeping anyway. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play this song. This is my favorite Dio song. I'm gonna play it. Everybody has to listen to it because you don't have a choice.
Yeah.
I mean, some people have a choice, but you do want to listen to it anyway. This is the baddest song. Ronnie James Dio is the best singer that ever existed, in my opinion. And I thought I was the best singer, but not this month. This motherfucker beat me. Bump, ba-da-dum. The fuck? That's not coming through. I knew I was gonna fuck this up, but just give me a few seconds.
You'd have to play it through the bot, dude, wouldn't you?
I'm working on that. I think I already tried to do that, but it's not working.
You gonna get your YouTube channel.
I had a mistype. Hold on. Watch.
50, 70.
Gotta get away.
Yeah. But the creator never died, Dre, so I don't like that, alright, mate?
I think it's gonna work this time.
Gotta get away. Get away. You know that Gotta get away, get away. Holy diver!
All right, it's going to take another 15, 30 seconds. Wait. Can you guys hear it?
No.
Oh, I hear it. Can you hear it?
No, you're playing it on your end. Hang on.
Oh.
You got the music bot up in here. It's in here.
Yeah, it's playing.
Playing?
Everybody can hear. Everybody mute. Listen.
No, it's playing. Yeah.
Holy diver, you've been down too long in the midnight sea. Oh, what's becoming of me? Ride the tiger, you can see his stripes, but you know he's clean. Oh, don't you see what I mean? Gotta get away, holy diver. Shiny diamonds, like the eyes of a cat in the black and blue. Something is coming for you. Look out! Race for the morning. You can hide in the sun till you see the light. Oh, we will pray it's alright.
That shit is so tight.
Get away. Get away. Swing the velvet line. There's a truth that's hard as steel. Yeah. The vision never dies. Life's a never-ending wheel. Say, holy diver, you're the star of the masquerade. No need to look so afraid.
Star of the masquerade, bro.
Jump on the tiger. You can feel his heart, but you know he's mean. Some light can never be seen. Holy diver, you've been down too long in the midnight sea. Oh, it's becoming of me. No, ride the tiger. You can see his stripes, but you know he's clean. Oh, don't you see what I mean? Gotta get away, get away. Oh, get away, get away. Holy diver, some survivor. You're the one who's clean. Holy diver, let the cops in the blue coming after you. Holy diver.
Oh my God! How can you not love that song? That's oh. Fuck it.
Yo, bruh. What just happened?
That is hardcore shit. That's Ronnie James Dio kicking your ass. This is clean. You know, whatever. I was holding back so much.
Yeah, it was hard not to unmute, right?
Yeah, did you want to sing it too? It's like, I'm the Dave! You know, it's like, who doesn't want it? But yeah, I fucking love Ronnie James Dio. He's my favorite vocalist. End of time. End of time. I mean, it's like the story through the song actually talked about the end of time, right? Did you guys listen to the lyrics? Yeah. So,
Kawasaki.
what was that? Say it again.
Kawasaki.
Is that English or another?
Welsh. That's Welsh. That's Welsh. Me saying it's a motorbike, really, but it's a Japanese motorbike. But like, it's just a way of like getting yourself into the rhythm of talking like you're from Wales. If you used to talk like you're from Wales, you know what I mean? Like,
So Welsh people don't speak English, or is it something?
They have their own language.
Oh shit! Now shit's falling apart.
yeah. So they speak English. They also do have their own dialect of Welsh.
And so
But
it's
they do.
near to the Northerners. You know, I'm just fucking. To be honest, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Well,
It sounds similar to like Swedish or Norwegian or you know.
Oh yeah.
You know what's really interesting? There was a thing that I did in choir when I was in high school. There was this song.
I mean, there was a thing done to you in choir when you were in high school.
Actually, I really had no bad experiences necessarily.
Oh, you did say you were raised Catholic. That's the only reason I said it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, thankfully, thank God, I didn't. You know, I wasn't one of those guys, right? I was raised Catholic, but anyway, during my experience in high school, I actually had a really good choir teacher, right? And so he recognized my talent, and he was like, "Holy shit, I've got a master." Well, I don't say I'm not I'm a master, but whatever. I'm pretty good. Anyway, so but there was this one performance that we did. They called it Jabberwocky. Have you ever heard? You guys ever heard that term?
I've heard of that terminology.
Yeah, and it was a very difficult thing to perform. I'd never heard of it because I'm fucking from Central Arkansas, but I mean looking into it, it's like a German kind of thing, or Eastern European kind of thing, where it's Jabberwocky, right? So
right, I feel like I've heard it.
But I had to learn the language and everything. I used to have to sing a lot of songs in different languages and shit. I never, and I knew some of what it meant, but for the most part, I just sang them. I probably mispronounced them, properly. But I mean, dude, if you're an American trying to sing in a fucking Italian song, I mean, what the fuck are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
Isn't a Jabberwocky from Star Wars?
No, that's a Wookiee.
No, Jabberwocky.
Jabba the Hutt.
Jabberwocky, I think, is from like Northern European, like maybe near, not Norway, but maybe Swedish. I can't fucking remember.
I can't think.
Well, I can look it up. But anyway, when I sang this song, it was part of All State Choir, and we fucking killed it. if you watch any Arkansas all state choir, if you watch if you can find it on YouTube, dude, Arkansas has the best singers in the world. Anyway, let me,
Well, you got links to it. What is it? Say it again.
yeah, well, this one, I mean, shit, this is from when I was in high school. Shit, that was freaking 30 years ago.
You got links to that?
No, I don't think I do.
I've heard some of your music, like links. You sent me shit that you've done before this on YouTube. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've done some
you did.
solos myself, but I'm telling you what I experienced when I was in choir in high school. We had a really good choir, and I actually went to college for 1 year, but I'm not collegiate, so I actually went for 1 year, and they kicked me out because I didn't do the grade stuff. But I did get to travel across the country and sing. So anyway, so I'm not an academic, but I've been talking to people for hours on end in here. So am I an academic or not, or am I just some fucking guy wasting everybody's time?
Probably a bit of both.
Sure, but if you bring up a point, I actually can respond in kind.
To be fair, that is true. That is true. No one would claim any different. I'm sometimes on Saturday, to be honest with you, I was close to
Let me
you.
ask you this. On that point, I mean, I went to high school with many people that were like, "Hey, you don't deserve that scholarship because you're not academic enough to actually go to the go to the college and do this." All right, so and maybe I proved them right because I failed after the first year. But check this out. It took me quite a while to actually say, "Hey, I am academic. I can hear what you're saying and follow the conversation, just like we do every single day here on this Discord server." So if you want to talk about math or science, we can go over the different topics. If they say, "Oh, well, you flunked out the first year of college because you just went for music and you just don't you're not an academic," well, to be honest, the only reason I utilize that, and because I actually took advantage of them, and they took advantage of me too. So it's just like, hey, I was never going to finish college, and I knew that. I don't even know how I went. I went because I wanted to, because I thought it would be fun, and it was. And then I flunked out, and then I did other shit, right? So I utilized what I learned that first year in college, about music, and then I, you know, did what I did after that, after I dropped out, and I'm still a musician and an academic. I mean, it's like, do you guys think I'm dumb?
No, you do. What are you on about?
I'm just fucking with you. I don't think anybody thinks I'm dumb. Because I've been analyzing y'all motherfuckers for quite a long time. So anyway, I know I'm not dumb. But anyway, so it's just like, hey, you're a college dropout. Okay. You think that has anything to do with what we're talking about here? Well, I've been analyzing people that have graduated college, and then I can talk to them for several hours and be like, and nobody's ever claimed that, hey, you haven't finished college, and the reason that I can, say that you're smart is because, or dumb because you didn't graduate college. Bro, I mean, I don't know how I do cons of people that have graduated college. Bro, we all have, through this. So we're not trying to analyze everyone just by their specific knowledge about certain things. We're actually, as far as this Discord goes, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 is to meet a lot of new people, and if they're curious about what we're talking about, hang out, get involved in the conversation. If you feel offended or whatever certain way, I mean, there are resources. Oh, you didn't treat me well. Anyway, but at the outset, it's just like the only reason you come in here is because it's like, why are you guys talking about flat Earth? And initially, that's what we do. We tell you, we think the Earth is flat. I won't say every single one, but we have hundreds of flat earthers in here that will give you an answer. But we all used to think the Earth was a globe, but now we don't anymore. Are you curious about why we think that the Earth is flat now? Now, I mean, you can throw all kinds of arguments any different way. You can freaking invite us to any YouTube channels and all that kind of shit. But as far as all that goes, we've been doing this for several years. I mean, it's like some of these arguments are so simple and so stupid. It's like, hey, I want you to come to talk to me on my freaking Globe channel and tell me why you think the Earth is flat. Yeah, I mean, you already know because you've been here before. Anyway, go ahead. I'm done. I'm done bloviating. If that made any sense, you guys.
Yeah, it made perfect sense, dude. Apparently I'm the monologue king, though, right?
Not tonight. No.
Or last night. Or the night before.
No, you were last night, but not tonight.
What? What?
We're not gonna fight about that one. But anyway.
Bruh, I wasn't even on here last night, was I? Not for long.
Well,
yeah, but my monologues are brilliant. That's why they happen.
Well, I'm just wondering if it makes a difference for some people. I mean, I just get. The only reason I would ever do this is if I feel like I'm in the mood to do it. And so, if it makes a difference, then people can say, give me positive influence or negative. I mean, just let me know, because I don't know. I just, certain times I get in the mood to just talk. So, whatever.
I think you're good to listen to, mate.
And
why do people think that we need
I want responses while I'm talking. I want feedback.
And why do people think that we need a college degree to be smart anyway?
College is important to a lot of people, and it can make a difference. Just kind of depends on your import. I mean, it kind of depends on what you think college is.
Yeah, but I know when some people go, oh, do you have a college degree in astrophysics? And that's their argument of, why they should be listened to or why you shouldn't be listened
That's
to.
a very weak argument against what we're trying to necessarily
Of course.
talk about or promulgate. Yeah, sure.
But they still do it.
Yeah, sure, but it's
It's like
a very weak
that's
argument.
the answer, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Oh, do you have a college degree?
Right, coming on.
Because they're not addressing the initial argument, if there was one. Anyway, I mean, I just gave you my story about my collegiate history, which was I fucking dropped out of college after the first year. But anyway, but yeah, I mean, do you think if I'd finished college and got my 4-year degree, do you think I would be more? You'd take me more seriously if I was like, "Oh, you went to college and you have a fucking bachelor's degree." Oh.
Yeah, well, you got to take people on their merits and what they say, and are they being honest and are they making sense? Not
Wait. There's I mean, bro, I went to college and I think I had more fun in college than I've ever had in my life, and I really exploited college because it was freaking awesome. I had so much fun. So I didn't take it, and I was just like, oh, I'm gonna pursue a higher education. I had a lot of fun because I had a full tuition scholarship because my my choir director had been in, he was a choir director when I was in all-state choir, so he knew me already. He's just like, it might have been a mistake on his end. Like, I'm going to give you a full tuition scholarship to go to this college. And it was a mistake on his end. But
yeah, well, as long as you had fun.
I did, but bro, we traveled across the state. We went everywhere, man. Dude, it was I think I went, the only classes I went to were my choir classes.
Is that why you dropped out? Well,
it's just like I'm not an academic. I never have been, and I never will be. It's just like I'm gonna take advantage of the scholarship. So yeah. Anyway, I did have a lot of fun in college. So.
Hey, I just dropped in to say good night, and I love you guys. I hope all y'all have a great whatever today is. I don't even know.
It's been a while, man.
Shanahonia. Good night to you. Good night.
Damn, Dylan has a song for Shanna. Holy shit.
I'm up for one more beer, man. And don't you even talk to me about rattlesnakes, because I've been without rattlesnakes for. Don't even curse me. I've been without rattlesnakes for a whole year, man.
Oh shit!
What's a rattlesnake like other than an actual snake? You on about the drink? Is that a drink? I'm like.
No, a rattlesnake is actually a rattlesnake. You don't know what a fucking rattlesnake is?
No, I said I know what a rattlesnake is. Other than
there's no rattlesnakes in England. Do you know this? There's no.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I thought they were like. I thought they were worldwide.
I might be wrong. Hey, Crack, are there any rattlesnakes in England?
Only rattlesnake I've ever known in England is one that my friend owned. He had a dangerous animals license. He also had.
She lives in Texas, so there's plenty there.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, they're all over the place here, man. All over the place. We literally killed like 8 of them in my yard. Like a couple of summers ago.
This summer, you've killed 8 rattlesnakes.
No, not this summer. It's been a couple of summers ago. And they literally were like on my back porch or my front porch, right off my doorstep.
You never know when it's going to hit, right?
And they were like, the ones on the doorsteps were kind of small, but man, we killed like,
live in the country,
we killed
in the
2 6-footers, man. They were like
south, man, you never
Volleyball.
know what's gonna hit you, man. It could be like, oh, you know, it's like, bro, you can have freaking poisonous spiders, rattlesnakes, fucking water moccasins. I'm sure it can be that way in England. Do you have poisonous snakes in England?
The only poisonous snake that we have in England is called an adder.
An adder?
Adder, they're black, right?
No,
Right, they're not black. What do they look like?
you're on about a black adder, which is I believe like a car or a motorbike or some shit.
What color
Called
is
it?
the snake? What color is the snake that you have?
It's brown, and it kind of has like I guess you could say. I think sometimes they have like a brown and dark.
Where would you find in one of those brown adders? In a swamp?
Well, you get puff adders as well, which are extremely deadly. But the adders that we get in England, they're found in dunes.
Oh, so they like the dry areas.
Yeah, they like the dry areas, but you'll find them on like I guess you'd find them in some moorland as well. But you usually find just the grass snakes.
Well, here, man, where I live, rattlesnakes. You should look up rattlesnakes because you're going to be like, "Oh my god, that's scary."
I know what a rattlesnake is. It's just that when you said don't talk to me about rattlesnakes, I know a lot about rattlesnakes. I happen to be a big fan of rattlesnakes. I've actually held one.
Dude, I'm telling you, two of these we killed. If you hit them,
as if you think Americans are threatened by rattlesnakes on a constant basis. For the most part, we're good to go, man. We just live our lives. We're not necessarily threatened, but I mean, you have to always kind of, in certain parts of the country, you have to keep an eye on everything, and I'm sure that's the same way for certain venomous creatures in Europe, in England as well, right? Because you have as many up there, right?
some parts of the world don't have that many venomous things, like Hawaii.
I'm actually fucking with them.
Hawaii
They have near as many venomous creatures there.
Hawaii has a ton of snakes, but none of them are venomous. Isn't that crazy?
That's kind of like
it's
England.
not crazy. It's just where they grew up. I mean, it's just the South, freaking Midwest. I mean, that's where a lot of venomous creatures and freaking
I mean,
parasites and shit. They get on your skin and shit. Dude, if you live in the
think
Midwest,
about
you're gonna be. You really. It's like, oh, this is beautiful weather. Oh shit, it's hot. Oh shit, it's just like humidity, and it's just like, oh goddamn, I got fucking 28,000 ticks on me, and it's like, goddamn.
Helio, think about living in Australia. Do you know that they have more poisonous things in Australia than anywhere?
I imagine they have. We have bad ticks in the South. I think Australia probably has worse ticks than we do.
I bet they do too. And I don't have any desire to go to Australia. For one thing, I don't want to go across the ocean. And first off, right off the coast of Australia, all around the motherfucker, is great white sharks. No, thank you. If my plane goes down off the coast of Australia,
I want to go to Australia, but I want to go to Sydney, like in the city, and just play around in the amphitheater and just do downtown shit.
But what if something goes wrong? What if something goes wrong on your flight, man, and you end up in the ocean and you're like, maybe I should have rethink this, man.
Yeah, but I'd rather just stay home. But I mean, I wouldn't mind visiting Sydney. But other than that, I don't know about Australia, to be honest.
But more deadly things are existing in Australia than anywhere in the world.
Dude, I bet they have way bigger ticks than we do.
I bet they do too. And I bet their fleas are way bigger than they are in
Hey,
Texas.
Santa, have you ever been infested with ticks?
A little bit. It's been a long time ago.
I have, and it's how
And
about
it was
chiggers?
the
How about chiggers?
never chiggers, but
Oh
the
my
the fat ticks and fleas. Oh my gosh, our dogs
Oh,
got infested
fleas.
when me and my husband first got married. We're talking like 24 years ago. He had a basset hound,
I've
and
had all three. Goddamn, this is crazy.
I have been attacked by chiggers. Like when I went to go pick plums, and I got covered in chigger bites, and
Did you
I put.
step on a nest? Because that's where
I don't know what happened because you can't see chiggers; they're so tiny.
I don't know, man. You don't even know that you did it until a couple of days later. And it's like
Oh,
your whole-
you know that night you're like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
my sock line, my underwear line, my bra line, everything's infested.
Yeah, it's right.
It
It's
could
right.
get right in the
You're
What the
crying.
heck is a chigger?
What
I
is
don't-
a chigger?
All right,
What's
I'm
a
gonna
chigger,
I'm gonna
man?
send a link to what a
Dude.
chigger is. I'm gonna send a
What's a
link.
chigger?
I can tell
gonna
you
send a
this
link.
is a chigger is like a microscopic
It's
mosquito.
it's a larval form of
It affects you like a
Like a
mosquito,
midget.
though. Like it's like mosquito
Hey.
bites all over you.
dude. If you want to know what it is, I can explain it. It's a larval
explain it.
form. It's a larval form of another.
So it's made out of lava, like from a volcano.
No, it's larva. It's a baby, but what the chiggers do, what they do, is that once when you go through a grass field or whatever, if they're not infected, but I mean they're
Infested.
natural state. This is a natural state. What they do, they attach to mammals and can attach to cows or.
Was that mammals or manholes?
Mammals.
Just
Okay.
telling you how chiggers, how you can be infected by.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Elo, what did you just say?
I'm telling you how you can be infected by chiggers. Jesus Christ, this. I don't know, man.
You seem to be very plain spoken, man. I don't know what's
What
going on.
happens? You walk through a grass field. The chiggers are hanging out. The way that the chiggers, they're a larva from another insect. What they do is they hang out on grass, and then when you walk through the grass field, they connect to your clothing or your skin or whatever, and that you won't even know they're there until a couple of days later.
But it's mostly in the tight parts of your clothing that they attach to. Like,
What do they
say,
do? Do they
your
bite?
underwear. It's like a
don't do
mosquito
shit.
bite.
All right,
It's like mosquito
well,
bites.
here's what they do: the larva, what they're designed to do is to they have like a hook mouth, and they hook into your skin, and they inject something right under the skin, very small. And what it create? They have a certain enzyme that actually creates a.
It's not someone's in time.
Are you
So they're essentially
kidding
they're
about?
eating
You think I'm kidding about this?
So
I've
they're essentially eating you.
my entire body has been infected by these motherfuckers before, so I know exactly what they do. Do you want me to explain it, or are you just going to make fun of me?
So they eat you. Basically, they're eating you because
Oh,
it's
what
an
they
enzyme,
do?
right?
Each individual quote unquote chigger is a larval form of another insect that's really kind of a parasite for cattle. But if you have a certain wave of chiggers, bro, I'm telling you, bro, maybe I'm allergic to them or whatever. But what happens? individual chigger will just put the hooks in, inject an enzyme, create a pus bubble, and this is what they feed off of. Motherfucker, you think
Right,
I'm
yeah.
kidding? No, you,
No,
you
I
think I'm
agree.
kidding. I'm going to show you what they do.
That's never happened to me, Helio.
Yeah, bro,
I've
I've
had
been
chiggers.
infected over in my entire body by these motherfuckers.
But you know, my mama always like when we went like and picked when we would go pick wild plums out on the side of the road and stuff. When we got home, she would always wash us down with vinegar. And I don't know if that vinegar like killed the larva or
It
something.
doesn't necessarily work that way. I mean, it just depends. I mean, I've been infected with ticks too, but it's not. It's anyway. It's because there are swarms of ticks and chiggers and shit that happen sometimes, and there's almost nothing you can do about it. I laugh your fucking ass off until that fucking happens to you. Fleas. I've had swarms of fleas actually affect me inside a city. I could see fleas and ticks just walking up the side of my house, like the window on the outside. I see ticks just swarming, just freaking walking up the window. It's happened before. Oh, you can laugh all fucking day. Wait till it happens to you, and then you can laugh.
Yeah, I would say that as well because I have experienced the flea thing, and once you get fleas, it's so hard to get rid of them.
And ticks too. I mean, chiggers. I mean, it's the same fucking thing. You wait till it happens to you and fucking laugh at me then.
Hey, man, like I said, I came in here just to say goodnight, and I love you guys.
I love you too, Joe.
Helio, I don't know if I've told you, but I think I have to please keep praying for my.
I don't know how the chicks and tiggers. What I like to do, because I have a
Please
lot of
keep
chicks
praying
and
for my
tiggers
son,
out
okay?
here where I live, but I always like to say it's.
I'll pray for him too.
I like to call them chicks and tiggers because they are assholes, and I'm very scared.
Chicks and tiggers.
Yeah, I'm very scared to walk in the woods sometimes because I will get infected by these fucking chicks and tiggers, and it's the most. It's like,
Is that like Hale and Bay?
these fucking city assholes will fucking laugh at me as if they, they probably never have been to the woods, and it's like, I'm gonna go hiking. No,
I don't know.
when you're
I don't know
country,
who said.
when you're country folk,
always on the alarm.
get a
Hey,
fucking infection.
I want to ask you a question. I want to say thank you to whoever said they're praying for my son.
You're gonna get
Thank
a tick
you.
on your balls one day, and you'll be like, "Oh, you'll remember what I said about that."
Because I don't know if you know this, Helio, but my son broke his patella bone, his kneecap, into multiple pieces and had to reconstruct his entire muscle system and everything back together. So he's going to be laid up for a long time.
I didn't realize chiggers were like that dangerous.
No, they're not that dangerous.
They are.
Anyway, I love you guys.
I can
Peace.
show you. I didn't even.
I'll be praying for him. Okay, it wasn't chigger related. I get it now. All right, sorry. My
the
bad.
chiggers aren't as bad where I live. This year, but last year it was horrible. And to be honest, I've had some very bad chigger freaking experiences. Look it up, man. All you have to do is just type in chigger and just type it in, bro, and put it on Google and see what happens to people when they get into a chigger nest, bro. Watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a chigger for Halloween next year. They sound scary.
Oh. If you see them up, you have to use a microscope to see them, but they're a larval form of another insect. But
What do they turn into?
What do you think? So we can't say on the live stream, bro.
Hey, are we? Am I here to teach everyone about chiggers? Dude, this is easy to find. Alright, do you think I'm blind? Do you think wait, do you think I made up the word chiggers? Who the fuck is the dickhead screaming over everyone? Do you think I'm making this shit up that it happened to me? My entire body has been covered up by these chigger bites, and it's a larval form of another pathogen. Not pathogen. It's an insect. And they hang out on grass, and that's how they transfer. And usually they affect the deer and cattle and shit. But if you're in an area where there's an infestation or whatever, and you walk through it, it will fuck you up really fucking bad. And I've been infected by them, Rick, I don't know, dozens of times, and it's miserable. It's worse than chicken pox or whatever, dude. I mean, you're gonna make fun of me about this shit as if it doesn't happen. Fucking look it up. It's easy to find. Why the fuck are you guys gonna fucking laugh at me?
Whoa. Hello, it's just Crackville in here, bro. I can't go off of my current window because if I do, like my Discord crashes and shit. I got really slow PC. Is this similar to like scabies? That's what we would maybe call these. Is it chiggers?
No. Yeah, it's not
in England.
Scabies is something else. That's more like lice or freaking. The scabies is something else. No, these are chiggers. You catch them by walking through tall grass. Anyway, you're not going to find them in England very much. So I mean, it's this is why people are making fun of it. But if you're in fucking Arkansas and freaking Texas and Oklahoma and shit, if you're walking through tall grass, you can catch chiggers if they're. Matter of fact, I said I was going to show some pictures. You might not want to see them, but I'm going to fucking show them anyway.
Nah, we got to see the pictures now.
All right. I'm going to show you what it looks like when you get an infestation of chiggers. It's miserable. I won't find the worst.
I need to see this.
I've had some really bad. I'll show you some that are similar to some infestations that I've had. Let me freaking start copying images and show you. Save image. Now this is on my ankle, and it's it itches so bad. And if you touch it, you could form pustules and shit. If you got, if this one's a minor one. I'm gonna show. This one's a minor one. I've had them way worse than this.
Okay, so lumpy gas in a vacuum is saying that nothing compares to scabies and trying to get them out of the house. It can cost a fortune.
Scabies is something else. That's scabies is more like bed bugs.
It's fungus. What are you on about? Getting chiggy with it.
Getting chiggy with it. No. Well, scabies. Well, if I'm wrong about that,
I swear, this is gonna get us ban on you.
No, fuck that. We're talking about chiggers, man. Which is, chiggers only. This only happens in like wild areas of the Midwest and so, bro. If you get into a patch of chiggers, bro, it's the most miserable experience you'll ever have. It's fucking awful, man. Just telling you. Not fun. Fuck. I'm fucking this up. Alright. I can't talk and show you what it looks like when this shit happens to you.
Yeah, that screen share thing sounds like a good option right now, huh? But it isn't even for what I wasn't talking about running it with the OBS, by the way. Just to let you know, I was fucking just
No,
on
that's
about
something else.
being able to see each other's. I know it's not gonna happen. I was just trying to
We
clarify.
can't do that. We
Yeah,
can't do that on the live stream. That's all I was saying.
well, it's not because it's not like it's going to show up on the YouTube or anything, you know. But
We can't do that on the YouTube. That's
I know
what
you can't. I know. That's what you were saying. I was just trying to tell you.
But
You don't want it on YouTube.
if you want to have a discussion, I can actually make it happen, and I create another scene on OBS, and then we can make it in another room, and then we can share screen and everybody give a presentation one way or the other, just like other people do. We can do that even inside the server, but we can't do it with live stream.
All right, I get that's cool. But back to the chiggers.
All right. Well, I'm getting freaking
Wait, Elio, did you remember to undeafen the live stream after?
Don't worry, I did it.
Oh, cool.
Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe I did forget.
Thank me later, bro.
Man,
I did it like when Shana was here. Like I should have done it a little bit earlier because that whole scene, the rattlesnakes. I can't believe what those chiggers did to her knee. Is it her son's knee?
What?
I don't know. You guys are talking about the chiggers, right? And then she said, "Thanks for praying for my son." Some like those chigger things that attached to her or whatever, they obliterated her son's knee into like 1,000 pieces.
That's not what she said.
I don't know if you were listening, but I was.
She didn't say that, dude.
Yeah. I mean, chiggers can't. I mean, they can go from your ankle to your knee and then go up to your crotch.
There you go.
That's your crotch is the worst place they can infect, and it's not fun at all. I've had it happen to me, and it's not fun. I'm just trying to find a place I can capture a picture of something even close to what I've experienced before with these fucking assholes. And I've had it bad, worse than some of these pictures I can find. Let me find the worst, and you'd be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that shit happened." Hold on. Because all the pictures that I see, and it's on your ankle or your belly or, dude, I've had them all over my body. Well, here's one. Here's one that's like somebody's body, and I've had them this bad, but they concentrate on your feet if you're walking through a field. So they can make it up your legs, into your crotch. They can make it into your armpits, back of your neck and shit. It's fucking horrible. I'm going to save this in pictures. I'm going to show you what it looks like when you get the chiggers. If I actually saved it this time. Go to live stream voice text. I'm going to show you what it looks like when you have chiggers. Like, you really get into it. It ain't no joke. The itchiest shit you'll ever fucking have. Miserable. Yeah. And this is kind of minor compared to some of the shit that I've had before. And this is a girl's torso. And it's on her arms, under her breast. Imagine what's below deck there. I don't have chiggers right now, but if you get them bad, that's pretty close. But I don't know if I have an allergy, but every single red dot actually turns into a pustule for me, and it's not fun. What chiggers look like when you get into a patch of chiggers, and that's minor. I've been into. I thought my fucking foot was gonna fall off one day. Like my whole ankle was just a big ball of pus. I stepped into a patch of chiggers one day. You don't want to fuck with no chiggers.
When are we gonna get some pictures of these chickens?
You want a picture of a chigger? Okay, I got one. I got one for you. Hold on. So I told you it's a larval. It's a larva. Hold on, I got one for you. Hold on. This is the chiggers hang out on grass and shit. Anyway, so chiggers are this. Send the information about chiggers. Copy. Here, live stream, hit paste. This is what chiggers are. What does chigger bite look like? How do you treat it? No, I mean, don't worry about the chigger bite, but I just go to the image. I mean, like I said, the chiggers, it's their cells are the larval stage.
You sure that's not just a methamphetamine addiction at 23 minutes past the hour?
You talking about? Hey, we used to call that
lady's belly.
Picky pox. We used to call that picky pox. That was the people.
I like that one.
That was the meth heads. They had picky pox because they were just picking. No, these are chiggers, bro. Promise to God. But I do know what you're talking about. It's like they get picky pox. They just start picking on their skin because they're high and shit. Yeah. But not that. No. Dude, those bites are real. But you don't even know they're there until they start itching.
They do. Look, a chigger really does look like a tick. Chiggers are
They're
the immature stage.
very tiny.
Oh, it's a mite.
Yeah, it's like a mite, but I mean, it's very, very, very tiny, and you only know what's there. So you have to be careful. If you know there might be chiggers, don't fucking go over there.
The tiny larva, 0.25 millimeter, is the chigger's only biting life stage. Oh, the tiny larva. So it's
like I said, it was a larva, and so what they do is they have like little fangs. They just jump in there and they inject thing which will create a pustule. I mean, if you feel them, which you won't be able to brush them off right away. You only feel them after you already kill them, right? Because the pustule is already there. So, anyway, that's what I'm saying. I mean, look at that article I just told you. I mean, dude, you don't want to fuck with these motherfuckers. You'll be miserable for weeks if you get into a patch of these motherfuckers. I promise you. You just itch everywhere.
I'm coming up with an issue. I can't click on the article because my Discord will crash. So maybe you could just read the article out for us.
Do you really want me to?
Yeah, man. Read the Chigger article.
Chiggers are the immature stage of certain mites belonging to the family I don't even know how to pronounce this. Tromboculidae, more closely related to spiders than to insects. So they are.
I know. I read the picture, but not the article.
So
That's
more
insane.
closely related to spiders than to insects. Chiggers belong to the class Arachnidia, along with scorpions and ticks. So a scorpion is not a chigger. Anyway, so along with in Texas, the term chigger is commonly is used to describe the parasitic larval stage of mites in the genus Eutrombicula. These common mites cause most of the itchy summertime bites that occur after walking outdoors through grassy or brushy areas. I think I just already said that several times. Several species of chiggers occur in Texas, but only 2 are troublesome. One, Eutrombicula, fuck the chemical or names or whatever. Alfredusi inhabits disturbed grassy and weedy upland areas and may be encountered in overgrown briar patches and along edges of wooded areas. I can fucking confirm it's not just in Texas because they fuck with me all the time. I'm in Arkansas.
I'm going to stay completely out of the chigger sphere. That's a scary place.
No, that shit happens all through the Midwest. If you've ever experienced chigger, you don't just experience chiggers in Texas. Anyway.
I'm chigging, brothers. I'm chigging.
The other Eutrombicula splendens prefers most moist habitats. Distribution of chiggers often is spotty. Chiggers may be concentrated heavily in one spot while virtually absent nearby. And that's true because you can be. That I've been dealing with chiggers for my whole life. So chiggers may be concentrated heavily in one spot while virtually absent nearby. Chiggers of the genus Eutrombicula prefer birds, reptiles, rodents, or other small animals as hosts. Although chiggers readily bite people if given a chance, humans do not make good hosts because we know how to get rid of them. Chiggers often do not survive on humans more than 1 or 2 days because of people's adverse skin reactions. See? Because, but when I get chiggers, shit lasts for like 2 weeks. It doesn't matter if they're there or not. Once they hit me, over. Chiggers hitch rides on people who walk through infested vegetation. Just means tall grass, basically. They grab on shoes or clothing and typically explore a host for several hours before choosing a place to feed. Chigger bites are most common in areas where clothing is tight or where skin is thinnest. Yeah, like right around your waistband, they can hit you really freaking hard. Bites are most common at sites around sock lines. Yeah, socks too. And sock lines on the ankles and where socks fit tightly around. And the waist near the groin. Never fun there. Bites also may occur in other areas, including behind the knee and under armpit. Contrary to common belief, chiggers do not burrow into a host skin. Which, I mean, this was, I used to think that they did. It was like they're very small, but I thought they went into your skin. So chiggers hitch rides on people. Contrary to common belief, chiggers do not burrow into a host skin or suck blood. They pierce the skin with their sharp mouth parts and inject a digestive enzyme. Hey guys, didn't I already say
That's
that?
what I said. That's what I said. They're essentially eating you alive.
No. What they do, they inject this enzyme and they create a pustule and then feed off of that.
Yeah, it breaks down your cells so it can digest it.
Disintegrating the skin cells for food. Itching usually begins within 3 to 6 hours after an initial bite, followed by development of reddish areas and sometimes clear pustules or bumps. I'm highly sensitive to these fucking idiots. But yeah, so I'm scared to go into the woods sometimes if I think there's freaking chiggers out there, bro. I love to go out in the woods, but if I think there's chiggers, I mean, I've been infected by these motherfuckers so many times that I'm scared of them. I mean, there's almost nothing you can do about it because you don't even know they're there until like the next day, you know. Anyway, so as the skin becomes red and swollen, it may completely envelop the feeding chigger, making it appear that the chigger has burrowed into the host skin, which, dude, like I said, I looked into this years ago. That's not what happened. By the time you actually touch it, the chigger's gone because they already created the pustule, and so it's going to itch forever. Itching typically peaks at 24 to 48 hours after chigger bites occur, but redness and itching may persist for a week or more for some people. I'm one of those people. That's what a chigger is. You asked me to describe it. I told you what's happening. I don't think they're very common in Europe, but in the Midwest and the South, like Arkansas and freaking Oklahoma and Texas, you can get infected really bad by these fucking chiggers, and it's miserable. If you're going to go like in a grass field where you think it might be infected or whatever, I mean, just make sure you cover yourself up. And the best thing is like after you say you're going to go bale hay or whatever, as soon as you get home, take a shower and wash yourself off really, really good. Could help you with the chigger bites and shit. Other than that, if you get into a patch of chiggers, bro, they're gonna fuck you up really bad. I'm not scared of much chiggers. They'll make you miserable for weeks if you don't do it. Yeah, here's I'm scrolling down through the article. The best defense against chiggers is to avoid them. No shit. Don't walk through grass fields where you think they might be. I just recommended that to you. Wear protective clothing such as long pants, long sleeve shirts, shoes, or boots. When venturing into chigger habitats, loose fitting, tightly woven fabrics with the best to keep chiggers on the outside of your clothing. Tuck pants, legs inside of boots. It's like you wouldn't think these little mites might fuck with you, but bro, I'm telling you, if you don't take care of it, they would. If you go into a certain habitat where there's an infestation, you'll be miserable for weeks. It says on the next paragraph, take a warm, soapy shower or bath within a few hours after exposure. Yeah, I think that's the most important thing. You might still have some of the bites and shit, but definitely take a shower if you go into a high grassy field where you think there might be chigger. Yeah, definitely do that. Scrub your entire body. Honest to God, you don't want to get infested with these. Anyway, that's my spiel about chiggers. If you're from the South, you might have experienced it before, but I've probably experienced it worse than a lot of other people have. But hopefully nobody else ever experiences fucking little mites.
Next time you get angry, I'm going to say he's chiggered.
I'm chiggered. There you go. That might be good. Yeah. Oh, he's already chiggered. That was pretty good. Yeah, promise to God you don't want to have the experience I've had with these fucking chiggers. I promise. I've had like my whole ankle swollen, like I stepped in a nest of these motherfuckers one day. It was just like it took weeks and weeks for all the pus. It was really bad, and it was bad.
Yeah, I can't say I'd enjoy that experience.
I mean, they hang out in leaves and tall grass and stuff. You know, just depends on what time of year. I mean, if you're on the wintertime, they're not. I mean, if you're walking through the woods in the wintertime, it's fine. You know, they only exist like between like 75 to 90 degrees, 100 degrees, or what. When it's summertime, you want to be very careful walking through the woods. You want to stay on trails. Where I live, I'm scared shitless of these fucking little mites. This like I ain't scared of a lot, but I'm scared of these motherfuckers because they're just. If I get in a patch of them, maybe I'm allergic to them or something. It just once they hit me, it's over. I'm just like miserable for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 months. Like just like scratching. It's like, hey, son of a bitch. I walk through the woods all winter, but summertime, I'm like every step I take, I'm like, am I stepping on chiggers? Are they crawling up my legs? And yeah, I've been fucked by these chiggers. I'm always scared of the chiggers. It's just pretty sad. Afraid to admit it. Once you get hit, it's just not fun. You're just like miserable for over a month. So everybody be like, should I be scared of chiggers? Well, it depends on where you live. But like I said, I haven't been tested for allergies or whatever. Apparently, when I get hit by them, they really affect me. And ticks the same way, man. If I get bit by a tick, I'm like 2 months itching the same fucking spot that I took a tick off of. Or maybe I have some type of allergy to these fucking parasites. Who knows?
It can really bug you. Yeah.
Do you guys ever like have to pull a tick off? Just saying, man. I don't know. In England, do you guys like have a tick? It's like, oh shit! I found a tick on my torso. Sometimes I ain't gonna lie, I find a tick on my balls every once in a while. And then my balls itch for like 2 weeks. You guys don't have ticks in England?
Is Crackvillain snoring?
I think he might be. He might be.
He's falling asleep at the mic.
Well, man, do you have ticks in England?
Oh, we have ticks in Australia.
Oh, so, all right. Oh shit! I imagine they're probably.
But to my knowledge, I've never had one.
You ever pull a tick off your balls?
No.
You don't have to answer that question. But I've done it way more than once or twice or 10 times. In Central
I've never had one.
America, there's so many ticks that you, if you're a man and you adventure into nature, you're gonna have to pull a few ticks off your balls every once in a while.
I've had leeches.
On your balls?
No, just on my legs. They'll go through your freaking clothes. Those bastards. Yeah, just walking through creeks and rivers. Yeah. And then you take your socks off and you think, how they get through my shoes? How did they get through my clothes? But, yeah, they do.
Well, I mean, it's just like, well, it's the same thing. I just walked across a grass field. How am I infected with chiggers? You know, it's just like, look at it. You wake up the next. Well, I mean, what's the funny thing about chiggers is like you don't even know until like 2 or 3 days later. It's just like, oh my god, what the fuck happened to me? I mean, you'll have certain portions of your body, especially like I was reading, around your waistband, around your socks. It's so fucking miserable, man. So, but the bites, and like I said, more than likely the mites are dead by the time you actually feel the effect of it, and that's the worst part of it, you know. So if you're
They must just fill up and fall off.
They do. Because they're so small. I mean, when you walk, I mean, like, when you walk and they attach to your jeans or whatever, and then they fall down or whatever to your sock band or whatever, and then they're just kind of climbing around until they can get a hold, and then those chiggers, they have like 2 little hooks. They clip on where they can on the skin, and then they pump in an enzyme that creates a pustule, and that then they feed off of that. All of these chiggers, you know, most of them aren't going to live, but the pustule remains, and that's what's going to itch later. And I sent an article earlier that explained all that, because these chiggers. It's like I'm more scared of chiggers than I am of fucking Nazis. Bro, I live in the woods, bro, and it's like I've been in my yard and in the woods, and the chiggers aren't that bad this year. And I've bought some stuff you put in the yard to get rid of ticks and chiggers, like in the grass and stuff. And I put that out last year. I think it worked, and I'm gonna put some more out here pretty soon. But bro, I'm telling you, when you get hit by these motherfuckers, it's worse than you almost want to die because you're so itchy all the time. You have freaking swollen pustules everywhere.
That would drive me insane. Seriously.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like you have to take freaking baths with freaking Epsom.
No, seriously, go to sleep and wake up and we're still talking about chiggers. Where chiggers at, man?
Wait, did you just stop snoring, crack villain?
Well, I'm talking, ain't I?
No, you're awake. We heard you snoring, but that's okay.
No, I don't snore and I don't sleep.
What was that noise that we heard from your microphone?
That's my new pet pig.
That's your new pet pig?
Yeah. Older me Mike, didn't he?
But anyway, yeah, I'm done with chiggers. They're not as bad this year. So anyway, I've had a couple ticks I had to pull off, and I'm still itching, but it's just a little itchy every once in a while. But the chiggers were real bad last year, and I put some fucking poison out in the yard, and I think I got most of them, and I'm gonna put some more out later. Yeah, that's a good question, Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. How does the Hubble telescope take pictures of the Milky Way galaxy from inside the Milky Way galaxy? Good one. It's a good one, Lumpy.
How does the Hubble telescope take pictures from the other side of the galaxy?
No, Milky Way from inside the Milky Way. Because the Hubble's just hovering above Earth, or it's spinning around Earth.
I see. Okay. Well, just because it's in the Milky Way doesn't mean it can't take pictures of the Milky Way.
Well, we can.
It's the light bending. The light bends all the way around the universe, all the way around.
Wait.
Comes back.
See, we have certain telescopes on Earth that pretty much capture the same image as the Hubble of the Milky Way galaxy. They say we're inside the Milky Way galaxy, so we're in a portion of the Milky Way galaxy. But then they say they can take an image of the Milky Way galaxy from Earth, and to be honest, in relationship to where the Hubble telescope is, pretty much they're going to take the same fucking picture of the Milky Way galaxy they're going to take on Earth from their telescope.
I swear the Milky Way galaxy is just a picture of a pool table, like the contrast.
Right? It's like it's like it's the dumbest shit almost. It's like how far away from the Lucifer telescope is the Hubble?
6,666 light years or some shit, probably.
light years. No, man, fucking, are you serious? No, Hubble telescope is in Earth orbit. You know, it's just like fucking. We're only talking of fucking few thousand kilometers or whatever. I mean, it's just like
It's about. It's just above the height of the ISS.
so. Which telescope is stronger, the Lucifer or any other ground-based telescope, or the Hubble?
The Lucifer telescope's got a better flash on it, right?
Got a better flash
than the Hubble.
So I mean, you know, as far as what they're claiming that they're taking images of, I mean, you know, I mean, if one's in orbit and one's on the ground, I mean, it's really much there's no difference. Basically.
The closest star is 40 quadrillion kilometers away. And
Yeah,
that's what they think they're zooming in on.
Much closer than
What is that in miles?
It's only 39 quadrillion miles.
That's not that far, is it? Really? Yeah.
No, you could get there in just a couple days.
A couple of days in a nanosecond.
In a nanosecond.
I could get there in a second.
You're only 39 quadrillion triggers away. Thanks, Flatter, for that one.
That's why Elon's trying to get to Mars to get away from the chiggers.
Yeah, but I don't blame him if he wants to actually do that. Triggers are the worst.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just too many miles away to even look at, no matter what. People don't think about that.
Actually, what's the difference between Hubble and Sophia? I mean, not Sophia. Sophia only travels at certain times. I meant Lucifer.
Imagine having a telescope and you could see like 20,000 miles or something crazy. Now imagine 40 quadrillion miles. Or
What's the difference? It's just like, hey, we have Lucifer telescope here at the Vatican, and we have Hubble space telescope that's orbiting around Earth, which is a few thousand kilometers away, and then we're gonna show the difference of the Milky Way galaxy, which we actually exist in, and we have just a few thousand kilometers between each telescope.
Just 40,000 trillion kilometers out. Don't worry.
1,000 trillion kilometers. Yeah, I mean, it's the most amazing thing.
Those other telescopes are outdated. That's why we need this $18 billion James Webb. Like, fuck the homeless. We need a new telescope.
Maybe we should make a project where we could just put some rockets on the Hubble Space Telescope and shoot it further away, and then we can actually see something.
Let's just put a telescope on the moon.
Yeah.
I can't. Did you just think of that? I can't believe somebody never thought of that before.
The moon is so 50 years ago, man. We're going to Mars and shit now.
Yeah, bro, that's in the past, man.
They were already on Mars. Why didn't they send a telescope to Mars with the rover?
That shit's in the past, bro.
Maybe we should start working for NASA and give them some really good ideas. It's like, if you're going to send something to Mars, why don't you send a telescope there? Wouldn't that be really cool?
It would.
Might as well just take it on the next trip since it's only a nanosecond.
They need our help. Why don't we just as flat earthers just go to NASA and say, "Hey, I appreciate the work you're doing, but I think if you could actually send a rover to Mars, why wouldn't you put a telescope on it?"
All right.
According to Donato, 80 years ago or so, it was 10 cents to go to Mars. Now it's how many billion? Holy fuck.
Well, that's the diesel prices, but anyway.
Right, we can go to NASA. Say your lies are outdated and lame. We've got some better ones. The car in space was I'll give him A for effort.
Really, an A?
Really, because they've been putting in some new stuff from Mars lately, and it's pretty weak.
Oh, they ruined that. That's just yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like I can't believe. Well, I can believe because people are gullible, but I mean, their new Mars stuff is so.
I'm not going to Mars, dude. If they could find a door on Mars, they could probably find chiggers too. So why even bother?
Dude, if they can find a chigger on Mars, I'm going to Jupiter.
Yeah, anywhere but
One day they
chiggers.
might put a chigger on Mars.
Well, didn't they find one in a rock from Mars? It was kind of looked like maybe like a little larvae thing. Remember Clinton had a whole press conference about it?
Sure. I mean, they've made all kinds of claims about Mars, and they really have no evidence for it. I mean, it's all stories and conjecture. But we already know that. No, we're making jokes now, but yeah, I mean, like anything they say about Mars, they haven't even been to the fucking moon. They haven't even left Earth, so it's all story. I mean, they have. I mean, according to the flat earthers, there's a fucking rodent on Mars because hey, they our story, right? Both sides like, hey, that's from Devon Island. We have a rodent that we saw in a picture that's native to Devon Island. Our stories, right? I'm not saying they're not true. I'm just saying this is. It's like, but nobody's listening to that.
Wow.
They found so much stuff.
Wow,
on
what?
Mars, like, yeah.
What?
Rodent, juice box. There was a literal square box someone found in one of the photos. An archway in a cliff
They
face.
changed the color of
doorway.
certain areas of Devon Island and called it Mars. We're quite aware of that. But is it making a difference? I'm not saying we should stop doing what we're doing. I'm just saying this is where we're at. We can actually show that they faked Mars by using pictures from Devon Island, and everybody's just like, fuck you, flat earth. They went to Mars, and it just so happens that it looks like Earth.
I don't know about you guys, but my life has changed phenomenally since they put that thing on Mars. Like, poof. I'm laughing now. I don't know what I did before the rover was there.
Which rover are you talking about?
Yeah. The one on Mars. Like, I don't know how I got through my day without a rover on Mars.
I think they put 3 already now, but
Pathfinder, Curiosity, what was Perseverance.
No wonder why things are getting easier for me.
Yeah, every time they put a new one on there, it just gets easier and easier for you to. It's like, know that we're the third rock from the sun. It's just the most amazing thing.
And the way they do it, parachutes and helicopters.
Yeah, well, they don't do it through helicopters. What I was going to ask?
Why is your catchphrase, Helio? Earth is Earth, and it will always be Earth. I've never known. I understand what you're saying, but why the fuck do you say that all the time?
Getting picture chicken.
Yes. Well, Earth is Earth. Now you're messing me up. Earth is Earth, and it always has been, always will be.
Why are you saying that?
Isn't it?
Yeah. Didn't say it's not true.
There you go. Now, that triggers a conversation. It's like, what do you think Earth is?
You just told me. Earth.
It's Earth. It's the only place we can exist and understand. We're having a conversation about it right now. So Earth. Now, I mean, that kind of can trigger a conversation. I mean, do you want me to give a different? I mean, I actually have a couple of them. I mean, just like with this 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the best place to talk about on Earth. I mean, isn't it? Is it the best place to talk about Earth?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I think so. So
That's when they come.
So if people want to talk about Earth and if they have any presumptions or, exclusions, ideas or whatever, bring them on in. We're open. We have an open platform. We can talk about Earth 24 hours a day. That's so. I don't know how you're confused about that. The best place on Earth to talk about Earth. What's so confusing about that?
Ain't confusing. I'm just I was wondering why it was a catchphrase. That's all.
Well, that's
Tell me why. It invokes the conversation.
And so. I mean, if somebody's brand new coming in, it's like, if I were to say it, hey, this is the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. What's your? You've heard me talk to people before. I mean, I'm just like, have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before? What do you think so far? What do you? When I talk to people, I want them to talk more than I do. So, especially new people. So that's why that's why I make those phrases and stuff. Like they're curious about the topic. They came here to talk to us about it, so I want them to talk to more than I do, so that they can tell me why they're here.
Why are we all here? That's what I want to know.
No, I know why you're here because I've known you for several years. We actually created this room so that we can get new people to jump in every single day. And that question, you want them to talk more than you do. Because you're just going to seem like a preacher if you just say, "Hey newbie, I'm here to preach the gospel of flat earth to you. And who are you?" And be like, "Well, I was just here to ask some questions." It's like, "Well, nigga, I mean, I got the flat earth right here in front of your face, and I can preach flat earth to you all day." I don't think that's the way it should work. So what I do is say, "Hey, the best place on earth to talk about flat earth is this place." And then when they come in, I say, "Hey, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. How did you find us?" What do you have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?
Nathan Oakley's, yes.
And
Yes,
then,
I have.
yeah, sure. And then they'll answer the question. And it's like, what do you think so far? Then they answer the question. You're not here to preach and freaking preach flat Earth to people. I'm actually here to find out how they found us and what they think about it.
Well, we have Coma. Coma just joined. I wonder if Coma wants to open his mic and maybe answer some of those questions.
Yeah, well, Coma might not be able to because this is not it's not the chicken room. All right, cool. Coma doesn't have roles, but is not. He or she's not serving me. Go ahead.
Hello?
Oh, hey, Coma, how did you find our server?
So Nancy sent me a link.
Go on. So a link because you were in another server. They were talking about flat Earth, and like, hey, this.
Yeah, and I was interested personally.
All right, cool. So, have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?
Not really. No, I just messaged Nancy and asked her more about it, and she gave me a link and said that if I want more information, I can check it out here.
So you're very new to the.
Yeah, I joined like maybe half an hour ago.
Well, have you been listening?
I've been in debate text, and I just recently joined the live stream to see what was going on, if there was any information, or if we were watching a video or something. I wasn't sure.
Cool. So you found your way here. I mean, this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You knew about us before this, right?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, cool.
I knew about the community.
So, what do you think so far? As far as what you've been listening to and your involvement in the server?
I'm not honestly sure, but some of the things that I found interesting is that, like, all throughout history, every single civilization has had a model of the Earth that wasn't a complete sphere, and all of a sudden that changed. And it's not like they were barbarians that didn't know. Like, they had the information at their time.
Cultures, of course, were very intelligent.
Yeah, they base their cosmology on their observation and their experience directly.
So, Coma, did you come in here to?
I came in to gain knowledge.
Coming here to say I want to support flat Earth or anything. Obviously, that you wouldn't do that right away. But it sounds like you're familiar with some of the ancient knowledge and stuff like that. That's really fascinating that you're curious about that as well. But at the same time, since you're brand new, we want to talk about flat Earth. I mean, this is
it's the entire point of the server.
Yeah, well, it's not the entire point of the server, but it's a focus that can really launch you into any. It already sounds like that you're curious about some of the ancient cultures and stuff, and what they might have considered. Have you? Are there's almost no one in modern times now that has been a Discord or on YouTube that hasn't said, "Hey, man, I heard somebody talking about flat Earth." So I actually want to hear what you think so far, bro.
Honestly, it's a lot more chill than I thought it was gonna be. Like, I thought it was going to be really heated discussions, but it's really civil, and everyone here seems intelligent. And, I mean, it seems like a genuine, good community that wants to give knowledge to people and change how basically we've been brought up wrong and brainwashed. And I want to learn more because
we have like 27,000 people that are members of this Discord, and
Mhm.
it's not the same. It's not going to be the same way every time you join. So
Mhm.
just be patient.
You're buttering us up.
Be patient with. Well, I was just saying. I mean, you're not going to have the same experience every time you join this Discord. But tonight, I actually want to hear what you have to say, because I mean, you're new to the server, and you've always heard about Flat Earth before, and
Mhm.
you have some knowledge about ancient times. So there's some consideration that you might say, hey, these flat earthers might have something to talk about.
Mhm.
Maybe. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Is flat Earth what you thought it was?
Not at all.
Awesome.
Hey,
I feel
new
like
guy.
yes.
Have you ever heard of the three things that we like to go over with anybody new to this subject?
No, I have not. I just joined.
Okay. Yep. That's why I'm asking. These are basically the fundamentals of why we know Earth is flat. One, I'll go with the gas pressure first because it's kind of my favorite. But gas pressure requires containment. And it's about that simple. You can't get a gradient of pressure without a container either. So it's in line with the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, and Charles' law. And any experiment you can do with gas, it needs a container to have pressure. It's in the definition. Next is there's been no measurement directly of Earth curving anywhere. And we have measurements that falsify the claimed radius. It would be what we call the black swan, where we see the horizon beyond a known distance. And the geometry claims that the horizon at that observer height that we were viewing in a video that's been made, the horizon needs to be when the eye is 1 foot off the surface of water and viewing out. If the Earth had a radius of 3,959 miles, the geometry mandates that horizon be at 1.225 miles, and we're seeing it beyond 9.4 at a minimum, and that would change our diameter to over like the size of Jupiter, but Jupiter's just a light in the sky. Next would be what would be the third one, guys? I need help.
Right, what do you want help with? What have you gone through first? Right, you've gone through gas pressure.
We're gas pressure, and we're the radius. So Earth curve, gas pressure, and I'm missing the last one. Sorry.
Axial
The problem is,
rotation.
it's actually axial rotation at this point. So we've effectively never, I repeat, never, ever been able to detect any form of axial rotation. And in fact, if we were looking into this, we could say, well, you would say things above my head move around the orbit, whatever, that's cool. But the thing beneath you has never been detected to move. And not only do you not feel the motion, we know you don't feel the motion. We have different systems, even in our own bodies, that allow us to detect motion, angular movement of up to 0.001 degree. The vestibular system, 3 semicircular canals that are in our ear that hold water in a sense, and it's like it's a way of us, I guess, it's like a compass but of orientation of either upside down, left or right, that type of thing. I don't know what it is with your fucking voice, but it's annoying me, your insincere voice. Are you being sincere or not? Not you, no.
Who, me?
No, you're great. No, you're great. No, the new guy.
No, I'm being sincere.
I'm English, mate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry if it comes across as brass, but we get a lot of just riffraff, man. And
yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah.
Just to warn you, I'm English, right? so I'm gonna the tonality. Tonality for the British is like fucking everything. All right, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just playing around. All right, I shouldn't talk like this, but someone else can take over from now because I'll get myself nicked or something, innit, mate? You know what I mean?
So we have a lot of fun in here talking and stuff, and doing the posting and whatnot. But the deal is we're here for you.
Yeah.
Now, I know I am. I know for a fact that's why I'm here, man. Is so that a newcomer can come and really learn what the difference, so you can realize what up and down are, and what reality is, and get out of the cartoon fantasy religion of heliocentrism, because it's really boils down to just a mind fuck. It's a brain breaker, bud.
Mm-hmm.
The globe is honestly a brain breaker. It makes you see up and down.
And I mean, I have a question. So, what is the whole thing with Galileo? Like, I'm confused on him.
Galileo, Magnifico. That guy,
man. History for me, man, is like it's a story at this point.
Okay.
So I don't know about these figures or these stories. That's my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah. So he could honestly just be made up, like, to try to sell the whole idea.
I suspect it, but I can't verify that. So I'm just going to say my opinion. And another thing about our server here, and we're real diligent about that, is we like to talk about things we can verify. However, that is a fair question for a newcomer. Any questions from a newcomer we take, but I just wanted to be able to help how we like to think, just so you can kind of get the framework that we base in. We try to really stick to verifiable.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And
Galileo, Copernicus, Neil deGrasse Tyson, the word of man. They're just men spouting
what they've been
garbage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to add that.
Hey, man, I'll put it like this, man, and I said it earlier in the chat, man, is Flat Earth has beat the New World Order brain breaker. And I take victory laps in my mind, and I cherish these guys here because I see it. I mean, Jesus is my hope, but I get away from that. Sorry, guys. We're not a religious server. However, it's like hope for humanity. I find it here because we can at least confront reality as it is.
Yeah.
Touching on that religion thing, I know we're not a religious server, and I'll say this: I can prove flat Earth without the Bible, but flat Earth is all over the Bible. It's all in there. So,
yeah.
Touch up on scriptures, you'll be led the right way.
Ancient cosmologies, you know.
Yeah.
Not just the Bible.
Yeah.
And this is another thing I like to point out to any newcomers is the fact that Earth is not in the sky; it's under your feet. It's really the lights in the sky aren't anything to be modeling what we live on. They're just lights in the sky. We can't verify any knowledge to their distance or composition. There's no way any human can ever know any of these things. We don't know their actual size, their actual distance. There's no way to know. And claiming knowledge of these... Well, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying we could sufficiently make an argument of us being a tree based on... So, like, for instance, someone points to the sky, they say, well, look, that thing there is round, so therefore Earth beneath feet round. Well, I can make an argument in terms of proximity, meaning, i.e., in proximity to the tree over there across the road, it's a lot closer than said ball up there, so why the fuck am I not a tree? And, you know, we're just squirrels running around on a tree that's bigger than the tree that's next to me. That's probably not... You understand the point? Like, let's go back to what you said about Galileo, because you did point to the sky in order to go to the feet, right? But there's just a cool thing I want to say about Galileo already, which is this. Do you know of the telescope that Galileo used? Do you know it's magnification, should I say, and its focal distance?
No, the only thing I know about Galileo is what I was told in school. That's why I asked you guys about him.
Right, so he apparently mapped out the moons of Jupiter, right? You know, and observed Saturn and everything and all of that. Well, he had a 30 times scope or a 38 times scope. No one sees the moons of Jupiter with a 30 times scope.
Uh-huh.
Like the average bird watcher's binoculars are 30 times. Your spotting scope, sniper is has your spotter that's next to your sniper has a 60 times scope. Your P90, your P900 camera has a roughly is it like an 80 times or
80
a
times,
90
yeah.
times?
And that doesn't even get into like gun scopes as well, which can be or artillery scopes. So I mean, if that's the zoom he used, then you should be able to see Jupiter with a little binocular.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's kind of my point. He didn't map out. He didn't see the moons of Jupiter orbiting around Jupiter. He didn't see any of that shit with the 30 times telescope. So whatever they tell you about any of that, right? Him mapping out the solar system and finding out all of this advanced data is complete bullshit. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. Another thing. Hey, can anybody post the Black Swan here in voice text? And guess, new guy, do you know how to find the live stream voice text?
The voice. Oh, I see it. It says live stream 2 voice text right below the channel.
I think it's the main one we want to. I want you in because I can't post images or any of that. But if somebody can get the Black Swan up, that would be great.
I can't see that one.
I'll tag you in there.
There we go. Got it.
Oh wait.
So
that's not it. Oh shit. Wait.
So when you think of the horizon, what do you consider? What do you conceptualize it as? New guy.
Oh, the horizon. I'm honestly not sure because I've been flying in planes since I was little, and like while I've flown, I've never actually seen like a curve or where that curve is supposed to start. Like I've just seen
that's honest.
I've just seen like there's like fog out there, and that's all.
Yeah. So there's limitations to how far we can see in atmosphere, definitely, or we call it air, and air doesn't take a shape except for the container. So what I just said is kind of offensive or rubs people wrong in this community. It makes sense because it isn't true. We don't have air sphere. That's just not real. Anyway, so I'm not trying to bore you, but so how do I go about the horizon? One, it's an apparent location. It's not an actual geometric location. So it moves back and forth with weather conditions and how high the air pressure is and these sort of things. And we can watch it move back and forth, right? Now, how they got the original radius value. Yeah.
Just one sec. So he couldn't see the live stream voice text because he wasn't verified. So I've just verified him because he sounds pretty cool. And I just tagged you in the live stream voice text. So you should be able to see that now and view the images. There's also someone posted a video which is relevant to what Lumpy is talking about. Sorry.
And Lumpy, I gave you the image in Bedroll and I also made you valued as well. Yeah, cheers, dude. Appreciate the work. So that you're able to post images and stuff now. And all that.
Hey, thanks, guys. And I'll be responsible. 100%. This is important stuff.
We know. I want to give it
So, have you ever heard a Mulder Tollens argument?
I haven't. No.
Okay, it's if A, then B. If not A, then not B. So the argument here is if you can see the image, are you seeing the platform habitat Hill House image? Are you on the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Yep, you got it. Okay, good. So what we're seeing here is that the horizon's behind. Will you agree that the horizon's behind platform habitat, the one to the left?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
All right. So, and the observer, when that image that you're seeing it was 1 foot off the ground, and it's an actual video, so you can verify that my claim's correct.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like just a still; it's a full video or whatever. I don't know how to say it better, but at that height, with the geometry that we were given from the people who promote that the Earth is round in a vacuum, the geometric horizon needs to be at only 1.225 miles, and it's beyond 9.4 miles, which changes our radius to over 200,000 miles. It's minimum.
Just to clarify for the new guy, 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height above sea level.
Okay.
And just as a good rule of thumb, if you're ever out on doing observations for yourself and you want to know whether or not you're what you're looking at in terms of the horizon being where the sky appears to meet the ground, and so just as a rule of thumb, like I said, you're out on the coast somewhere, for instance, and you're looking out to sea. You see the horizon, the sagittar. That's what's supposed to be in your ball model, right? A ball with a radius of 3959, right? You would then just use that formula of 1.225 times the square of the observer's height in feet, right? Which would mean if you're sort of laying on your belly, it should be at 1.2 miles away. That's the geometric confines based on the mathematical formula that we have and based on the size that they gave us, right? But let's say you're 6 feet tall and you're roughly 6 foot off of the surface of water. So at a 6 feet observer height, it would be roughly 3.48 miles away. So you can sort of use a scale between 1 foot, 1.2 miles away as a horizon at that observer site, 6 foot, 3.48 miles away. Just a good little rule of thumb to use. Further than that, then not fitting the radius value.
And then another thing that I like to point out when we're talking about this is the original, how they acquired the number to begin with. Was the claim is it was an observation and a dip angle measurement, and that's just not going to give them what they need because when the horizon's apparent, it moves, and it doesn't give you the numbers. It just the story is so dumb. It doesn't work.
We have Al Maruni apparently measuring. So basically, what he did is he observed the horizon, right, from an altitude, right, meaning he was up on a cliff, right, and what he did then was take the reverse, meaning so he effectively tried to create an inverted triangle, so as to take the angle so that he could effectively record the radius. By recording the radius, that means to go to the center of the Earth almost, right? So it's almost like doing the reverse of going to the center of the Earth on the outside, right? By looking out to the horizon, you plug in exactly how high up you are, and then you basically plug in the dip angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so by doing that, apparently he was able to effectively figure out how far away the horizon should be on a globe. Well, he was able to figure out the radius value, and based on that radius value, we now know how far away the sagittar or the leading edge of the sphere should be, which is that mathematics that you were just told about. Then you could type it into Google, the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet that was mentioned. But this is obviously bullshit because obviously, if the atmospheric conditions of the day are what dictate the distance to the horizon, therefore it doesn't really matter because you can't measure something that's an ever-moving, non-present thing. It's apparent. It's not geometric in nature, so it's bunk. Finito.
Yeah.
And it's the same with Eratosthenes as well. Eratosthenes is another way that they say that they measure, so-called circumferences, or then from the circumference work out the radius value. But again, that's sticks and shadows in the ground. He didn't know the distance from Cheyenne to Alexandria, as it were. He never stepped out himself. He might not have even been a real person, for one. But two, he assumed the distance to the sun, and at the time they were saying the distance to the sun is completely different to what they say the distance to the sun is now. Assumed parallel light rays, while also assuming that the Earth was curving underneath them. Well, we can do the same thing with a localized light source with a flat surface, and we receive the same results with sticks and shadows. So again, it doesn't work for anybody. And again, if we can see crepuscular rays of light anywhere on Earth, that instantly gives a void straight away to the argument that it was parallel light rays that caused us to have a differentiation in the size of the shadow from one place to another. And we see crepuscular rays all the time as they break through clouds. All right, sorry guys, carry on.
Hey, yeah.
To rub salt into the
what would be-
wound, they had to measure the Earth to be flat to get their angle measurements in both instances.
And then another one was, what was the guy with the sticks and shadows? R was part of his thing, so he just injected it.
Yeah, he reified.
It's part of the formula, and you just put it in there. What the heck?
So I have kind of a question. This probably sounds like a troll question, but it's really not. So the stars are just lights, right? Like is that?
We don't know what they are.
I know, yeah,
Light in the sky for signs and for seasons.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just agree that they're lights. I don't know any more than that.
So is astrology just humans making weird assumptions about lights?
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily, because you've got to remember that what is it that migrationary patterns of animals and stuff like that can be mapped out, using the stars. Stars themselves have been used on multiple times as forms of navigation. People have often used them as for navigation, in fact. There would be a point in the sky, for instance, because the sky clock doesn't really change very much, right? We do have these circular patterns that happen over a certain period of time, right? But let's say it's quite dark and it's a certain time of night, and you're coming back from the field before we had any form of formal clock, right? And it's dark, right? And the moon's over your left shoulder, and you also know one of the brightest stars in the sky to be on your right shoulder, and to walk towards the big sort of forest that's in the background. And if you keep walking with the moon to the left of your shoulder and this star to the right of your shoulder, you know that you're going toward your home, for instance, right? Like, they've been used for functional reasons for a long time, and they serve a functionality. But in terms of astrology or whatever it is, right? Attributing behavioral patterns and stuff and the like to, different stars. Well, there is a correlation to the electronic magnetic field of the Earth, right? So, and that goes with even the globe, for instance, right? We have a Schumann resonance and all of that. And people do draw a correlation between, people draw a correlation between maybe where somebody was born in terms of inside of that field at that time of year. We have different countries are labelled. For instance, like Spain, I believe, is a Sagittarian country based on its position inside of the field. And then normatively, I don't know. It's a weird one.
Did that address the question?
Yeah, it's important to differentiate. One is the study of the constellations that have been there for thousands of years, and the other is presumptions of what's out there in space.
Yeah, so I was more so talking like astrology, like how humans, or like some people say that like your behavior is based off of like the stars when you were born and stuff, and like if the stars are just lights, then how would that, But we don't know what the stars are.
That astrology actually works off a geocentric principle. For a start.
I didn't know that.
Well, of course, because
there's 88 constellations that have been there for thousands of years.
All right, thank you. That was a big question.
Yeah, you look at any chart, any astrology chart. It's got basically you're in the middle, like it's all stems from the center, assuming that's you on Earth, and then correlation to the celestial bodies, dependent on which area the sun is rising in, and the constellations and all that stuff. So. Yeah, it is. It's a geocentric principle for sure, and it was basically developed during eras when civilizations such as Mesopotamia and that region particularly, thought that the Earth was flat and stationary and geocentric.
So is there like a general consensus on like the exact like shape or how the Earth is shaped, or is it more just like interpretation and guesswork at this point? Because I know it's not like a 2D plane, obviously.
It's what we observe and what we can confirm with laser tests across large bodies of water, and just even looking at the dynamics. Liquids, they seek their level. They don't curve.
Yeah, that's someone just put it in chat. That was the model I was talking about, how like ancient civilizations throughout history have had a model of the Earth that isn't flat. It's more like a half circle or even like a cone.
Well, I think in some of those images they're depicting a firmament which separates the waters above from the waters below, creates that barrier between, which gives us our contained pressurized system that we breathe in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Without that separation of what they claim to be as a 10 to the negative torus vacuum of space, without the separation, we wouldn't be breathing. And there's no way they're going there because they would have to penetrate that barrier.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, so the general population takes it on faith based on what is presented to them by space agencies, so-called, that what they tell us about the sky is true. They just take it on faith. There's no way that any regular person can verify those claims.
They also make going to Mars or the moon seem like a trip to the store for bread and milk, like anyone can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if it was that easy, then why was there so little people that have been up there?
Yeah, you got it. Hey, I got another thing I'd like to go over with you. That's, for me, a real solid evidence is okay, so going back to, say, the 1700s, for the purpose of navigation, people would triangulate on Earth to gain position so they wouldn't be lost at sea. Now, a sphere doesn't offer any straight baselines. And in order to make a triangle, you need straight lines.
Yeah, it's making
and and a right angle. So you're only even the instruction books call it circles of equal altitude, and the defenders or I don't even they're claiming curved radiuses. I mean, these people they call flat curved. We're dealing with just literal upside downness from these people, and don't choose to go down that path because it is flat and you don't need to fight it. It is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. All the descriptions in the sextant manuals which describe how to use it practically, right, in reality, talk about the surface being a plane, and talking about these straight lines and these angles measurements, but then goes on to show diagrams of how it can be applied to the concept of being on a sphere. But in all practicality, it is used on a flat Earth. You have to assume and measure Earth to be flat to do it.
You can't measure an angle if you got any curving lines, and it would throw you off. And you got to take multiple measurements, and each one would be more wrong. It would and as you travel across the water, you would be even more lost because your first reference point doesn't have a reference to anything. It's so dumb. I'm humbled by how I believed in the globe, but they got me when I was a little kid, and I was mature enough to critically analyze, and I had no social support to challenge it in any kind of way either. Not family, nobody. I had no challenge to it. So it is what it is. Now I'm kind of butthurt that I was lied to, and I'm just trying to help anybody that can listen. I mean, if you can accept that a car tire needs the tire, you're a flat earther, man. If you buck against it, then I don't know what to call you.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Gradient or no gradient, it's pressure, and it would as Nathan Oakley would say, fuck off into space if there wasn't a container.
Right. Ultimately,
in fact, what's the formula for gas pressure? It does have a V, so the volume is part of that formula. Yeah, and man, I mean, the heliocentrism has infinite. Basically, call it infinite. It's practically infinite or whatever. They don't have volume.
But basically, we're here we can raise these points with you, and then ultimately it's up to you to look into it and go and find out if what we are saying is true or not, and draw your own conclusions. Use your own cognitive ability, to come to some sort of conclusion about the world you live in or on.
And if it wasn't important, they wouldn't have structured the whole mainstream media and the education systems globally to push this on humans, regular, normal, working people with families. They did this to damage us.
Your mind is like a
controlling
parachute.
your world.
It won't work right if it's closed. And so critical thinking is a good thing, and belief is an obstacle to understanding and knowing. So you're better off to be informed and not influenced, and prove all things and hold that which is good and true.
It sounds
So
like
what's the point of lying? What's the end game?
It allows for fanciful thinking, and it allows for whimsical ruminations to become concrete, valid things like, oh gosh, like we can claim knowledge to a light in the sky, its size and its distance. There's no way any human can claim that. We don't know. All we have is an angular size relationship to the object we're viewing with no reference, like the black swan. The reason we have a distance there is because we know, or the reason it's a measurement is we know a distance and we know the height. We have nothing in relation in the sky. There's no way to determine anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does.
Yeah, so claiming knowledge, which the globe does, to factual, so that's another thing is the blending of scientific claims with what is actually pseudoscience. And you went into the astronomy earlier, but do you think that astrophysics, just a quick question, can follow the scientific method?
If it's astral, then no. That's not what it sounds like.
Yeah, good. Honest. We're here for honest people, man. Thanks. Honestly. Yeah. So in experiments, you have the dependent variable, which is the effect. So they have an effect. They see the light. At that point, you need to be able to set it up where you can control the independent variable and manipulate it. You can't physically manipulate a star claims light in the sky. You can't turn it up or down. You can't, like if you're trying to boil water, you can turn the heat up and down and see that the water's starting to boil, and you can turn it down. You can come up with if you can build a thermometer, and you can come up with the temperature that this phenomenon happens, and you can see and repeat it over and over. You don't have the temperature control when in relation. So that's another, it's a gaslighting. They're gaslighting us with these stories. And it allows for whimsical ruminations to become, it's like building sci-fi for the brain. Does it?
Well, it's far more important than just merely.
When I talk to myself, anyway. Am I making any kind of headway with you, bud?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, cool.
What I was trying to say earlier was that it's far more important than just merely trying to set a justification for mere speculation. an institution with thousands, hundreds of thousands of personnel, to one degree or another, especially the heads of the group that is perpetuating the lie, is doing it for far more than merely setting the world premise for the justification of just tossing out speculation as knowledge. No, it's far more important than that. The reason they lie is because they don't want the truth, and they don't want anyone else to have the truth, so that they may fulfill their wicked heart's desire, contrary to the God who made the world and is the ground of all truth.
Yeah, wow.
Because it's not about money and it's not about power, because the people who are ultimately responsible for the lie, they de facto have control, the power over the world. Those who resist them, even the most influential, the most wealthy who resist them, it isn't as though by their own power they will topple the world order. Only the God can topple this world order and establish a kingdom of righteousness upon the whole earth. And it isn't as though they're trying to get money, because the people who are responsible are the ones who own money itself. They don't use money, they just own things. They just have it. They own money itself. And everyone else who uses money owes them debt for the money along with anything else. So it's not really about power, it's not really about money. It's not really a stage to set justification for speculation to be tossed out as knowledge. No. They hate God, and they hate everyone who is the God's people. And they don't want to live in the God's world.
So at the end of
And
the
they
day,
want to be
also
God.
about the money topic, I mean, money's just paper. It doesn't have any actual value. It's sheets of paper.
Right. And whatever other material you use as currency, as a medium of exchange, even if it were gold, even if it were silver, even if it were diamond,
metal,
even if it were food, any material that is the most valuable, not even that, pales in comparison to truth, pales in comparison to knowing the God and walking his way of life and having utter blessedness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those other things are there. Like, they do lie. Part of it is money and whatever, but when you peel it all back and you get down to it, it's they're hiding the creator. They're making you feel insignificant. A meteor could strike and wipe us all out at any second. It's pointless, blah, blah, blah. There's 30 exoplanets. We should travel there. Blah, blah, blah. There,
And dependence
Where
upon them. They
truth,
need us.
the truth pulls all that out of the way. This is a beautiful place to be, and if we could treat each other right, we wouldn't have some of the issues we have, rather than dreaming about going somewhere else and making a paradise there.
Make our paradise here. We should make our paradise here.
These people would rather prefer any and all lies, from the most simple to the most complex lies, and choose darkness to hide their deeds which are wicked, rather than choosing the simple, glorious, blessed gospel that everyone should have and can have and is designated for everyone.
Right,
Because they
let's
don't
set
want
up
to
a
feel,
system.
they don't want to be bothered with the temporary sting of having to accept their guilt and acknowledge their guilt and repent and inherit utter blessedness.
They like to tickle their ears and hearts with all these fantasies. We're gonna habitat. We'll what's that? Terraform Mars and put people there, and we'll start breeding our mankind there. It's all garbage.
Right, and once they do that, it's self-perpetuating, right? They've set up this self-perpetuating system, which we get carried away with easily. Like, they just appeal to our ego and our like you said, imagination and all that. We feed it. We feed the beasts.
Which is why it's very important for people to consider as a matter of life and death the question of what is most valuable. And when you answer the question of what is the supreme value, you have now found the true religion. Religion being that which is valued above all else. And there is nothing more valuable than the truth, the God, whom is the truth.
Mm-hmm. The source of truth.
Worship. When your entire life, in all areas of life, are conformed to that value being the eternal, personal, supreme being, whom is the essence of truth and good
and life
and light and love.
Bless you, brother.
So, guest, how are you feeling about your time? And are you still here?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm more asking. You got any questions, Coma? Coma, have you got any questions?
Please.
Yeah. I think right now, honestly, a lot of it is like a lot of it is pretty eye-opening. I mean, I've kind of had suspicions for a while, you know, but from personal experience, I talked about planes earlier, and I live on the coast. Like my school is 5 minutes away from the beach, and so I grew up seeing the horizon and seeing boats go through, and boats that were further than 1.2 to 5 miles, and the horizon was behind
That would
them.
be based on how high you were off the ground, though. So if you were a 4 foot, 5 foot child or 6 foot off the ground, you see what I'm trying to say? So at 6 feet, it's dependent on how high you are off the ground. So I'll be completely and fully honest with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
You yourself would have to establish that based upon how high you're off the ground. But you know, if you've stood on a beach, right, and you're a normal man, you're going to be anywhere between a distance of 1 foot to 6 feet, maybe a little bit higher, which is going to be 1.22 miles versus 3.48 miles at 6 feet. So in between that, if you're being honest with yourself, you've seen horizons that in distance are further than 3.48 miles away. And then again, if we watch boats go out to the horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground, as they go away from us in a 12 o'clock position, right, they go straight out and they start to disappear, apparently bottom up first, right, whatever. Why isn't it, if that boat was to, once it got to the point where it started to disappear, when it turns, if it was to turn 90 degrees on that horizon so that now its nose is facing in the 9 o'clock position?
Bro, in my opinion, I think you interrupted him before he actually could finish what he was going to say. Can you just let him finish that? Are you just here to preach at him what you think and what you might or might not see? If you thought the same way I do, you guys have just been preaching to this dude for quite a while now. I mean, he's brand new to the server. I mean, come on, man.
We get along like family here.
Yeah, I can tell.
Well, yeah, and that's how family works. I'm just telling you, bro. We got a new guy, and as soon as he gets halfway through a sentence, and then you just start going, "Hey, well, here's what you should think." Well, I'm concerned, or I actually want to hear what he thinks. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you already know what he's going to say. Hey, it doesn't matter if you already know what he's going to say. Let him say it.
No, it wasn't because I knew what he was going to say.
But okay.
Oh, hold on. Let him say it. Look, yeah. Hey, guest.
Yeah.
Anything else? We're literally here for you. Literally.
I just heard 30 minutes of everybody preaching it at him, and when nobody would let him even talk.
Shut up.
Yeah, bro, I'm getting sick of it. I'm getting sick of it, to be honest. But anyway.
I mean, I don't really have much to say. I'm here to learn and, you know,
Hey,
sure
don't
I'll come
worry
to my own
about
conclusions.
us and like the internal thing. But yeah, man, we're here for this server is here to accommodate new people that jump in and they have questions, and we want to accommodate you. If you have genuine questions, we want you to tell us what you think about what you've come across. We're not here to preach flat Earth at you. We're just well, at least I am. I don't know if everybody else is. I want to hear what you have to say about what you've discovered about flat Earth or how you found.
So to finally let the man talk now.
Yeah, like, how about letting him talk? Yeah.
So personally, I'm not a very religious person, so I'm not sure about the whole what Gregory was saying, but I do respect that, and I'm willing to learn more about that. But I think right now I joined the server to learn and, you know, expand my knowledge because I had my doubts and I wanted to see if it was what it was what everyone was saying, and it's a lot more intelligent and it's based in reality. And there's a lot more proof for this stuff than there is for believing NASA or whoever you want.
Yeah.
And just taking it from them and the government is like saying, bro, trust me, and doing that instead of doing irrefutable evidence, and which is math.
No, hold on. We have a difficulty with math. So can you? I'm gonna say the words, and then you can just internalize it. As math is abstract.
This is true.
It can be, I mean, but it can also prove things
with measurement, with physicality. Yeah, but outside of that, math is abstract.
But I think I'll say this really quick. I think this is what I like to do when new people come in. I want you to, and he's already done that. You're curious about why we think the Earth is flat, aren't you? And that's why you came here, right?
Yeah, and I was also curious. I mean, if I was here to troll, I would have attempted to do that. I'm here to learn and expand my knowledge because at the end of the day, that's what I want to do. I want to gain as much knowledge as I can as a person, and I mean, I do definitely like have experienced things and seen things that make me question what I've been told my entire life.
Cool.
Well, Lumpy was going to address one of the things you mentioned because you mentioned math, and so understanding what math is, and also understanding what proof or what evidence is essential concerning this geodesic question. Lumpy was saying that math is abstract, which is true. And so math is a tool, to use very simple terms, it's a tool with which one uses to prove an quantifiably empirical knowledge claim.
So math isn't necessarily 100%. Is that what I'm?
Well, it is with quantifiability.
Yeah, it depends on how it's applied.
Repeat what you said, Eli. Please.
You think I'm Elijah?
I
God
did.
Damn it!
Oh.
What the?
Sorry.
It was Gregory.
Okay, I'm not even.
Elijah.
I apologize.
Oh,
Okay.
man,
Okay.
bro.
Well,
It didn't
okay.
even sound
So,
good.
We're talking about
I did not mean to sidebar. What I wanted to do is get him to repeat the statement because he said it just brilliantly.
Sure, let's not get off.
Yeah, mathematics is like a language, except unlike English is verbal. For instance, it's a verbal language. You and I are engaging in a verbal conversation, speaking meaningful messages back and forth into one another's hearing. With mathematics, it's more so numerical and symbolic. You're utilizing symbols that symbolize quantity and other symbols that symbolize other meanings to express a sentence concerning quantitative matters. So, of course, for instance, with this geodesic question about the curvature or lack thereof of the Earth, how much, right, curvature is, how much quantitative, how do we quantify, and what is the quantity of the curvature of the Earth?
Right,
As
and
a whole?
exactly. When we have new people join, we can use mathematics, and if they're familiar with that, we can utilize that to confirm whether or not what we're saying is true or quantifiable in many different ways. Right?
Yeah, and I think how you refer to math as a language was really good because, if someone in here speaks, a language that none of us do, then you can use a little bit of translation and online, and then math is universal. Math is something everyone knows to a certain extent.
Well, but what is 1 or what is 10? Is this
applied in a certain? Go ahead.
So that's the reason for it to be abstract in my mind, is the fact that 1 is not a thing. It's a man-made. Like 1 orange or whatever.
That's what I was going to say. It can be quantifiable if it's applied properly. But anyway, that's.
Yeah, so understanding the nature of math, right? We don't want to misunderstand what math is, and which is what happens very often, and what Lee and I are trying to address. What happens very often in conversations with people who come in here is they have a basic categorical misunderstanding of what math is, and so when they appeal to it, they're appealing to math to try and substantiate the position with a basic misunderstanding of what math is itself. So they think just because they reiterate, even in best case scenario in their case, just because they reiterate an equation in principle or a particular equation with particular values, in place, that therefore they've substantiated the Earth being either flat or curved, when they don't understand that they've explained the quantitative aspect concerning the sphericity or flatness of the Earth. But the question, is it flat? Is it curving? Is it a sphere? Is still left unanswered, which is why when they do that, the proper objection is to say begging the question fallacy.
Yeah. Another thing I'd like to add is that we get math from people who come, and it was a construct put out, and let's say Einstein, for example, the bending of space-time. See, space-time's not real. Just like 1 isn't something I can't grab hold of 1.
Right.
So it describes, and it's abstract, and it isn't
It's an abstract
the
universe.
cause of any. Yeah, by nature, but they've injected into the narrative that math is the answer for things, or like they've juxtaposed it as like math is the solution or the for the initiate or whatever. I know, I'm trying.
No, I get you. Math can be a solution for certain situations, but it's not the ultimate conclusion. I mean,
it helps to answer quantitative questions.
You could draw space-time on a chalkboard, but it doesn't mean it exists.
Right. It answers quantitative questions, but the quantitative question.
But you
is
can also
still,
go 2 times 2 is 4, and you can put 2 apples and 2 apples, and then you have 4 apples.
right. But then, so like with the apples, like Helio just said, if I give some equation concerning the quantity of apples, right, I have not answered the question, are there apples on the table? You see, because if there are no apples on the table, and I'm sitting here talking about the quantity of the apples on the table, I'm talking about something that at best is not real in this room with the table, or at worst, that's not real at all. There are no apples. So there's no point in me talking about the quantity of apples.
You could do -2 apples times -2 apples, and you still have 4, right? That's even worse, bro. That's even fucking worse, isn't it?
But I mean, that just
Pardon
once
my
again is reiterating the fact that there are no apples in the room, especially if apples were never real.
So what? I have trees that haven't grown yet.
So when with regard to the curvature of the Earth, when they start appealing to math, they're begging the question as it concerns the question: is there curvature? You see, so they're going about their method or their approach is the wrong approach to answering the
It goes
question.
back
is
to the
there
KISS
curvature?
method. You know, the KISS method, right? You know what the KISS method is, right?
What?
Keep it simple, stupid. We see Earth. We all, every single person on Earth observes the Earth as a level stationary plane. When you start throwing all this math at it, then there's no. Then you're not going to
When they start throwing the math,
look, Earth is this, and you're drawing on a chalkboard, and it's like Earth.
right?
Hey, guess what? That chalkboard's flat.
So when so when they start going on with the math, they're still not answering they're still going on about the supposed sphere that we supposedly live on, even though there is no sphere that we live on, and that's the central point.
Yeah.
So they're going on with all this mathematical talk about something that is not real.
Sure, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's fun to conceptually, think of stuff. And who
Wouldn't that be?
I'm a huge
wouldn't that
science
be
fiction
crazy?
buff. I mean, I love science fiction, but
Or to put it in other words, when they start going on with the math, they're going on giving all these supposed quantitative facts about something that is not real. So that's the problem when they start running their mouth with math and not answering the empirical question with empirical data, showing empirical data that there is curvature to be quantified, to ascertain quantitative facts about.
that's when it becomes math magic.
So back to the guest, real quick, guys. Before we lose them, we're limited with time.
Like, I
for
mean, I was
everybody,
thinking about us.
So I'd like to
get back to the new guys and stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to hear him. Just whatever is floating in your mind, because there was a lot of stuff I had going on when I was introduced to this. So,
yeah, what do you think so far, Coleman?
So far, it's been a really good experience. It's been really eye-opening, and I think I'm definitely going to open myself to more possibilities. And I don't think I'm a glober anymore. Honestly,
yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I'm glad I came here.
Well, definitely check it out.
Very good, very good.
Stuff. My approach most of the time, unless I'm in a room with a lot of people, we talk about this stuff. And once you get rolling, you just can't stop. But Coma, man, my approach most of the time when I meet new people in the room, we want you to tell us how you came across the topic, what interests you about it. Have you ever talked to anyone about it before? And do you want to continue to talk about it? You think flat Earth is dumb? These very simple, basic questions. That's fine, because if you think flat Earth is dumb, welcome to the club. Because all of us used to think that. The first time we came across it, everybody thought it was dumb. So
my vision of disprove it and fix all these people.
Yeah, it's just like I'm gonna show everybody flat Earth is the dumbest shit. And keep trying to prove flat Earth wrong, and you'll find out that you can't.
So I'd like to invite you to can anybody post Quantum Eraser so you can get that link and maybe you can go there and learn. So guest, one of the panel members here, and he has a YouTube channel until they crunch all this stuff. Is a guy named his bandolier or whatever is Quantum Eraser, and he's like very valuable in being able to decipher the arguments, to break them down into something that's tangible. and he does it the best out of anybody I know.
Well, let me clarify. Are we talking to Coma? You guys keep saying guest. I don't see guest.
I don't know his name. I'm not even looking at my phone. I'm kind of walking.
Coma.
I think by guest they mean me.
Okay, so Coma. Yeah, if you just look up Quantum Eraser on YouTube, you'll be able to find his channel. He has some really good videos.
All right, awesome.
So good. He's so brilliant. You can learn so much.
Live stream.
Isn't that kind of dangerous though to have a big YouTube channel talking about this stuff?
It's not a huge YouTube channel. I think
Not really.
5,000, 6,000 subscribers.
Oh,
I fear nothing but God.
But he comes in here and talks to us all the time. But he's a brilliant man, and
Coma.
Nobody that comes in here has a huge YouTube channel. We actually are here.
Yeah, his channel isn't very huge either.
What?
But Coma, with that question, I was just talking to a friend of mine named Zach earlier about that. Like with any debate, this includes governing authorities, the politicians, the banking tyrant dynasties, I call them. So in a debate, you either, best case scenario, give an argument, a sound argument, and a refutation against the initial argument, or you don't say anything at all, or your response is fallacious, or you respond with assault, you see, especially the worst kind, being fatal assault, you see. So if the governing authorities respond with anything except a sound refutation against the initial claim, every other response they give is not only a failure to refute the initial argument, it corroborates and vindicates the initial argument and will backfire against them, having the opposite effect that they want. Rather than decreasing the spread of the knowledge from, let's say, person A, but I'll just use myself as an example. Rather than decreasing the spread of the knowledge I'm trying to spread, they exponentially catalyze it.
Yeah, and what he's explaining
I totally feel what you just said.
We don't have huge YouTube channels, and thank God that you found your way here, because we're not here to exploit or anyone. We're actually here to spread information, and you can come to any conclusion that you want to come to after you come across the information that we share.
All right.
What were you trying to say, Lumpy?
I'm not speaking.
I was just concurring entirely with what you had to say. And there's so much value that I've personally gained
I know
from being able to realize reality.
Make the YouTube channel popular, but I just don't.
Here, let the man speak.
So I just want to be able to share with you like my personal experience with being able to reconcile, and it's been mentally healthy, period. However, socially not so much, and kind of be guarded in my this is my opinion in personal relationships in this communication. I've suffered literally. I like right now I'm unemployed because I got in an argument with my coworker, whatever. It is what it is. So I'm just saying, but so socially it's rough, but internally, my internal dialogue and being able to reconcile, it's mentally healthy. And also, and you just said it. You just said it a minute ago, and you said it's not a globe. And you know what? You're a part of the elite at that point, because you defeated thousands of years of work to try to control the human mind. All effort made, and you just beat it. Good job.
Very good.
You should be proud of yourself.
The last little bullet points I just gave, as it concerns you saying, is it dangerous to have, be it a large YouTube channel or a relatively small YouTube channel? Did you understand what I was explaining there?
Yeah, that they wouldn't really care to silence someone because mostly everyone, thinks that it's just rambling.
Well, there's that, but again, the options that they have is the best option as it concerns debate as it concerns engaging an argument which you disagree with. Either they give a sound refutation to the initial claim, a
Or
sound
they-
refutation against the flat earthers, or they say nothing, they don't talk at all, or they give fallacious and erroneous responses, or they respond with utter hostility, even fatal hostility. Anything else other than the first one will not only not
show that that would
successfully refute the flat earther, but it will backfire against them and actually catalyze the public, the audience, into gaining more curiosity about what the flat earther is saying.
because why would they bother to silence it if it was just rambling? They wouldn't bother to.
Right.
Well, and as a matter of fact, a couple of years ago, they had the CEO of YouTube before Congress and said, "What are you going to do about these flat earthers?" And they were like, "Hey, we're going to suppress their information and put information under their videos and lead them to general information about the globe."
Right. Which is not an argument at all. So the response is not a sound refutation against the flat earthers. The response is hostile reaction.
Silencing, it's suppression.
Suppressing.
I actually
that's all we get are tactics and manipulation and lies from
Yeah, I
the
have
opposition.
physical proof of that from live from the congressional right there in Washington D.C. I have actual. It's on my YouTube channel. I'm going to post the link.
I mean, another point to acknowledge is that my little broke self and not educated, I'm not a university graduate, like someone like me stands up and speaks up and asks scrutinizing questions about what the lofty institution is claiming to know. Okay. So if they know so much, then refute my argument or answer my question if you know so much. If it's just such a given granted fact, answer the question or give the refutation.
Isn't that what we do all day long here on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? It's like, hey man, this isn't a big deal. If you think the Earth is a globe, show me your globe, because none of us have seen it.
I mean, if they really did know and have their position on lock, as they want to make it seem to the public, and especially as they want to make it seem to the flat earthers, right? Then this movement, this flat earth movement, would have been dead in the first couple of weeks at most when it began. It should not have lasted more than a couple weeks.
I shouldn't have gone.
Let alone 7 years.
What are you going to do about these flat earthers? You know, Congress is going to be like, what are you Google going to do about these flat earthers?
You know, especially, right, Helio, especially if we're such a menace to society, if our belief and our promulgation of our knowledge claims, which we demonstrate, is so harmful to society, then get to work and solve the problem then. Give the refutation. Answer the question.
It should actually make us more triggered and get out there.
Good question. Again, back to demonstratable car tire and gas pressure. We don't have an answer to that at all. And then the claim of that Earth's moving, we get parlor tricks. No, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when we challenge what's been presented, we get, I don't know, man, we get people like Bob the Science Guy, and it's ridiculous. It's absurd at this point. That's why they don't come here. Because there'll be a numpty clip made about them. And they know it because they don't have a defense.
So after 7 years, even those who are the most, supposedly the most educated and qualified and have the most expertise, the best that we have gotten, at least to my knowledge, the best that we have gotten is anything but a sound refutation to the arguments, anything but a sound answer to the questions.
A bunch of people are requesting Neil deGrasse Tyson come and explain things to us and have a discourse. That'll
That
never
will
happen.
never happen. That will never happen.
That'll never happen. So
It won't happen.
that should
He'll
say that
he'll
should.
say, "I don't want to give those guys a platform." Yada 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 yada. Well, he was asked already by Joe Rogan to do it through Eddie Bravo, who some of us have got connections to knowing him, and basically, it's not gonna. It won't happen. It won't happen.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I wanted to
Brian
point
Cox,
it out.
happen. I would rather
any
it
of
happen. I would love
Yeah.
to see that video. I would love
So
to
would
see
I.
that on CNN, on National Geographic, on Sci-Fi, on the Science Channel.
Yeah.
I would love to see that.
Well, listen, they're going
I
to talk
mean,
to the Mark Sargents of the community, not the the Gregorys or the crack villains or whoever else. At the end of the day, they're going to talk to the guy who's going to come up on British television and show a snow globe, try and make us look like a bunch of twats, as far as I'm concerned. Even
So-
people like Eric the Bay, for instance, like, yeah, great, you're brilliant, Eric, mate, but yeah, plenty of positive claims you shoved down our throat, haven't you, bro?
yeah. Yeah, and then we have to defend the garbage, and it's all injected. That's what we're trying to point out. These fake actors in the FE community. Anyway.
Minor nuisances that have to be quickly dealt with when
Gregory,
President.
you're laughing then at me.
So, yes, back to the coma.
Yeah.
Hi. Where you at now? Hey, by the way, welcome to Flat Earth. And
Thank you.
yeah. So
Even though you've been here all along.
yeah, right. Yeah, you got it. Gregory's a better wolf pup than me. So anyway, I'm trying, man. I got to keep eating the right food, and we're good. But hey, back to coma. Where's the thoughts at the moment?
Kind of just thinking to myself right now, like, how, could I have not have realized stuff sooner,
Oh man, I do that all the time, man. Holy cow, I'm humbled by I'm ashamed of myself. It's so obvious at this point. Yeah, dude, I feel you.
The controversy that has been going on for the past 7 years, and the research that has been done with the lifespan of this controversy has awakened many people, not very many, but a significant number of people, to the facts of human nature, especially as it concerns the mind, the human condition overall, the human race, the problem of evil, cosmology, cosmogony, the theory concerning the cosmos, cosmogony, the origin of the cosmos. It's made people research and contemplate socio-political and socioeconomic issues, especially as it concerns conspiracies, especially on a very large scale in the world stage, as it were. It's made people think very critically about a number of philosophical issues that are very, very, very important.
Yeah. So I just want to run this by you, just because it's popped in my mind. What would a helium balloon tell you about things going up or down?
A helium balloon goes like straight up because it's lighter than air.
Yeah. So what if it was in, say, something lighter than it? It would go down, right? Or if, say, Newton was underwater and the apple fell, it wouldn't go down, right?
No, it wouldn't. It'd go
Right.
up.
If I swam 10 feet underwater and had a rock and a green tree branch in my hand and I dropped them, one goes down, one goes up.
Mhm.
So these are some of the problems we have with the claim of gravity, because I'm debunking it for you right there. Are you feeling it?
He phrased that with giving examples, which is excellent. I like to use the more abstract terms to get to to highlight the central point. So what he just did is that he just highlighted that in our empirical experience, even with the most mundane things, that given the assertion of mass attracting mass gravity or space-time curving gravity from Einstein, the implications of either of these so-called gravities are not happening in our human experience. So again, it's like a modus tollens. If Cavendish mass attracting mass, aka Newtonian gravity, is real, and or space-time curving Einstein gravity is real, then X would follow. This would be the effect. But it doesn't happen. And so P, right, the if, is not the case.
So that one was something I struggled with early a little bit. And once I heard the buoyancy density disequilibrium claim or the statement, it all came together.
Yeah.
And another thing about that topic is they never ever bring up medium dependency. There's never a mention of it in the formulas, huh?
Sometimes they do, like in conversation, like in these forums. They may not do it on paper, but they do it in conversation. And so now they're stuck in what philosophers call a dialectical tension. They have assertion A and assertion B. These two assertions are not consistent with one another. And then when you try to scrutinize their position with these incoherent assertions, they jump to one. And then when you scrutinize the one, they jump to B. And then when you scrutinize B, they jump to A. And every time you scrutinize either of the two assertions, they perpetually hopping back and forth between the two assertions. They can never stay still because these two assertions are in tension. They can't reconcile them together.
You know, I got another thing I'd like to bring up that I conceptualized, and just so you can, maybe it helps, I don't know. But like I tell people when I show them a human hair, I pull my hair out and I show it to them, right? And then I ask them, do you think you can see that if I walk, 50 feet that way? And that's what we're dealing with as far as what we can see in reality. It's all angular size relationship.
Not to mention all the substances that are between our eyesight and the object in question.
Mm-hmm. There's stuff in the way too. Yeah.
And then even if we move those things out the way, our eyes simply do not see forever.
Yep.
Even if you just look straight up at a 45-degree angle and you saw, let's say, a plane standing right next to you, and it just went 45 degrees from your position upward, just straight. You watch it long enough, it'll go too far away, becoming too small in your eyesight, and you can't see it any longer.
Mm-hmm. Or another way to conceptualize it for me that's worked is railroad tracks. They're not actually joining in the distance. They're actually the same distance apart, but they appear to. And that's actually a medical term. It's optical convergence. So it's how our eyes work, and it's how we perceive reality. But it's been hijacked into a Muppet view, like third-person view, looking at Earth from a position, and then they try to just impose this third-person view as it like somebody ever saw it like that. Right. Does that make sense? Like, look,
like to apply that type of view, don't they? And people are lacking in spatial awareness these days.
When they're talking about perspective, appealing to a perspective no one has.
Yep. Nobody's seeing it from that point of view, and it's not even possible. But then they insert it like a meme.
Graphical view, basically, at this point. We don't see orthographically whatsoever. Because when someone says Muppet vision, we're talking about the orthographical view of a third.
Right, we don't just see two-dimensional symbols.
Yeah, right. Hey, man, we really value you, for real. We're literally here for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. It's like 12:30, so I'm probably gonna head to bed. But I'll definitely be in here some more.
Dude.
I have a massive flight actually on the 1st. Is there anything I should look for while I'm flying?
Look at the windows on the airplane. And do so when you're on the runway. Windows usually on an aeroplane consist of 3 main layers. The outer layer is probably curved. The inner layer is maybe flat. And the middle layer is one that actually expands based on the cabin pressure. Again, even if you listen to the heliocentric proponents, who are obviously going to be used as hostile witnesses in this case, in this example, which would be that that shit's flat, even at the
Oh,
height.
man, I was going to say it. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Even at the height of 140,000 feet, it's flat. You know, you wouldn't be able to
That
see
stuff is
curvature.
flat.
I've even heard people say you can't see well, not heard, should I say? I've heard people from the ISS say that you wouldn't even be able to. You can't. Well, they can't even see curvature from that high up because of the
Okay.
Ron Jeremy fallacy, which is that you know, ball's too big. He's a porn
Say,
star, though.
I'd like to inject one. He brought up the shape of the window so that you would recognize that they're putting curvature into the view in it. But just look, forget side to side on the window. Look at what you see. The horizon is on the one side of the plane, and then look to the 180 degrees, and then look at that horizon, and they're parallel and they're perpendicular to plumb. That's what you should look for. If I were to tell you one thing to look for, it would be that.
If I'll give you this.
when you're in
Pay
the
close
plane.
attention to the lack of movement of the runway on takeoff.
Damn you, flat man! You stole my line. Pay attention to how fast the Earth is not moving.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Got
Is looking is looking at the ocean a good idea as well? Because I'm going to be flying international, so I'm going to be going over the Atlantic.
Take pictures. Do it. Take pictures. Send them in, and we're gonna show. I mean, again, I'm gonna repeat it. Look out one way and just focus at one point in the middle of the window and look straight. Forget about the side, the window imaging that's happening. Just look straight out, and you're gonna see the horizon at your eye level. Then look 180 degrees and just say to yourself, these are parallel. Because
Concerning the ocean you just mentioned, Coma, pay attention to how much the surface of the ocean does not curve.
Yeah. And especially early, as I fly, when I look down early on, it's like it's totally level, man. It comes across as so level. Another thing is any kind of when I fly over, say, mountains, as I'm approaching them, man, these things don't look like nothing, man. I mean, like nothing, right?
Yeah.
They don't look like a bump or a pimple, even. But then we're seeing these features on the moon, and it's how much further? Again, angular size relationship, things get smaller in the distance, and there's evidence of that with any kind of a mountain that you might fly into. Just pay attention to how that appears in your view, because it struck me when I considered it as a flat earther.
I think someone has probably said it to you already, Coma, but concerning the behavior of water, this is very simple. You haven't really thought about it self-consciously yet, but water doesn't conform its shape to the thing it's on. It conforms its shape to the thing it's in.
That's true.
And it's a natural level.
No matter what the shape of the container is, it'll morph in conformity with the container. But if there's nothing containing the water, it will not maintain any shape. If you pour it onto something, you pour it onto a sphere, you pour it onto a cube, you pour it onto a trapezoid, onto a pyramid, onto any three-dimensional item you could possibly pour water on without harming yourself or whatever. Any three-dimensional object you can pour water onto, it's not going to conform to the shape thereof. That's not how water behaves. You pour water onto a sphere, the water doesn't wrap around the ball. It pours off of it.
Sorry, Greg. Did you say you live on the coast, Coma?
Yeah.
So again, I tried to say this earlier. So when a boat is going away from you at the 12 o'clock position, so imagine it as a hands of the clock, right? You are stood in the center of the clock. goes away from you at the 12 o'clock position, right? As it hits the horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground, right? That boat effectively is supposedly now meant to be going over the Sagittarius, the leading edge of that sphere. It's meant to be going over the lump of Earth curve, right? To disappear. Okay? So then imagine that the distance to that horizon, okay, in that straight line to where it is from there, would be the distance to where that ball is supposed to now go over the lump of Earth curve. But if that boat, just before it disappears over the lump of Earth curve, so called, was to turn its nose at a 90-degree angle, if the boat was to turn its nose 90 degrees, right? So that its nose was now facing in the 9 o'clock position. Lumpy, you're hot micing. In the 9 o'clock position. And it was to sail across that horizontal line, right? Think about it. You should start to see that boat disappearing. The ones that you see on the horizon, i.e. as a line, you should start to see that boat disappear just after a few meters, 100 meters even, less than that. But you can watch boats sail across the horizon line for sometimes in a field of view of 180 degrees from our, the way we see our vision. We can see that boats can traverse from one side of a horizontal line all the way to the other side, and sometimes that can be up to 80 to 90 miles that you can see left or right. Well, a ball curves in all directions. So if the boat would disappear just by simply going 100 meters further away from you at the 12 o'clock position, then it should disappear a mile going across to the left at the 9 o'clock position or the 3 o'clock position. This is inducive of a ball that's curving in all directions at 8 inches per mile square.
The way from you downward convexly in all directions.
There you go, Gregory. Yep. It's a point that's missed. I bring it up, and a lot of people don't understand it. And they go, what the fuck are you talking about? But yeah, there you go. The Earth is paper towel roll shaped. Exactly. Because it's curving only when you go away, but it never curves when we're going Yeah, that one, I've never seen that before, Donato. You've always got the right meme for my words as they come out of my bloody mouth. It's creepy. A shame you couldn't find the Pluto, thing earlier, but we'll let you off for that one. You tried your best. You tried really hard. I felt
you already mentioned the fact that when you watch the boat travel away from you as the observer, you never observe the pole. I don't know boat terminology, but you never observe the highest, the tallest object dip forward and down.
Yeah.
You never watch the boat dip forward and down with a curve.
No, it never does that. It just seems to disappear.
They say bottom up first, and do you want to know why it's always the bottom that disappears? And it's very simple, because you can do the same with a ceiling. You can do it with a ceiling and make something disappear top down. If you place something on a ceiling, right, and you are basically, we've got to remember that your eyes are always closer to the ground than what they are to the ceiling in terms of when we're talking about a horizontal line, for instance, right? Because obviously there is no real ceiling, it's just the air above your head. But if you do put your eyes closer to the ceiling than that of the floor, you will, in a very long corridor, if someone rolls a ball along it, much like if you lay down on the floor and someone rolls a basketball away from you, you will start to see the bottom of the basketball disappear. That's just simply because of the incidence of that angle, how acute that angle is to the eye. So what ends up happening is at a certain distance, right, your eye starts to essentially focus on the ceiling, or should I say the floor, that is, because of the acuteness of that angle, starts to focus on the ground that is basically in front of you, instead of the object itself that's now past that point. Your eyes only have a certain ability to focus at a certain distance. You can still hold the rest of the image in there, but it's the incidence of that angle, right? and it is how acute that angle is causes that limitation of the eye, and why we start to then focus on the ground in front. It's the same reason why, like people have said to you before, why railways start to, converge into a point, and why if you look down a street with lamps of all the same, of all of equidistant across the street and also equal heights, if you look down that street, they will appear to converge, and at the same time, they will also appear to stoop and get smaller and converge down to a point at the end of the street. It's that simple, and it gets to a point where eventually you start to create a horizontal line optically there, like in the last picture presented by Donato, right? We see where the lights are there at the bottom. Your eyes eventually start to focus in on the last thing that they can see, and the instance of the angle to the last thing they can see is usually it's the ground, and thus that's why you end up getting a horizon there, right? I mean, that's just the idea of an optical horizon. People will tell you that on a flat plane you can't have a horizon, but it's simply just not true. The same thing here, like with these lamps, right? What we see is that because we can have some form of a ceiling with these lamps, and they start to converge down, it sort of proves my point. Is that eventually they disappear at the horizon also. But we know full well that we can see further than toward the end of that street if we had better conditions on the day. It's night time, so obviously we're not seeing that far. You got to remember this is all dependent on atmospheric conditions of the day mixed with other variables, right? I'm rambling.
Resolution, angular acuity of your eyesight, and the non-transparent object which your eyes are closer to.
There you go. And the incidence and the angle in conjunction to that
Right.
object and that non-transparent thing that your eye is focusing on.
It's so simple. Like I acknowledge this often when I talk to people when it comes to debating an issue and you hear the opponent talk and what they said is so simple and the error that they said is so simple and said so quickly, a lot of people don't catch it. When you slow down, dial down the playback speed, and you critique what they just said, it's like, wait a minute, globalist, hello, you don't see the boat any longer because you can't see forever and you can't see through things that are not transparent. What's so difficult?
And then they would say, well, yeah, of course I can. That's why I can't see the bottom of the boat, Gregory, because it's a physical obstruction of Earth curve, right? What about the limitation of your eye and the instance of the angle to the base of the boat, right? The boat now is effectively further away than what your eye can muster.
Resolve, right.
What it can resolve, right. But again, we will continue to see examples using orthographical view in which we don't see in continually. And that's the way that Globers like to sort of see the world. They see the world through a orthographical view. And they'll continue to do so. Never really
Which is hilarious.
It is.
The reason it's hilarious, epistemologically speaking, concerning the theory of knowledge, the epistemology, is because they claim to be empiricists and or scientists. And then they appeal to something that is not empirical.
Yep. Nor replicatable through the apparatus as well that they are endowed with.
Like they can't, they have no means, like with Crack Villain just said, there is absolutely no means to have that perspective in reality. We do not see in Euclidean two-dimensional symbols from a third-person perspective. We see three-dimensional concrete objects with all their properties in the uniformity of nature from a first-person perspective.
Notifications and all that. How did they get notifications? Made the tablet
All right, it's getting pretty late. I think I'm gonna head to bed, but I'll definitely be in here some more, guys. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. God bless you. Good night.
God bless you. Good
God
night.
bless, bro. God bless.
Well, y'all did great. Good night, y'all.
You off too, Gregory.
Just working with you guys. And Gregory, really nice getting to know you.
Yeah, he's gone though. Anyway, Lumpy. Yeah, Lumpy. So I don't know why you didn't have the ability to. Can we just try something very quickly? I want to take away your image perm role because it may be redundant. Because I'll give you the value role, and you got flat earther, so I don't see why you couldn't post. Let me just try. Can you try and post an image now quickly?
Let me see here. Let me find something. I could
post anything.
Let me get to my photos real quick. Oops.
Unless it's
want to see a loon?
A what?
Share loon. Discord. I'm trying to live stream voice text. I'm kind of learning as I go, and I think right there. Let me know if I did it right.
Yeah, you did it right. Yeah, that works. You don't need the link and image embed role at all. Okay, sweet. Yeah, dude. Oh, cool.
That's a loon, man. I fish every day on that lake, and I'm trying to get a muskie, man. I never caught one in my life.
Well, that's on the top of the water.
Dude, these birds are really amazing birds. Like if you find one on land, you got to pick it up and you got to bring it back to the water. And they can dive. They're a Minnesota loon. It's our state bird, and they're just really an amazing bird. And they're basically an aquatic bird. Like I say, if they were to be on land, they're in deep trouble. They need to get back to water.
Yeah.
They can't really fly, and when they try to fly, they run on the water the best they can, but they can't walk around on land. They're in deep trouble if they're on land. But they start running like something that's just not organized and flapping and trying and trying. And they run and run, and then they finally get up in the air.
They're
It's just the cutest thing.
They're like chicken ducks, where like chickens are not very good at flying, but like they're aquatic like ducks are.
Yep.
But yeah, so if we were to see them underwater, I imagine it would be like watching a very graceful penguin.
Or like a peregrine falcon or something.
Yeah.
Through the air rather than the water, or they consider them both fluids. But yep, that's a Detroit Lake in Minnesota. It's number 7 for muskies in this state, and they got big ones in there, man. Now water's level.
What is a muskie?
It's a fish. It's the largest game fish or predator game fish that I think in freshwater. So non-salinated. So they get up to 50 pounds and...
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
And the thing about them is they are literally, they call it 1,000 casts per catch.
Oh,
these things are... Yep. So it is... I'm out there all the time, man. I'm working the rod, man. I'm trying. I love fishing, man. I really do. So anyway, that's what I do a lot. I'm out on that lake often. So often I'll be out there on the lake chatting with y'all. What's up?
I much prefer to go home with the fishermen than the hunters. Is a saying that goes all the way back to the Bible, I guess. Obviously, you had a lot of fishermen inside of in Jesus's camp, as it were, or Yahushua HaMashiach's camp, and the saying is obviously that hunting is obviously more sporadic than the ability to fish. I've seen people. Well, there's a guy, in fact, that he did this incredible challenge where he took himself and his trusty steed that he basically wasn't even broken in. I don't know why he did it that way. I think it was a last second thought to get a horse to help carry his stuff and everything on this journey. I think he was afraid to be on his own, so he just got whatever he could.
and he broke the horse in on the way there. Almost it seemed like, and I think he travelled across. I can't remember if he said he travelled from like one side of Australia to the other in the outback. But he was incredibly good at fishing in any sort of like lake system that he could find, and it was such a good. And he was just using spears and catapult spears for spearfishing. And honestly, bro, it was a very efficient method with these catapult spears. Oh yeah, pike. You got trying to get a muskie. But to say that thing looked like it had crab legs, but now I see what's going on with it.
Well, the one's upside down. Are you hearing me? Am I muted or no? Yeah, so the one's upside down. You can kind of see the pike speckled pattern there, and then they were really good. And if you learn to fillet them correct, there's 2 sets of bones in them. The Y bone, which I just cut it all out, and then the rib cage bone, and that's after you fillet. They're in the meat.
Yeah, you have to slide it out.
Yep. And then I did what QE suggested, man. It was fabulous. Soak it in mustard, and then bread it with golly, what in the world was it? It's in my cupboard, and I made it. Anyway, QE suggested a thing to put the fillets in mustard, and then for the crispy part, it was a chip that was like a sea salt vinegar. Yeah. And I tried it and I loved it. Yeah, and then I make how do you say, the fillets? Once I get the bones out, then I just make chunks, and then I fry them.
Nice.
Kind of a deep fry. Yeah, I love it.
A lot of people say you can't eat pike. They say you can't eat catfish as well, though, don't they?
Yeah, they're terraforming our Earth to screw everything up, and it's coming through the fish in a big way. We do the heavy metals, a lot of So I mean, I kind of limit what I eat, but then again, I just said, you know what? I mean, I'm not going to live through everything anyway. I'm not coming out of this in this body alive anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't avoid eating any form of fish that.
Older fish are more of a concern to me. So like,
don't eat old fish. 100%.
And then the slot is basically it kind of helps mitigate. So what I mean by slot, so say the pike, anything over 26 inches on the lake I'm fishing. Now some are designated, they got their own thing, but the state rule is 26 and over you can't keep, and 16 and under you can't keep.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean by slot, and that's
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I come from a town that's got an estuary that flows in from fresh water that flows out into the sea there, and so we have freshwater fishing within 20 feet of like saltwater fishing, so which is pretty interesting. But yeah, like I live on the coast of England, on the southwest coast, and England's got a hell of a lot of coast. It is a lot of coast because it's very jagged edges, right? Yeah, and the fishing here is brilliant. We get a lot of like sole, plaice, cod, haddock. We get a lot of flatfish, flatties, as well. You can get, I think you can get pike in lakes here as well. Trout, rainbow trout, salmon. Yeah, man, you can get quite a lot of different fish here.
It's a hobby, and it's something healthy to do, and it's really relaxing being on the water. I just really enjoy the time I get to have out there. God's blessed me to be able to.
Yeah, I bet, dude. Like, you've got the equipment. I had such good fishing equipment in my back garden, in my shed, and this guy, who was helping with the garden and stuff, he stole all of my fishing rods, and all of my equipment, worth a lot of money. Really pissed me off. Yeah, he took about like 500 pounds worth of reels, which would be like $1,000 worth of fishing gear, I guess.
Yeah, that's too bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then you sort of become a little bit disillusioned, and you're a little bit like, whatever. Just not going to bother building that back up again.
Yeah, my boat motor isn't acting right, so I wasn't able to get out tonight, and I got to argue with it tomorrow. I'm probably just getting new fuel lines and change the filters and check the plugs to see if I'm getting spark. But I'm having problems with it bogging down. And anyway, whatever, man. It's just another thing.
It'll be spark. It'll be a fuel line. It's bound to be like boat engine motors. Is it a fixed motor engine or is it a pivot point engine?
It's a tiller. What I mean by that, it's got the handle. So then, and then it just bolts to the back of the boat, and and it's a pull start, and yep. So yeah, that's what it is. A 2-stroke tiller, 25 horse. I redid the lower the impeller, so I wasn't getting enough water coming through the motor, and then now I got to work with the carburetor. It's really bogging out. It was doing fine, and then the last time I was out, I had to use the troller to get myself in.
Oh man, that's a bit weird. Yeah, check the fuel and oxygen mixture, I guess, in that carburetor.
Yeah, it's like it's.
Go ahead.
It's like they said it like this, that the fuel lines, they start to break down internally, and then it starts to gum up things inside the carburetor. So I did buy a carb kit, and it's just a matter of doing it. I'm a tool and die maker, so I can work my way through, but I could build the carburetor, to be honest. But
having a machine
from a block of metal.
Yeah,
I mean. I've been doing that stuff for 27 years now.
Oh, cool, bro.
I like machining. And in fact, I tell people all the time, that was one of the more valuable things I got from high school was an aptitudes interest test. And I put tool and die, which is machining, at the top. And man, I have a good time at work, to be honest. I enjoy machining. Sometimes it's a little monotonous, and I'd probably rather be out on the lake fishing. But if I had to earn a living, this trade interests me.
Yeah, definitely, bro. Anything to do with metal. I love the medium of metal. I think it's brilliant. Yeah, I really enjoy it.
Hey, you want to hear something I thought of to tell Globers? I can't. I'll get fired if I look at the moon to measure my part.
Uh-huh.
I'll get fired if I look at the moon to measure my part. I can't get the diameter of anything that I'm holding on to in reality, a physical measurement by looking at the moon. What I'm trying to draw the parallel is that they always try to bring us up to the sky is the reason that they're the claim to knowledge of what the Earth is. So
of course it is. That's why I always say you can make the claim of proximity, right? Like something what we're living on, because they argue, similarity, don't they? They argue similarity of the things in the sky, right? They go, okay, so because of similarity between the things in the sky with their shape being round, therefore we're round. And I say, well, okay, and they say there's lots of those things up there that do that. And I go, well, do they all appear to be the same? Is there light shining from out beneath your feet outwardly? No. Oh, okay. So, well, maybe you're not like that planet called the moon, or you're nothing like the sun. They don't all appear to be the same either, do they? But then I can make the argument of proximity, then, couldn't I? Like, we're more likely to be the shape of a tree, then, aren't we? Based on the fact of proximity. If you can make the argument for similarity, then you can make the argument for proximity. So it's neither here nor there, but proving what's beneath your feet.
I'm going to send you another picture of a loon. I caught one with babies. The babies were on the back of the mon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go find that. I'll post it. It was cute as can be. I'm gonna find that one.
Yeah, do it, man.
I'm trying. There's no. Yeah, that's the one. Sure. You can see the little baby behind the head. They ride on their moms. That's what they do. So you'll have to zoom in.
Okay.
I
don't know if I'll be able to zoom in, but I'm on a 40.
Well, just kind of like expand it if you can or whatever. But on the back of that loon is a baby. It's so cute.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
Well,
there's a little pup.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and then another thing that these loons do for me, which is another reason I really want to be out in the lake, is they're coming shallow now. So at what you're seeing there was a few weeks ago, and the bait fish are like 40 feet in water at that point. And that's where all the game fish go because that's where the food is. Well, now they're in shallow, and that's where the muskies are now. And that's what I'm after. So these loons help me out. I basically follow the loons around is what I do.
You Looney Tune.
Yep, right. And they got the prettiest sound, and it's just so nice to be out on the lake, and it's so much better than watching a NASA garbage.
Did you say so much better to watch than NASA?
Yeah, it's the garbage. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, so I go out there and I'm just trying to let people know because you know what? Maybe someone here needs a hobby. Maybe someone here needs some motivation toward that end or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
I get a lot out of it. So in fact, what the heck time is it? I could maybe the thing I'm kind of by North Dakota and Minnesota here, and one thing that it's North Dakota is known for is this wind because it's pretty flat there. So and there's not a whole lot of trees there. So we end up with this wind condition happening, and I'm a little boat, and I can't really get out there and be comfortable. Even at a 15-mile-an-hour wind, it gets real choppy for me.
Oh yeah, I can imagine you can't even bloody sit still. You probably have to stabilize the right position.
Yeah, that and I'm landing the boat by myself, and then I got to park the car, and I got to get back to the thing, and it's being pushed into the shore, and then my stuff that I use to get it back out to the lake will get damaged if I drop it, and I can control all these things, and it's just too much of a mess. So yeah, but then again, early on in storms, this is when I want to be out too. So but I don't want to spend $50,000 on a boat. I just don't. I'm just trying to have a hobby. Yeah. And I'm after a muskie.
How much you pay for your boat? 50,000.
No, I don't want to. I've spent on the boat entirely because I bought another motor 20 to about 2,700.
Okay.
And then I bought $1,000 fish finder. Dumbass. No, it's worth it. A Humminbird. It's a pretty good fish finder, and it gives you down imaging and side imaging.
Oh,
I bet you there's something Flat Earth could benefit from these devices. Definitely. I bet you anything it could. But anyway. So I get to see, and basically what it shows me is the weed structure. It gives me the depth, and it lets me know if there's things that look like bait fish in the area, or if there's fish that's in its view, and these sort of in structure. So like this is where the fish will be feeding because they find protection in the cliff face of the wall where it gets deeper. So you're trying to find these spots, and having the depth finder really helps you with weed structure and the structure of the lake. And it's all about these fish are trying to get something to eat. That's what they're trying to do. And they're trying to chill out and take a nap. They're trying to eat and take a nap, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. So do you use like a methodology for like turning off your motor of your boat or anything on your approach to your fishing ground? Do you like roll out or?
No. That would be and as a matter of fact, the motor can stir them into movement. It can startle them up out of the weed bed, especially the predator fish. They get startled by it, and then that's what I want. I want them up and active.
You want them up and active, but if they're up and active and then moving away from you
from the moment they're up and active due to the propeller of the boat. You know, they'd be up and active just via some smaller movement. Remember, they're predatory fish are going to be after small movement anyway. I'm just saying, maybe try and maybe even like post the last 20 to 30 meters out to your destination of where you're gonna like be fishing, or try rowing out, because I've got friends that fish, and you know, like they ended up like, you know, or using skiffs instead without any motors on them and just paddling out, because
A fish that I would be, if I was on, say, going after trout, they're a lot more. They get startled, and then they want to like hide. The predator fish, their activity causes them to want to do something, and when they do something, they jump after like their predators, and they're going after the fish. But trout are entirely different. Yeah, I'd want to be quiet. I'd be whispering. I wouldn't be doing. You know what I mean? I'd be wanting to use a fly. When I'm hitting the muskie, I got a 15-ounce lure. I want it to splash the water. I want to get that fish to become active. But say trout fishing, you want to drop the fly and make it totally indiscreet. You want it to be as natural as any other fly moving around. Not, you know what I mean? And I want to keep my baits moving quick so that fish can't tell that there's anything spooky going on. So I get about a 3-mile-an-hour retrieve. Anyway, I'm trying, man. I want a big muskie, man. I'll send you a picture of one. I find one online. Is that you cut? Is that you cut the? Is that you cut the S? Who I'm talking to? With the hummingbirds, dude, they're beautiful, dude. Who I'm talking to right now? Have you ever experienced hummingbirds? Shoot, where'd you go? Well, anyway, there you are. You see the hummingbirds? They're cute as can be. I'm gonna find a muskie. Sorry. I'll send you that one. Oh shoot, that one doesn't come through like that, huh? Never mind. That
as well. Would you be able to post what's it called? One of those muskies, like a picture, like you can find one somewhere.
I did. It's there on Images app, Google, or just type into Google and say muskie.
Yeah, I can't
if
get
you
on.
can.
I can't get on there.
I'm trying to find. Anybody know how to post one of them? Because mine's a link.
If I leave this page, if I come off my Discord, for some reason Discord crashes, and it's not a slow PC either, but that's what's happening to me. Leave it, it crashes.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't have an actual picture of one on my device, so I'd be linking something else. I tried, and it just gave this address. So I don't know how to.
There, that's right. Okay, let's try and add the link image embed, and let's see if that changes anything. Right, mate. Right there.
Okay. I don't know how to do that, but if you do, that's cool.
I'm doing it. I'm a moderator, so I can do this. So right, roll link. Let me just try and find this a second. Right, try and post that same link again and see if it does what it's supposed to.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Discord. And by the way, it just helped me get better at this too. So it's It's all good. I
No,
tried.
yeah, it's just posting a link again. You know, when you save stuff into your like phone, you download an image, for instance, right?
Yeah.
When you actually go into Discord yourself, you don't always have to like share things like that and find the correct channel. You can literally you can open it. You can do it the other way where you go onto the server. You can see where you can write into this channel and Livestream voice section. You can press the plus arrow as well. You know that, yeah, and it will let you access your gallery.
Oh, my own gallery. So if I like put the image on my device, then I can move it. I think that's. Let me see if I can come up with that. Good idea.
You could save it.
Ooh, I think Google Lens. That's a copy check. I'm trying to Google Lens it. Is that wrong? Let me try.
No, don't do that.
Download image. Got it. I'm working on
there
it.
you go.
And now I got to figure out where. Oh, it's probably in gallery. There it is. Now
Yeah,
share.
but you do. Yeah, you could share it from your gallery, but there's also the way you can just open up Discord, click on live stream voice text, and then press the plus arrow. There you go. Oh, that
There's a
almost
muskie.
that looks like a gar.
They're a large pike, basically.
That really looks like a gar. Okay.
Yeah, it's the largest that. Well, no, alligator gar maybe are bigger, and they are predators. But for say my area of living, we don't have any alligator gar here. That's the apex predator, and the thing of it is these things are smart, or something. That's why it takes 1,000 casts. They're
That's why they
finicky
get so
fish. Man, they get big. Man, I think I had one, but at this point it's a fish story, and all I know is my lines broke. You know what I mean? All I know for sure is the lure's gone. Hey, but you know what they do nowadays that's neat is the hooks are they'll break down, and
Yeah.
so like if they're in water for like a couple weeks, you're good. The fish will be fine as long as it didn't swallow it. Then it'd be rough. That's why I never ever fish these things with live bait because they're likely to swallow. I just want to get them on the cheek or their, and I 100% release these. I've never caught one, but I wouldn't use live bait to fish for them because the likelihood of it swallowing it rather than hitting it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
So, yeah.
Unless you're catching it for food, then I wouldn't use live bait. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So
I've always used live bait every time I fished.
I hear you. When I'm after, walleye, which is arguably one of the better fish to eat. I almost always use live bait.
What did you say the name is of that again? You said
a walleye. 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 Like a wall, and then an eye, and they get the name because their eyes glow in the dark and they're big. So there's definitely an eye. The eye, when you catch them at night, this eye, there's no other eye quite like a walleye eye.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. You know how animals' eyes will light up? Well, the walleye eye is a different sort of a. Let me see if I can find an image that. Yeah, it's a different. I don't think an image can do it. You have to see it with your eye.
Yeah, I know what you mean by that. Like, dude, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
There's a few different things like that, isn't there? Like when you see a crocodile or an alligator's eye on the water, like even like if you're out and you're hunting a rabbit and you catch it in your spotlight, for instance, his eyes like blow up or whatever, right? Like that's nothing, or like a deer in the headlights sort of effect. But yeah, when you see an alligator's eyes, like just there, like that's some pretty creepy and crazy shit right there. I'm telling you.
Yeah. So for the whole state, I moved to this town, and it's called Detroit Lakes, and the lake is Detroit Lake, and it's number 8 for Minnesota, and we're the land of 10,000 lakes. So
Oh yeah,
number
yeah,
8,
you're under 10,000 lakes, and that's number 8. Wow. Okay.
yep, and the state stocks it. So I'm here trying. I'm keeping trying. I want one of these buggers, and I've been fishing, and I'm 46, right? I've been fishing since I could walk. In fact, my mom told me a joke that I said, I guess I was really little. I didn't remember it. But anyway, I said, I'm little. I need to catch just a little fish. That's what I told my mom. I need to catch just a... Anyway, she told me that. I don't remember it. Oh, you want to hear another funny one about me being a kid? I had a speech problem, and I found a fire truck, and I was telling my dad I wanted it, and it came out as a curse word, or it sounded like. And I guess he was laughing pretty good, and people were like, it turned into, because he wasn't responding to what I was saying, so I kept saying it louder. I wanted the fire truck. Anyway.
Sorry about that, dude. I cut out then a little bit. You have to start again.
Just one of my memories from being a kid, or being told about being a kid. I don't remember this event. We were at Target or Kmart or one of these stores, a box store, Walmart sort of thing, and I saw a fire truck, and I had a speech problem. So I was yelling at my dad that I wanted the fire truck, but it came out as a curse word. He was laughing, and yeah. Anyway,
a fire truck. I wanted
yeah, but
a fire
a fire fuck. And Kate kept repeating it and stuff, I guess. And Dad was laughing his ass off. And no, dude, I guess. Anyway.
All right, man.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I was innocent as could be. I just wanted, it was a fire truck.
Give me the fire fuck. I want the fire.
Yeah, that's what was. Yeah. I don't remember it. I was told about it, but anyway.
Yeah, man, that's pretty cool. Yeah, where I'm from, it's it's pretty cool, really. I grew up, well, not grew up on, but grew up visiting my father on the farm that he lived on, and like, I guess there's a lot of sea fishing that's done there, the sea bass and cod and all that sort of stuff, right? But like, I'm always more interested in hunting in general. So there's a lot of grouse hunting and pheasant, rabbit, and all that sort of stuff, right? But really, just growing up on a farm, what's interesting is just like being around all of like the bigger animals, right? Like even like sheep and goats and stuff like that, but mainly bullocks and bulls. And it's this thing we used to do, right, with the bulls, which would be like we'd go to the bull pen, we'd get like a big a big thing of hay, and like we're talking like a 15-kilogram block of hay, and it's obviously stringed together, right, and tightly packed. And I figured this out. It sounds pretty harsh, really, now you think about it. You realize how strong they are when they start smashing down metal gates nearly. But I would, and it was basically, it was like this. It was like the other cows are in season, so the bulls are going crazy. So like I was just like messing around with them. I was only young, and I grabbed like one of these pieces of hay, and as the bull comes over to like the cage, the side of like the fence part, right, stood on top of it with this bit of hay, and I chucked it onto the top of its horns. So now it's got like a hay bale just like stuck on its forehead. Just looked like a cubed, looked like a cubed, a cubed headed but made out of hay bull, and obviously it just kept running around, thrashing and just doing whatever it could, bucking, headbutting things, until it was like breaking down more, and in the end it ended up looking like it had like a big long blonde wig on. No, it was brilliant, bro. And that became like a tradition then. Every weekend that I would go there, I would get out.
I helped create steers at this It was a little different, you know, from what
Steers
you
are for
described.
queers. Sorry.
Anyway, but he showed me how to create steers. But I mean, it's just a certain type of cow that you utilize it. But it wasn't pretty. It was not fun. It was a little different than what you just described. But
What were you talking about? Say that again.
no, I worked for a large animal vet. He had cattle and created steers. You know, castrated. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, I've got a pretty graphic story about being on the farm.
Yeah, dude, bro. Yeah, I have some. I have plenty of graphic
If you want to
stories,
hear
but
one.
I don't necessarily talk about them on it. Yeah, I mean, I worked for this guy for several years. It was like 250 acres, bro. No, he had several horses, and he was a large animal. He was a veterinarian, and so I sometimes his assistant. You know, so.
Yeah, I've helped deliver some
Yeah, it's pretty
cattle.
freaking crazy. But yeah, I mean, I've pulled calves and shit. You know,
Yeah, man. I remember when I was like 10 years old and I pulled a horse out of another horse and it just stood right up. And I was like, what the
No,
fuck?
I pulled I only pulled one calf, but one's enough.
I remember all the
Because it
sheep,
was
right?
freaking crazy, bro. It was the most insane thing.
All the sheep, Helio, in one night. I'm kidding you not, over 60 different sheep started giving birth in one night. There were like, yeah, there were like 1,000 of them, don't get me wrong, in this huge like barn complex, but like 60 of them in one night started giving birth. And I helped deliver like, you know, a good third of those, right?
Well, I mean, since I was a little kid, I mean, I've always had pets in the family, so I know like cats and dogs giving birth. You know, I mean, it was always a thing. It doesn't matter. You know, when I was 4 or 5 years old, I saw. It's like, hey, kitty's having babies. It's like fucking eight new kitties, and then we're watching her have the kitties, and she's looking at us going like. Actually, the cats like they wanted to be there. You know, I mean, it's like they want you to be there. You know, if you're like, hey, help me have these babies, because it's just like they can't stop it. It's just
Yeah,
like,
they don't know what it
and
is.
so I was like 5 years old, like helping my cat have babies and shit.
Yeah, no, I've been there, dude. Because remember I said I was like I helped birth those 60, well not 60 on my own, but I did about 20, right? Sheep, right? The little baby lambs.
Yeah,
One of
I
them
had
was
to
given
pull.
to
I
me,
had to
bro.
pull that calf because it was coming out breech, and
Yeah,
I
that's
used the
always
come along. Calf puller. You have to put the come along on it, and you crank it out. That shit was gross.
Well, I've done that with my hands, bro.
Well, you
Like,
can do it with your
with a
hands,
few
but I mean,
dudes.
it's easier with a calf puller. But anyway.
Oh, of course.
But I was working with the doc. I was working with the doc. You know, he put the big glove, rubber glove on his arm and shit. Reached in there and put the chain. And he's like, "All right, start cranking." He was like, "All right, start cranking." And I'm like leaning back and I'm cranking on this calf puller, man.
Attached it to the
Holy
front
shit!
of the
It was
Jeep.
insane. It was I loved it. Though I mean, it's one of the most.
Attached the rope to the front of the Jeep, Helio, and drove off at 20 miles an hour.
As soon as that calf hit the ground, like within 20 seconds, that some bitch was on its feet. You know,
Yep.
It was awesome.
So yeah, quick little story, right? So out of the paddocks, right? So these were Belgian Blues, or otherwise known as Schwarzenegger cows, right? And they're really big. They're double muscled, right? They're very heavy, and because they were out to pasture and they got caught because of a flood, basically like a rain flood, they didn't come back up to the paddocks, right? They didn't come up to the barn to sleep in the dry. They just stayed stood up. So there was a lot of softening of the outer, keratin on the hoofs, and due to this, the cattle grid was already an oversized cattle grid, right? So all of the cattle crossed, but the smallest female that had been out the longest, when she walked across, it basically sheared off the edges of her hoof and like.
Oh, she got stuck. in the throat.
Degloved, and whole foot went down, broke, and the cat was there screaming, crying in agony and pain. I'm 14 years old, right? Bear in mind. All we had was birdshot shells for a 410 shotgun, and the veterinarian guy, because we lived on, like I said, we was on the coast, and it's way out, right? You know, these people have thousands of acres. This farmer had.
Yeah.
And the veterinarian's like, dude, I'm an hour and a half out. And he's like, I can hear that cow bellowing. He said, someone has to shoot it. I said, we've only got birdshot. So he taught me how to do a cut slug, which is where you make a centrifugal sort of line where you cut him with a Stanley blade, but you don't fully. It's an offset centrifugal line where you have a little tab of plastic left over when you cut around the top of the gunpowder, just below the wadding, so that you're able to then put that in the 410 shotgun when you shoot, instead of all the birdshot coming out at the end of the.
I mean, if the cow was cut for very long, it's probably very weak. I mean, couldn't you just cut the jugular?
Well, I could have done that at age 14, yeah, Helio. Sure, of a Belgian blue that's kicking and screaming, with one of its legs broken fully up at the shoulder.
I was just wondering, man, if it's already caught, if the neighbors are like, "Oh, it's bellowing, and we can hear it."
It wasn't the neighbours; it was the vet on the phone that we'd spoken.
Okay,
Well, actually, on the sat phone we spoke to him. But
so what did you do? You had to use a shotgun.
I used a shotgun, a 410 shotgun. I cut a shell with a circle around it, just below the wadding, just above the gunpowder, so that once you shot it, instead of it breaking through the plastic waxed wadding on the top of the star,
Right.
and all the bird shot coming out right there, it would keep it all together as one solid piece, the plastic included, right? And all the wadding and all of the ball bearings in the bird shot, that all stayed as one piece. So it became a slug. Cut shells, look into it. You can make them into slugs.
No, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I made 2 cut shells on a double-barreled 410 shotgun, and I took an umbrella out with me. And there were other men there. There was the main farmer wasn't there, but his son was. He was like 28 or something, and my father was there. And they couldn't bring themselves to do it, right? Couldn't bring themselves to kill.
So
I did it.
The farmers couldn't even they couldn't bring themselves to kill the cow, even though it was already pretty much dead.
The farmer's son couldn't do it. He was like 20 years old, 20-something years old. I was 14.
Shit. I mean, well, if
he should have took responsibility. Don't get me wrong. I know that.
No, it's like, fuck. There's many ways to kill that cow because, I mean, it's already dead.
Dude, it wasn't already dead. This Belgian blue.
Well, it wasn't already dead. I'm just saying it won't be able to live as a cow anymore. That's all I'm saying. You have to kill it as a farmer.
You'd have to get a crane in there, pull it out, and reconstruct shoulder.
You're not going to spend
too much money to do so.
$5,000 on a vet to reconstruct.
That's what I just said. It would have been way too much money, not worth it, right? So it's just like put it out of misery.
But they wouldn't do it. They own the cow, and they wouldn't kill it.
No, the owner of the cow was not there, Helio. His son, who was mid-20s, was there, but he didn't have the heart to do it.
Okay, I get it. But he's okay. I'm not judging the guy. I don't know him, but yeah, I mean, you have to.
My dad
you have to kill it. You have to kill it. I mean, at that point, you have to kill it.
Well, I did, and hopefully, no one judges me for that.
I don't judge you for it. I mean, it's suffering, and it will always suffer for the rest of his life. Even if you try to save it, you're going to spend way much more money than you should. I mean, you just have to kill it.
Wait, who's this Zoom boomer guy saying he doesn't need? I don't need this server anymore. Wait there. But I used an umbrella, by the way, Helio. Because obviously the 2 410 shotgun shells, what I did was I got an umbrella, right?
Well, you said like the way the shell works, it is essentially a slug. It's birdshot with a plastic
Well, yeah, it's called a cut shell. You can look into it where you make an offset circular ring where you cut into the plastic so that when it shoots, it breaks off instead of going through the front of it and breaking open the star shape, crimping. The whole piece comes out of plastic with the birdshot all inside of its casing, and it's wax casing with also the wadding.
So what's the range on something like that?
Not
Like
well, the range
30
of something like
yards
that
or
would be
something, maybe?
not very accurate. It's likely to tumble and stuff like that. But you know, for home defense, it would work. It'd be better to use them than birdshot.
But I mean, it would be efficient if you put it right next to a cow's head.
Oh yeah, well that's what I did with 2 barrels and 1 shot. So one trigger pull for both barrels, pretty much. And I used an umbrella.
That's pretty sad. If this guy's 20 years old and he grew up on that farm and doesn't know how to put a cow down, then holy shit, that's insane.
It was technically illegal to do. It's technically illegal to put.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not like that in America.
But like it was sanctioned by the vet because he was an hour and a half away max, minimum.
Well, it doesn't have to be sanctioned by the vet here.
Well, he just basically said that you probably won't get in trouble for this because, like, you know, it's going to have to be an hour and a half or more before I get there. So put out of his misery in any way you can.
Sure. Well, you have to because he's going to suffer.
Really an option.
He's suffering now and going to suffer for the rest of its life. You have to.
The thing from peace.
Put it down. You had to put it down. I wouldn't even. Actually, you helped that cow because that motherfucker. You had to put it down. So yeah. It's like
you guys want to learn?
I've actually had to put dogs down. It was like, is that sanctioned by a veterinarian here in America? When a dog was poisoned by somebody, I couldn't prove that they actually poisoned my dog, or it was my mom's dog, and she's like, they're really sick, and it's just like the neighbors were pissed off because she had her dogs wandering in the neighborhood. They freaking fed them antifreeze, and I had to go freaking shoot him in the head and bury him. Wasn't sanctioned by a veterinarian.
No.
I didn't feel good about it. It was really tough for me, but I mean, it's just like they were suffering. They weren't going to live, so I put them out of their misery. They weren't going to live through that, being fed antifreeze and shit. Had to put them down. Just do what I had to do.
Right.
You guys want to hear a fishing related gardening tip? I'll tell you. So in fall, if you have that ability, but in fall, take and bury fish like 4 feet down, and your garden it'll help.
Wait, dude, fish. Yeah, are you talking about burying fish under your plants?
Yep.
Yeah, definitely catch
in
fish.
fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put fish in your garden. Yeah, definitely do that. Yeah.
Yep. The worms come. It provides an array of nutrients for the plants, and
as a matter of fact, I mean, if you can catch fish that you wouldn't normally eat, because if you catch fish, if you want to eat them, but you can catch fish that like certain types of fish that aren't necessarily good for eating. You can catch those and hell yeah, put them in the garden.
Yep. No.
What's some fish that you wouldn't like alligator gar or whatever? I mean,
I've never got one.
When I was living in Little Rock, man, you can catch huge alligator gar. or next to the dam. But I mean, you don't want to necessarily eat gar. You know, I mean, it's just, they're really
what I
bony
do is
and they're just like.
it's an invasive species, so I use the bow and then I go to dams and then I shoot carp.
Yeah, carp. I mean, yeah, I mean, certain types of carp. I mean, it depends on what you get. You can eat carp,
But we want them out of there anyway because they eat the fish eggs.
so they eat all the eggs of the other fish and stuff. So you.
Yep. They messing up our waters. But yeah, I think I'm gonna take a picture. Yeah, let's just buy this realtor. I'm just
any
walking around town
fish,
right
I mean,
now.
all you can do is just freaking mince them up and throw them in the garden. Oh yeah.
Yep. But they got to be deep enough so that an animal won't come and dig them up. Because they'll come and dig them up if it isn't deep enough.
Should you let them kind of decompose a little bit before you throw them in the garden?
I don't think it matters. I don't. Yeah, you could. But it's a really great gardening tip, and for anybody that's involved in gardening and they're trying to do it organic, and they're trying to, and it will maximize nutrient availability for the plant.
That's a really good idea. I think that is a really good idea.
Yep. And it's really cheap.
Go catch trash fish you would never eat. Freaking throw them in your garden. In your garden soil, I mean. That's a really good fertilizer. Yep, definitely. Yeah, I would recommend that.
So
I'm not a gardener, but I think it's a good idea. I think
So here's a little map. I'm going to share it. This is what I live around. It's coming. Wheels turning. There we go. Them are all the lakes. That's not even that much distance. I'm in the Detroit Lakes area, which is, man, it's got a lot of lakes. I would say what you're looking at there is probably, how many square miles? I don't know. I'm going to say vertically up that wall, it's probably 70 miles, and then across it's probably 50, and there's the police after someone. We barely ever get police in town. I barely ever hear sirens. I had to get up here away from the Twin Cities with all the craziness. Because they going crazy down there, man. It ain't even safe. Minneapolis, St. Paul, they ain't playing. They're going nuts. So I'm way up in the boonies now. And if things get so bad, I can live in the woods and survive. You know what I mean? Like, what was it, Hank Williams? I can run a trout line? These sort of things. Country boy can't survive. And these sort of discussions, with the way we know things are going to go, are probably worth having. You know what I mean? Well, guys, I'm going to be quiet because I don't know if there's someone here to talk to that was a Glober, but I don't want to be too distracting or absorb too much of the time or any of that. So it was really a great time here. Thanks, guys. I need to find my way to the back to wherever. Sorry.
What? What did he mess? What? What did he mess me up? What? 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 Wait a cat freaking minute.
For the 200th time,
Yeah,
Zanuck.
he's already destroyed this argument for himself earlier today by claiming that you can't leave reference frames, you can't leave reference frames. Like, he's already destroyed himself numerous times on this.
I love you,
I
Chocolate,
don't
but
know
I've got
why
to
this
jump
is.
in.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Mike West is in the house. Mick West, even.
Oh, I seen him in the check-in. I didn't think he was real.
Yeah, no, he is real. Bev has been talking to him on Twitter and has managed to get him in. So, just so you all know that he's probably going to come down to the live stream soon.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, that's going to be way better than fucking
Yeah,
with
behave
getting
yourself,
down
Zanuck.
and mute
You'll be
Zanuck.
the
Is he like
first.
famous?
I'll be what?
You'll be muted if you don't behave yourself.
I'll always behave myself.
Yeah.
Isabel got muted a second ago.
I'll be the judge
I'll
of that
try.
one.
Hey, Chocolate, can we just talk about one thing before we let this topic go? The leaving of reference frames?
No more reference frames, please.
No,
My
just a
ears
second.
are bleeding.
There seems to be a misunderstanding. I just wanted to explain it in case there's ever a question.
No one.
Maybe
no
you
one,
could
No one
DM.
cares? Okay, I'll leave it out then.
Yeah, we are fine. We cannot eat any more reference frames because they are not healthy.
Yeah, if you confuse me more, I might actually start believing in the globe again.
I'm not trying to confuse you, just letting you know about how you can't leave a reference frame. It's not possible, but you can go to another reference frame if you'd like to. It still exists.
Stop explaining.
Observation point.
No, we didn't ask
It's
you
just
that.
an
All
all-inclusive
about
reference
observation
frame that we can go to.
What's that?
Could we talk of rainbows while the Midwest is coming?
How about corpuscular rays?
How about these observations and long-distance measurements that are defying the very model that you are preaching here, Zanuck?
Okay.
How do we deal with those on a ball when they directly contradict the supposed curvature that we should be seeing, according to their story?
In the measurements of large mountains at a distance?
Well, yeah, just long-range observations in general, right? I mean, there's so
West is coming. Sorry, got to reiterate. Mick West is literally coming in a minute now.
Nice. I'm ready.
Fantastic.
Hello, buddy.
So, yeah, those are interesting observations, right? And a lot of them aren't very accurate. They're looking at, I see the light that should be 100, 200 feet below the horizon. How do we see that? And the answer is, from my perspective, not perspective, no.
Yes, perspective.
Refraction has only a small effect, but there could be something called diffraction, which could actually allow those. Yeah, diffraction can actually
Could
object.
be.
We don't. I'm admitting that I don't know, and I'm interested in that test, in replicating it myself.
Could it be that we see what there is without anything?
Yeah, until it's shown otherwise, that's the logical base assumption, so that's where we leave it.
Well,
I'm sorry.
that's the first step in science,
It looks
right?
like a beaver. It looks like a beaver. It smells like a beaver. It has a tail like a beaver.
No, but how come? Then answer me this. Then. Answer me this. So when I shine that same laser to an 11,000 foot peak, 123 miles away, what do you think we'll see when there's less refraction or diffraction involved? Do you think
Well,
I
don't know.
The fact
doesn't
that you
matter.
shine the laser on
It does not
something
matter.
100
How
and
can
however
you
many miles away just means there's no curvature.
If we use a laser targeting device to aim a laser at a target, we'll probably hit the target with the laser if you've got a direct line of sight to it. Now, refraction over vast distances will have to be taken into account because quite possibly if you're viewing this mountain over a vast distance, it's going to be refracted to you, the observer, anyway. So you'd have to take account for this, wouldn't you?
But you've shown 200 feet over 20 miles, so we got to see, a huge amount of refraction that's going on over 100 miles, right?
Well, yeah, more distance, more atmosphere, right?
Okay. Well, that would play into my case here, in that when we show a mountain 125 miles away, why is it angularly much lower than it should be for that given distance?
I don't know, because you're comparing a geometric function to refraction.
Yeah, but
this observation of the mountain, you're observing it, the light is being refracted through that atmosphere. More distance, more refraction, possibly, right?
3 degrees? We're talking about a refractive
Refraction
index.
over long distances is 7 to 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah,
Wait,
Zanuck,
refraction-
if you're able to shine a laser on a mountain that far away,
refraction
yeah,
depends
you
on-
shouldn't be
you guys
able to
got-
see it due to the alleged curvature.
Refraction, two factors, right? You have your angle of incidence as well as the material
Okay,
medium
that's enough,
you're shining light through. If it's air, it's very low refractive index. Then you have the angle of incidence on top of that. That no way accounts for the amount of sink those mountains would have at 125 miles. They're
How come
11,000.
they're visible? How come they're visible?
We're seeing they should be. We're seeing them being angularly at 7,000 feet.
That's fine.
Where did 7,000 feet of that mountain go?
Mick West in the house, people. How you doing, Mick?
Yeah, Mick
Hello.
knows this. Mick knows this very well.
I know. Yeah, I do actually. I know all about the refraction problem. It's very interesting.
Also, welcome to the server.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it too, Mick. It seems like the only time you can get light to bend down is in a tank full of sugar water.
Oh no, you can actually do it fairly easy in any type of thing where the refractive index is higher the lower you go down.
Can you demonstrate this?
Yeah.
Ooh, no. Well, then do it. Yeah, I'd like to see. I'd like to see laser light bending down in air. Can you demonstrate that, Mick?
Okay. Yeah. No, that's really,
just gonna
really
make a small
easy to do,
announcement,
actually.
guys. Just to make a small announcement, guys. I understand we've got Zanuck and Mick West in, so if we could just dial it back 10% and try and keep them here as long as possible before we start getting involved.
Okay. Yeah.
Emotional conversation.
Okay.
should get married.
No, I'm just asking a simple question. Mick West here is very informed about the. No. Mick West here is really informed about the refraction problem. So I've asked something very simple of him. Can you demonstrate laser light bending down in atmosphere, not a tank of sugar water, please?
Yes, I can.
Cool. I'd love to see it.
All right. Well, I have a video showing how to do it actually, but really simply, the way to do it is just to kind of cool the air lower down, and the laser light will bend down towards the cooler air. And the easiest way to do that is with a large ice pack, just like the type of thing you put in a cooler or an ice chest. You take that
So, like
and you shine the.
when it's really cold and conditions are just right on the lake for us to observe a mirage of a skyline that's about 36, 40 miles away. So those are perfect conditions.
No, well, I wouldn't. I mean, obviously conditions vary, and sometimes they're better than others. But yeah, if a lake is very cold, the light will bend down towards that because it cools the lower air and makes it denser. And more dense air has a higher refractive index. And light bends towards the higher refractive index, though, towards the denser medium. Which is why on a hot road, when a road heats up, the air expands, it becomes less dense, and the light bends up, which is where you get that kind of mirage refraction. It looks like a mirror, the typical like mirage, like pool of water in the desert type thing. That's because it's hot down there, but when it's cold, it bends in the opposite direction.
Is it the same reason that I saw an experiment done with laser and the iron? Iron was heated, normal, like an iron, what you iron your shirts or whatever. And this iron was put next to the laser, and it changed the direction of the laser.
Yeah, it is. With hot things, it's kind of tricky to do because hot air moves around a lot more because it rises. Cold air just sinks, so it doesn't move so much. So you get a lot more turbulence with hot air. But you can do it. I have a video. Can I post links in here? So I've got a...
Maybe post.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll give you the appropriate right.
Hey, Mick, I got a question for you.
Sure,
One of the things the flat community has done is they did an experiment out there at the Salton Sea. And they basically, it's really simple. Guy sitting in a chair with a camera, guy across the Salton Sea 20 miles had a mirror and was changing the mirror angle up and down, up and down, up and down. And they were shining the sun off the mirror to the person holding the camera. And they did see a flash when they got the right angle from 20 miles away, which would be about 150, 200 feet below level. So my thoughts, and that's when I kind of was interested in, because refraction would only account for so much in air, as we know, 0.003 or something.
It varies though based on the conditions.
Right. But in this case, it was a fairly warm day. They saw the light flash from the camera. We all saw it. Is it a chance, because the light is traveling over an object, water, there could be diffraction involved?
No, diffraction happens around the edges of things. It doesn't really work over a surface like that. Diffraction is when when a wave kind of spreads out when it goes up to a corner or something like that. So it's not really an issue, other than I suppose atmospheric diffraction, which is just kind of glow, which really isn't an issue here. What they're seeing there was an actual line of sight from the camera or from the guy's eyes all the way to that mirror, and indirectly to the sun, because it's reflecting an actual beam of light. Because the lake is cooler than the air, the water just above the surface of the lake is cool, and it curves around that curve of the lake.
It seems like given.
Hold on. So curve that much around over 20 miles that actually follow the surface?
Yeah, well, it's not really that much when you think about it, because the Earth, being so large, the curve really isn't very much. It looks flat because it's curving so little, so it doesn't really bend the light very much.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So the angular change is not that great, but over long distances, it was enough to where it would.
Yeah, exactly. So, like over 10 miles, it's only got to bend like a few feet, which is hardly anything, really.
This implies duplication of the image, a real image that is giving light rays that are coming more or less straight from the object, and a duplicated image from the light rays bending up and refracting. It's a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a duplicated image, essentially, of the actual object is being shifted up and over a curve with the actual object with the straightest rays possible coming from said object somewhere else.
There are no straight rays coming from it. They're all being bent. If you took like the object and drew a ray in every single direction, all 360 degrees, the ones that go across the lake are going to be very slightly curved. The ones that are a little bit above that are going to be slightly less curved, and then the ones going straight up will not be curved at all. So the curve is so small.
What's it got
a bending of the?
This is not on your regular air. We're not talking about sugar water, Mick West.
We're talking about the atmosphere, which is much less of a refractive medium than sugar water. So it only bends a really, really tiny amount. The reason you have to use sugar water to demonstrate it,
it's been proven. There is no refraction at night, Mick West. Are you kidding me?
There's refraction any time that there's a difference.
No, there is not. No, there is not, Mick West. Quit lying.
Ask a question. Let's let West respond. We're starting to harangue him a little bit. Mick West, you had to respond?
Yeah. Lasers at night, no refraction.
Oh well, yeah. Why are you?
Yeah, right there. There's the there's the data. Show me where there's refraction in that data right there. It actually shows none from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Literally. That's why tests are done at night, Mick. That's why these laser tests are done at night. Okay.
I have a question. There seems to be quite a lot of change in the angle for a lot of the time there. At some point, like over a small height variation, sometimes things equalize because at some point the refraction bends down, at some point it bends up. So there's some time during the day when it
laser light bends up. We've seen it. It bends up because of the humidity rising off the water. If it does, that's why they choose a frozen or a partially frozen lake to minimize that effect. Thank you very much. Prove that it bends up in our atmosphere. Show me, or it bends down in our atmosphere. Please do.
Well, yeah, like I said, I demonstrated it.
It doesn't. We can demonstrate it goes up, Mick.
But I've just said that I personally have demonstrated, and I have a video of me actually showing.
Not in the atmosphere.
Atmosphere. I had to use like an ice pack to cool it locally because. Well, you're accusing me of lying when I actually have a video showing me doing this.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm accusing you of being very deceptive. Yes, you are.
We don't need to
just like Dr. John D called you out big time for your calculator and all the other lies and bullshit that you produce.
Oh, let's
I'm not going to take it lightly with a shill in here.
I have one question. If you're just saying I'm lying, then like, how are you? Why are we even having a discussion here? Like,
are you a government agent?
No, I'm not. I'm just some guy.
Well, Mick, going back to the refraction, when refraction happens, not all colors, there's a bit of an echo, sorry, but not all colors of light refract at the same time, which leads to an unstable, hazy image when there's been like miraging and different effects. Now, when you go to a cold layer of air, there is some stability, but you have what essentially amounts to a faded, duplicated, hazy image that is unstable. It is a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a stable image would refract and curve over air. And with the sugar water that you saw, that you showed in a video, or maybe somebody else showed in another video, you see what appears to be the laser hitting a critical angle and bending away after reflecting off of a layer versus, say, bending down through a cold layer. So you have slightly different phenomena. One where you have what appears to be somewhat of a reflection off of a layer of density versus going through a different layer and quality of air going through the medium. So we have a couple things here that are a little hard to believe is really happening with the atmosphere. You'd expect a hazy, unstable image, and you'd expect some duplication because some of the different colors of light refract differently if refraction is happening. So some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way. Some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way, leading to an instability of the image, would it not?
Yeah, and that's why Dr. John Dee used 2 different color lasers on his test. He tested for your refraction and found nothing.
The amount of refraction with
Jesus
different colors is about the same. It doesn't really vary very much. Now, if you look through something like a magnifying glass,
no shit, and he took this into consideration over a distance.
I'm addressing the issue raised by the previous person, and he's saying that different colors refract by different amounts, but they really don't refract by very much difference. When you look through something like some glasses, the light is being refracted a lot. It's being bent a lot, but the colors really don't change very much at all. You get a little bit of coloring around the edges called chromatic aberration, which you see in photographs sometimes, where the blue is bent a bit more than the green. But really, the difference isn't very much. So the color thing isn't really an issue.
Yeah, but isn't that how we establish the difference of rate between a refraction that's happening is by using different colors? So it's not a matter of if it's happening or not. It's the rate at which it does. That's why we use different colors, right, Mick?
Yeah, well, that tells you basically how the wavelength of the light affects it. And that leads to a thing called the green flash. Are you familiar with the green flash on the sunset?
Yeah, it's when the sun's setting, right?
Yes, we're familiar with the green flash.
Yeah, and that's the difference there between the red light and the green light kind of shows you really how much the sun has been refracted. You can do the math because we know the different refractions. It's only like 1% or so for the difference between the red and the green. So you can tell by the size of the green flash how much the entire sun has actually been refracted. It turns out it's been refracted by an amount that's about equal to the diameter of the sun. So when you see the sun just above the horizon, in reality, under the conventional model, it's actually just below the horizon. It's being refracted upwards by the standard atmospheric refraction.
Well, another problem with the way that this refraction is applied, you can have 1% from the origin where the light ray is put out, or you can have 1% by the time it reaches the observer. And depending on if you apply it at the start or the finish, you're going to have differences of, miles.
That's not how it works.
If it just goes a degree off of the observer's eye, that's hardly anything. But if you started at the origin, that may go off a couple miles. So how's this refraction even being applied at the start or at the finish?
It applies over the entire path of the light.
Which means that you're going to have a lot of miles that are going to be added to the calculation when really it may only affect the observer and be even less, even smaller than that.
You have to look at what the light goes through every single step of the way from the start to the end. You can't just look at the start or the end or something in the middle. You've actually got to look at the entire path of the entire beam of light, which is why I actually use ray tracing when I in my more complicated calculator, the refraction simulator. You've actually got to step through the atmosphere one step at a time and see what happens to that one small step, and then bend the ray of light very, very slightly, and then move it again. And I do tens of thousands of calculations on that one beam of light to see exactly how it bends.
In Lemon, when I posted that picture of the ship disappearing, you see only the smokestacks of a 200-foot tall ship. You think if you had a laser pointed at the bottom of that ship out to shore, you'd be able to see the laser when you can't even see the boat from the shore?
Yes.
How much refraction would you have to see the bottom of that boat 20 miles away? All you see is the smokestacks up top.
It's still there. It's just compressing at the eye line of the observer. Something that's above your eye line physically will only compress down to the eye line and no further, and stuff that's below your eye line will compress up to that line but no further. Otherwise, you have an error condition where something can look like it's above you when it's actually below you. It's just the logic of the way that the eye focuses rays.
I get it.
There.
Lemon, And nothing has changed proportions. There's no compression. There's no distortion.
There's compression down to the eye line.
No, there's nothing
Usually
there.
is compression down at the bottom.
The bottom's completely visible and not changing shape whatsoever from the moment it was seen 3 miles away to here it is at 20, 25 miles away.
How about this? How come the flat Earth just makes sense at all? How come it's not just the most retarded thing ever when you look into it? Why, just Mick and Zanuck? Why do you guys think that like we believe it so much? Why does it make so much sense to us? Can you like? I want to know if I'm wrong. Why am I so confused? Is it because our observations make it look flat and that I'm just wrong because I haven't been high enough?
Essentially, yes.
So when are we going to go high enough? Like,
you don't need to go that high. There's the experiments you can do at a fairly low level, like the Bedford level experiment done by Wallace back in the 1800s was actually a really, really good experiment.
No, this was even conflated in court. We can't go back and forth with these two scallywags. That's not going to happen.
No, but Mick,
Dr. Johnny, he redid the Bedford level experiment anyway.
No, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Dr. John didn't do it. He had bad weather and he's never been back. So,
but do I think it's? I've never seen the globe, so why should I believe it? Like, all my observations are of a flat Earth. Do you agree? Your observations are all of a flat Earth, right? Are your observations?
You've seen things like No, my observations are of a globe. The observations I've taken show that there is
look flat to you, and it's just
you've never seen curve in your life or motion with your observations.
You've never seen anything. None of us have.
I get it.
No, he just wants to beg the question and apply a model to it. He's like the model to.
But you've never seen it, right, Mick? You've never seen the globe, right? Right? Like us.
See it every day. Here it is.
Nobody has seen the globe.
You see it every day, dude? Are you serious?
You don't see shit, man.
You go to space every day?
Hold on.
Guys,
just
taking it out of hand. I think what you're trying to say is, are you trying to ask him what does he observe? Rather than just repeating the question and shouting it, just ask Mick, what do you observe on a day-to-day basis that shows a ball?
Well, I think Mick and everybody would agree that.
Zanuck, shush. That was directed at me.
My problem is I see a flat Earth every day, and I can't deny that anymore.
We understand that, but Mick, what do you observe?
Well, I see a lot of evidence that to me shows that the Earth is actually a ball. Like the simplest thing is
not the evidence, the observations. What do you observe?
Okay, the observations, like I observe, say, Catalina Island, like something I used to live in Venice, Venice Beach in California, and there's an island off the coast. It's about 35 miles off the coast, and it's about, I think, 2,000 feet high. And when you look at it from the beach at Santa Monica or Venice next to each other, you see that half of the island is hidden behind the horizon.
What's the horizon?
I just posted.
Hold on, Zanuck, shush. What's the horizon?
Horizon is the line formed by the edge of the curve.
I can't hear. I can't. Shut the fuck up.
All the fucking time.
Shut up.
You're talking about.
I want to know what the horizon is.
Your horizon is about 3 miles ahead of you with the naked eye.
The horizon is a horizontal line. That's why it's called a horizon.
I'm asking Nick a direct question. What's the horizon?
It's not a physical thing.
I'm not asking you.
By the curve of the ocean.
Platypus. No one is talking to you, dude.
You see of essentially
I don't think he can hear anybody.
Who are you?
All right, so
who's talking to you, bro? Yeah, shut your ass up.
Sorry, y'all. It's just that we have to collectivize a little bit because it's one, group against one man. We just have to collectivize a little bit.
Let Jedi ask his question to Mick.
But we should let Platypus talk at the end because he also has been and seen Catalina. So I want to hear both sides.
I live in LA.
Yeah.
I got a picture.
I want to know.
Check out the picture I posted in the chat of Catalina.
Well, you all know what the horizon is under the standard model. Understand.
I understand the horizon is the limitation of my view. So that's what the horizon is. You're reifying this apparent location into a real location, the apparent leading edge of your sphere. That's what you're doing. The horizon is the limitation. The horizon is the limitation of the observer's view over the Earth. It is not an actual location. It is not the leading edge of a sphere. And nothing is hiding behind it.
So this guy
but it matches exactly the standard model.
Wrong.
No, it doesn't match exactly the standard model. This is what long distance observations are. I mean, if you're at the beach and you're observing something that's, 35 miles away, and you can't see the bottom of it, I'll give you your 6 foot tall. This is a very narrow angle of view to the thing you're observing 35 miles away across a flat surface.
You can see curvature.
That's not how vision actually works, though.
What do you mean? I've just pointed out you're observing something from 6 foot above the surface of the ocean that's 35 miles away. It's reduced the angle of sight.
You've been to Santa Monica.
The angle. Next person who ever talks to me is going to get muted.
Bulge. You've seen the water curve up and block your view of the shore of an island 30 miles away. You're telling me there's enough curvature across 30 miles to see a giant curve and have the ocean bulging in front of you, and then you don't see the shore.
It's just a smooth curve of the ocean.
Well, hold on, because I hear this argument too, like, oh, I see the curve. Well, where do you see it? I see boats going over it straight ahead. If you're seeing something 35 miles out straight ahead, imagine how long a distance of horizon you're actually seeing and how many hundreds of miles you're actually are in your vision. Like, there should be something else. There should be left and right curve too, if it's real, but it's not.
No, the horizon is flat.
Yeah, but if you're saying it's curving like away from you, it should also be curving left and right. Visually, you should be able to. If you think you can see the curve away from you, then you should also be able to see the curve left and right because of you're seeing way more distance. You're seeing way more distance.
That's not how it works. That's a different curve.
It's a different curve, but it's still a curve that you can actually see.
It's based on your angle of view is what it is. The higher up you go, the further you can see, and it's got dip to do with a curve. It's got zero to do with a curve. You can prove this to yourself by standing on your damn kitchen floor and laying on it. Put your eye next to the floor, and you can't see very much of it. You stand up or even raise up a few inches, you see more of the floor.
Yeah, but you can see the same amount.
This is what happens on a flat surface.
Literally. Yeah, but we're talking about the surface. We're talking about
0.05 arc radians at 30,000 feet. There's nothing to see as far as curve around you. We see the effects away from you. There's a difference.
Well, you know what? Here's the reality. No one has ever seen, yeah, you're right. No one's ever seen the left and right curve, and no one's ever going to see it because it's not real. All you can do is take a perception.
0.05 arc radians.
Say that's curve. All you can take.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hey, hold on, Hollywood, hold on one sec. All right, guys. I know everyone's a little excited because Mick is here. Let's try to keep it constructive, though. Like if Mick's making a point or Xanix's making a point, let them finish and then continue with the point. Don't bounce a different idea because this is getting really hard to listen to. All right, guys. Let's stay on topic.
I'm happy to answer any questions, but it would be good if we could actually stay on the one question for a second. Like, say that the side-to-side curve. That's a great question. Why can't you see the side-to-side curve? You can actually see it. If you go up about like 700 to 1,000 feet and take a photograph of the horizon with a rectilinear lens, one that keeps straight lines straight and doesn't bend lines, and then you look at that in Photoshop, you'll be able to detect an actual curve. If you take a large straight edge up to about 1,000 feet, and you look along it carefully, you will actually see the curve of the horizon curving down a little bit at the ends of that straight edge. So it is actually visible. You won't see it from the beach.
Are you looking for an airplane? Are you looking for an airplane window when you make this observation with a straight edge?
No, you wouldn't be able to see it from an airplane window because it's
right.
too
So you know that you've got distortion at the edges of those two planes of perspex that are convex in nature, especially when pressurized.
Nothing.
So you're making this observation for a curved surface.
Infrared photographs.
I'm talking about. What I'm talking about airplane.
To this?
Yeah, at about 32,000 feet.
About what happens
through a curved lens.
An infrared camera to take pictures of objects that were about 1,000 miles away.
So really through a lens, through another two curved lenses.
A ball that's spinning, but for some reason we were able to do it.
Yeah, so through the camera, the aperture of the lens, which is curved, and then through the window.
That would allow us to see things thousands of miles away at only 32,000 feet?
It wouldn't. So you're misidentifying what you're seeing.
Platypus, I just need to make this clear. Do you hear Jedi?
No, I don't.
You don't hear Jedi? Yeah, you'd like to. You should unmute him.
You're misidentifying what you're seeing. If you think you can see something 1,000 miles away from 30,000 feet, you're not. You can only see about 250, 300 miles or so from 30,000 feet. So you are misidentifying what you are saying.
Why another moderator can't hear me, or why I can't hear another.
Mick also posted a picture of a HUD display that shows the level line and then the horizon below the level line, which would only be possible if the surface below you was curved.
Dude, that gets so
or sloping away from you. But yes, essentially, yeah. And this is something else you can take. You can take a water level, like 2 tubes that are connected, and you can see that the horizon drops below eye level, which would only happen if the Earth was a sphere.
It does.
So parallel horizontals that
way of the Himalayan range is not possible on a globe ever. 2,800 miles away.
I'm not sure what
from above Dubai. Above Dubai in the air on an airplane, and even the pilot admits it. 2,800 miles away, and then tries to explain it away.
Hey, Mick,
Dubai.
Can I just get
from Dubai, Himalayas and Mount Everest from Dubai, 2,800 miles away.
I think that's probably misidentifying the mountains that you're saying, if that's in fact what's being
watch
claimed.
it. Watch it.
Mick, did you
say that about Jay Tolan when he clearly pointed out the 700-mile one was perfect?
Hey, Mick.
I mean, but you're going to say though that was cloud. No, it wasn't clouds.
Jason Tolan actually shows the curve of the Earth. You can actually see the horizon curving in his videos.
Do you disagree with Neil deGrasse Tyson when he says that you can't see curvature at 100?
Are you going to try to pull the crap like FTFE, where he tries to show curve by zooming in with a program that shows the actual table that the thing was sitting on curving too? Are you kidding me?
I'm not sure what you're referring to there, but someone asked about Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was wrong.
So how did you come to have better knowledge than Neil deGrasse Tyson on this issue?
But it's not about knowledge. He just said something that was wrong. I'm sure that if you actually asked him in detail about what he meant, he would explain it to you.
Well, he was pretty clear about saying that from 120,000 feet you couldn't observe it.
Yeah, he was saying that it looked flat, so you wouldn't see much of a curve. But it's technically wrong. Yeah, it's wrong.
You say 1,000 feet. You say 1,000 feet, and he says you couldn't see it from.
You can't really see it with the naked eye very easily. You have to use like a long straight edge and look very carefully and have good conditions, like clear air and a clear horizon. No, but I've seen a lot of people doing it online.
Do you have any?
Is it possible that it's a circle of vision what you are seeing, not the roundness of Earth? Because we have a circle of vision. We see in circle.
We don't have a circle of vision. We have eyes and we have cameras, and they share the same thing.
You have peripheral vision.
From your point of view, you see.
It's irrelevant though. Like, don't talk about vision, because vision's irrelevant. What's relevant here is photographs, because the photographs look like what we see. So let's talk about like how a photograph is made. You can make a photograph.
That's not true, mate. A photograph is not what we see. A photographic is a distortion of reality, actually.
It looks like that, right? Then, if you take a photograph of something and hold it up in front of you, it will look like the thing that you're looking at. Will it not?
But all lenses are curved, so they're going to add curvature. Even the rectilinear lens, it's going to add it after bigger distances and bigger elevation. All lenses are going to do that if they are convex and curved.
Whole camera.
Different cameras will take different images depending on the air clarity of the day. This can be observed with 12-hour time-lapse footage of things in the distance, and the mid-ground and the near-ground undulating throughout the day, including the horizon, depending on the air conditions, right? So it does appear that things do undulate. So you're going to tell me that everything that you see at vast distances is exactly what it is all the time? Or is refraction definitely coming into play?
Refraction is usually coming into play. But what I'm saying is that what we see with our eyes is just essentially the same as what we see with a camera. There's nothing special about our eyes other than them being round. If you take a pinhole camera, which doesn't have a lens at all, it produces exactly the same images as a regular camera.
Up close, but up far, not the case.
Yeah, at distance.
So,
hold on. Real quick. Do you have any alternative viewpoints, or are you going to defend the official narrative on everything at all costs? Because I know the official story and all this stuff. Are you going to provide us with anything like, or do you have any like conspiracies that you kind of think are real, or anything like that? Like anything alternative?
You must be new to Mick West. Mick West was actually a big debunker for chemtrails in 9/11. So He's on the far side.
He runs a website called Meta.
I think there's a lot of corruption in the world.
Mick West. Mick West is the antithesis of a conspiracy theorist. He's specifically here to shoot down any conspiracy and tell you that you're just an idiot.
That's
why I called him Michelle.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, hold on. Do you have any alternative viewpoints?
Can y'all all
other than the
stop
official
talking
narrative?
at the same time?
I just want to know, do you have any alternative viewpoints other than the official narrative on everything?
I think that there's lots of corruption in government, and I wouldn't trust anything a politician says.
Be specific. Like one thing that you're concerned about.
Well, like say the prison industrial complex. Like I think politicians pass laws to increase sentencing based in part on lobbying from the prison industry, and the prison industry gives money to politicians, so they will pass laws like the drug laws that end up with more people in jail.
That's his official narrative.
What about JFK?
Well, the thing is with these photos, they can add curvature, and even these gyroscopes off of which you have the pendulous vanes in these flight equipment can be affected by pressure and electrical environments that can change the way that the vacuum pump operates, which operates with the gyroscope to provide the high-powered spin for the gyro to operate. So the 3 inches up and down that you may be seeing may due to mechanical error of the gyro going through different pressure environments, affecting the vacuum pump and affecting
it with the water level
and spin.
You can do it with the water level, though. You don't need to use like the gyroscopic level. So you just take up like 2 tubes filled with water, and you can view level, like the horizontal level from that point, and you see the horizon is below that.
Depends on how you're looking. Since there are no such thing as lines, you could be looking at the top part of the quote-unquote horizon line, the middle part of it, the bottom part of it, and if you're off by even a hair's breadth, it may add up.
Along local level. Say you get a carpenter's level. Like a big, you know what a carpenter's level is, right? It's one of those long, 4-foot long levels with a little spirit level in the middle.
Yeah.
And you set that up so it's perfectly locally level, so it's flat and horizontal. If you look along that, you will see that it's above the horizon. If you are high enough, if you go to say 6,000 feet or something like that, just look along that level, and you will see the horizon is below that. Easily verifiable.
Yes,
I've done something.
I've done that, mate. Do you want me to get that video?
Can I just ask a visibility concept that you're just totally disregarding?
Can I just ask a couple of questions again to Mick? So, Mick, firstly, have you ever attempted to reach out to Neil deGrasse Tyson to correct him on his misunderstanding about where you can observe Earth's curvature?
Yes, I did. I tweeted at him.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And
long post explaining why he was wrong. I think if you search for Mick West, Neil deGrasse Tyson wrong or something like that, it will pop up. I'm
interested to read that. If you post it, I'm going to give that a read. But also, because I think Flatopus's question is quite interesting as a kind of starting point for some of these things. So if I just shoot a couple of topics at you, can you just give us your opinion on what you think the story is?
I'm just posting a link to the Neil deGrasse Tyson debunk that I did.
Okay.
But Mick West in the chat.
Well, quickly, just let me finish, Lemon. I just want to ask a couple of ones. So, what about JFK? What's your stance on that?
I think the Warren Commission was correct.
Okay.
You should see the video of the driver pointing and shooting him to death in the car.
Did I just hear Mick West say the Warren Commission was correct? On
Mick, was your dad?
Oh my God!
Right, just a couple more and I'll be done. The moon landings
happened.
Happened as they described, right? 9/11.
Yes, 9/11 was done by terrorists flying planes into the buildings catching fire and collapsing. World Trade Center 7 was hit by World Trade Center 1, caught fire.
You're an absolute buffoon. You're an absolute.
Just getting a quick gauge on that.
Hold on. On the link you sent that 45,000 feet. Whoa, that's a curve.
Everything the news says is real and 100% true all the time.
Okay,
my name is Mick West, and there's nothing here
let's
to.
Go back to some flat Earth stuff because I just wanted to get a quick gauge on some of those. So, Mick, sorry, go on, Lemon.
I'm sorry. My bad. You're saying?
Hey, we shouldn't torture him because for all we know, he's literally he's being forced to do this.
Yeah, no.
I kind of feel bad. No joke.
Right?
I mean, he makes some money.
No,
out
no
of
one's
this.
forcing
I'm
it.
pretty sure. Pretty sure
No,
the
I
government's
don't.
paying him.
I don't make money. I'm retired. I actually, I used to be a video game
He's just
programmer.
been threatened. He's just been threatened.
I mean, I guess I'm pretty sure he retired. They
But Mick, you
pretty
agree?
good sum.
You agree that right now people
Look,
around the world.
can I just address this real quick? Like you say, like I'm being paid, I'm a shill, and I'm scared, I'm being forced to do this. Can I just do you know
said,
like
that's
what
a
my
possibility. I never said you were. I said
Right.
it's a possibility.
Okay. Well, let me explain like why I'm doing this. Like I used to be a video game programmer. I programmed a game called Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which was very popular back in the day.
I used to like that.
Yeah. So it was a very popular game. I made quite a bit of money doing it, and so I retired from the video game industry, and now I just do things that I basically am interested in and enjoy doing. So I have a variety of interests.
Well,
this is one of them.
So did you know that all video game worlds are flat?
That's not true. There's quite a few video game worlds that
most are
around.
flat, though. Would you agree? Most are.
Yeah, they
flat.
are. But
the water's flat. Everything's flat. Like, yeah, I can show you a cool video of a lot of different maps, and they're all flat.
Like I said, I used to be a video game programmer.
So is this your dad was FES?
Question.
So because the video game is flat,
hang on, guys. Hang on, guys.
I'm seeing this. I've got to ask this question. Was your dad FES, Flat Earth Society, Mick West?
No. Okay.
Huh?
There was a question. There was a question
my dad,
in the chat that wanted.
Because if he was, then you're part of the problem.
Hello. Can I finish? Can I just ask this question?
He can answer that question.
Yeah, hold on.
Emma. The thing is, ask him a question.
When somebody pauses and lets me answer, I will answer.
Guys, just
all right. My dad was a member for 1 month of the Flat Earth Society because he did it ironically.
1 month, huh?
Oh, that's ironically.
Emma, go and ask your question.
Well,
it's too late now. Everybody bloody jumped in and answered it anyway. So thanks, guys, for talking all over me. Bunch of
Yeah, guys, everyone chill out and let's try and do it one at a time.
I think.
Okay, well,
well put, Emma.
The thing is, with the flat Earth, it looks like we have a bunch of lenses that are adding curvature. Even if you look up at that fisheye, fakery up there in the chat, that matches almost perfectly the globe that they give us. It looks like they go up as far as they can before they hit the firmament, turn around and take a picture of as much as they can with a distorting lens, put black background on the photo, and pass it off as the Earth and the blackness of space. It's so simple. Why didn't we see this before? We've been duped.
He's gone anyway.
Funny. You know what's funny is that he put in all these pictures that could be photoshopped.
Yeah.
Wait, can I ask Mick a question here?
Yeah, no, he's gone.
Wait, what happened? Did you scare him off with the question about his father or something? What was that?
No, exactly. We were all shouting over. Like, I think this is what I warned when I said calm down.
Maybe
I think the fact that we were all shouting and talking at him probably made him leave. Which is the point why we needed to be respectful
he didn't
and shut
just
up and let
leave.
everyone
He
ask
got
the question
banned.
one by one.
What?
Oh, he got banned.
Yeah, this isn't okay. Yeah,
for the chat, are you? Somebody pulled the trigger.
Yeah, for the record, just so people know, this isn't Mick West's first time here. Okay, he's been here before. He comes in very seldom, but he does come in here. Okay, and just before he came in here, there was like 20 people in the chat, and then when he came here, like 40 people joined. Okay, so. I mean, it's a big deal when someone like him joins in. We all kind of want to get at him, because he's a tool, Mick West, the tool,
He's literally a fucking tool, like you said. Nothing but the guy sits on his ass and does nothing but try to debunk conspiracy theories all day long, which he fails at.
Well, he presupposes
he says he made all this money making video game shit. How do you know that's even true?
Look, it's
totally impossible.
I don't care.
We don't know. Look at this picture I just posted. Look at his leg. His leg on that picture.
He presupposes that the Earth is spherical and has a certain radius.
Dude, he just told everyone.
Out of that, he builds up to what he calls the terrestrial refraction. I don't know if he's doing it personally or if some crew
hold on.
Metabunk side is, right? But that's what he does.
Look at the picture I just posted from Mick West, supposedly with them and with Tony Hawk developers and whatnot. Look at his leg where he's sitting down next to the other dude. That is so
Where is it?
2:47 Central Time, whatever.
Do you know what got me? It was the 35-mile away island. I don't understand how I even got that. I mean,
Well, these discussions are for people listening because they need to hear both sides so they can make an informed decision. Platypus, weren't you saying something about California or whatever?
Yeah, I was gonna say he set me off with that comment where he said that you're standing on the beach in Santa Monica and you can only see half of Catalina Island. That entire
35
idea
miles away.
that you're seeing curvature at 35 miles away at sea level, which is ridiculous. We'd see sideways buildings pointing in every direction. That just makes no sense.
Platypus, you know, he was kind of being a little deceptive because what he's saying is true. Because there are times during the year that you go to like Santa Monica or something like that, and you can't see all of Catalina Island. You can just see some of it because it's hazy. But there's very clear days where you can see it perfectly from top to bottom. I know my friend Judas, he actually has videos where he would zoom into the shore from like Santa Monica and stuff like that, like the actual shore, and you can see the boats.
I mean, we have that video. Don't we have that video of that timeline about the water looking like it's rising and covering that island across? I forgot what video is that, but
it's a Skunk Bay.
Yes, exactly. That's Skunk Bay. So it would be the exact same thing. It's the exact same.
Dude, I can't believe you just told everyone with a straight face that planes brought down the towers. I mean, this is this guy. I mean, this is just unbelievable. I know Valley Girl's smarter than McWest. This guy's just an absolute tool. He should be banned on site.
What else did he come in here to talk about?
Yeah, true.
He just came in here to push his globe line. That's it.
Although
That's
you
all
think
he
he should
came
be
in
a
here to
ban on
talk about.
site, not all of us have spoke to him before, and it would have been nice to ask him some questions that people haven't asked. Although you might think he's viable ban on site,
No, he is.
not all of us
Bambi.
have
This is the
spoke to
case.
him
No,
before.
his dad was a member of Fire Earth Society. McWest is banned on site. He's an idiot.
I didn't finish.
I
my
don't.
thing. There was a bunch of people who were trying to ask questions and were getting talked over. A few people are really upset in the text chat because they were being screamed over when trying to ask a viable question.
Yeah, well, his dad was a Flat Earth
I
Society
don't
member.
give a shit.
McWest is a ban on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is. No, it's ban on site. Okay. Flat Earth Society is ban on site. Yeah, Flat Earth Society is ban on site.
Flat Earth Society, though.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's associated with anyone who.
Hold tight. Let's
Then
try
Mark
and calm
Sargent
it down.
wouldn't be welcome here,
Gold, three moderators. Come on, guys. We all know where this is going. Lots of people wanted to ask questions. Lots of people have, understand Mick West and don't want him here. But at the end of the day, it would have been nice to let him hang himself with words. He did twice hang himself because he was reifying an apparent location using misplaced concretism. Reification, right? Which is what they need to do when they presuppose are. So let's try and remember also what's going on as well. Not many people know these things, and it needs to be pulled apart. His Earth curve calculator, the presupposition that it works on, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
The part is if he is in here, and although you might not like it, it's not as if he's here every single day. So if you don't like the current conversation with him being in here, he's not going to be here long. Feel free to jump out the live stream. There are people who want to hear this discussion who now no longer have the option.
Bambi,
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, the good thing is we haven't recorded. We clip those and just start posting this stuff. So look how his dumb conversations are. I mean, it's just that was been perfect.
But what about our mission? This helps people see both sides. They need to see this themselves so they can make a proper decision. I mean, it's not like he's, infiltrating and destroying the server from within, hopefully. I mean, compared to most of the globers that are, real zealots, this dude was a dream. He was calm. He was collected. He answered questions, I mean, we also have to be careful.
Could have got a lot more out of
He's
that.
better than Xanax.
Calm conversation.
Exactly.
There you go.
We could have got a lot more.
To be fair, I like Xanac more than Mick West.
True.
That whole conversation could have been much more productive, and we honestly ruined our time there.
I don't think so.
Never mind.
I don't
Listen,
think so.
listen.
I was talking.
It doesn't matter. He can come back or not.
Will somebody message him and tell him to come
Yeah, here's
back?
the thing. Here's
Somebody
the thing.
banned
It's
him,
really
didn't they?
hard to. Yeah, it's really hard to have a conversation when there's 80 people in here and there's one McWest. Okay, so it's ideally, it's like, oh, it's easy to say, hey guys, just one at a time, give them a chance. And there's 80 people in here wanting to get a chance to ask McWest a question,
But
and
you have to
he
take
left and
control.
got banned on his own volition.
Yeah,
So
I don't think you understand. There were people who wanted to ask questions, like myself and other people who were staying quiet until the opportunity
Right.
came around for them to
What
ask.
question would
The
you
moderators
jumping
need to
on and
moderate
shouting
then
questions
better.
at once.
Yeah.
well, see, okay, so Bambi, so now you know though.
Guys,
So, but now you know.
Moderators
Now you know.
talked
Now you know.
all over several
Hey, listen,
times.
guys, let's just move on because he's gone now, so it doesn't really matter. And if there's
I
50
doubt he'll
odd
come
people
back.
in here, there's plenty other people to speak to. And if anyone's got questions or topics they want to bring up, now's a pretty good time. So let's not.
Yeah,
But he can't come back if he's banned.
Listen to what the
Well,
moderators are
just can't
saying
come
when
back
it
if he's
comes to that
banned,
sort
so.
of thing.
Yeah,
I mean, to
the
keep
guy
the
has a huge.
conversation fresh and vibrant, we need to have people come in with all of their concerns, as long as the server doesn't get infiltrated and destroyed. So we need to be
But
able
Lemon,
to, honestly
Lemon,
deal
why,
with
why,
people.
Lemon,
Yeah,
why did he leave?
What was that?
Why did he leave?
I heard there was a banning, so I don't know. I was in the middle of a comment, and then I didn't hear a response, and I was like, "Oh crap, he probably
His
left or something."
statements were so ridiculous, and like 10 people jumped upon them. So ridiculous that he couldn't even answer it.
He was hanging himself anyway. So leave it to
That's
the
why people
mods
got
to
upset.
decide, and we'll see
Well,
what
I
happens.
mean,
but-
well, the thing is, we are Legion. I hate to have that satanic reference to the demons of hell, but we are a group. So we need to collectivize in a way that we don't just, overwhelm one person. If somebody has covered your question, then me included, be quiet, shut up, let it be covered by one other person so we don't have 10 people asking the same question. And, keep it down to one thing so it doesn't get repetitive. Eat up the airtime that is precious among 80 people and one person. We need to collectivize along certain routes so that we can have a productive 80-on-1 conversation.
Lemon, it wasn't that bad though. Just ask him a couple of simple questions.
We need to elect somebody to do one-on-ones. You just
And
that's
you
how
know-
we gotta handle it. We gotta get Eric Dubé and.
Can I
Next
just
To be honest, we're usually pretty good with this stuff, but it's really hard when you get someone in like that to come in. It's bound to happen, man. It happens even when other fighters come in that are kind of well known. It's just something that can't really be avoided. But the best we can do is work for at least having a decent conversation, I guess.
Well, what I would like to point out, okay, because this just stands true. McWest, right? McWest.
At some point, I'd like to make a point. If someone would let me.
Okay, I got you. I'll wrap this up real quick, Emma. I promise. Okay, just to make this clear, McWest is this server's literally arch nemesis, and here's why. Okay, he doesn't believe in a single conspiracy. Okay, this is a server for a hotbed. Okay, this is a hotbed of conspiracy topic. Okay, so when we get McWest in here, okay, Mr. I don't even believe a single conspiracy, Mr. Iron Wall of Defense, that no conspiracy will get past me. Okay, it's just you're gonna get tensions flaring. He is the arch nemesis of this server. Okay,
not a lot of globe earthers, not all globe earthers like McWest either.
Asshole.
Yeah, I don't like them.
All right, Emma, can you speak
okay.
now, please?
Emma, what you saying, sir?
Lemon, everyone, stop. Emma, can you speak now?
I would just like to say that we played right into their hands because that was planned. That whole thing was planned. You don't think Mick West just suddenly decided, out of the blue, on Twitter, to converse with Bev while everything else is going on? So no,
of course, there's an agenda. Either he was trying to feel us out or see what's up.
No, it was a complete plan because they're all going on the everybody's nasty. And what happened? They came in here and now we've literally, it looks bad on us, even though it's not.
We proved them right.
I don't think it does that.
Well, you haven't seen what's been going on in the background. I'm telling you this from experience of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. That
the
a few
thing
of us are watching, and he came in for a reason, and he got what he wanted.
Well, it's very disheartening because right now the move is to demonize flat earthers. Even O.M. Benjamin's appearance at the Flat Earth Conference may be used to peg, flat earthers as, crazy anti-Semites or whatever. There is a move to demonize flat earthers and push them out of society on some level. And if we can't get it right here in a friendly space, there isn't much hope for out there in the real world either, with people that are much less, prone to give us the time of day. We need to set the example, show that, hey, we can have a productive dialogue even if we don't agree with everything that they're saying.
I understand what you're saying, Lemon, but do you think that he didn't have productive dialogue? Did you hear the shit he was speaking?
It was very productive. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't ad-homming. He was maybe his answers were BS or whatever, but he was answering and being productive. If we can have other people on here that, a straw man even more than him, I just don't get it.
Well, that's,
even with the Flat Earth Society, with good information.
But the hard part is to find an individual like him because he's clearly trained in this. So he's well versed and good at what he does.
Right. Well,
so it's nice to have a worthy opponent, but I kind of get.
Well, if that's the case, let's not give it more time than it deserves, especially when there's so many people in the room. Let's open it up. Is that Gem Panda in the house? It's a full party tonight.
I am indeed. I would be a very, very poor man's Mick West, I feel. But, but I'm here if you need.
I wouldn't give it to these last half the time of day. They're a waste of space. Gem Panda, total waste of space. Mick West, waste of space.
Well, here we go.
If you want to read about what they talk, just go to school.
Gem
Everyone
Panda.
knows what all this.
Jim Panda.
Hold
on.
Let's show them.
Jim Panda. So you're saying you don't get paid as much as Mick West?
Yeah, are you just tag teaming in? What are you doing? Like, is this how this works? The Globe guys just tag.
The word spread through other Discords, guys. It's not a big conspiracy. This one.
No. I just thought it'd be interesting to hear what. I thought it'd be interesting.
We're under attack.
I thought it'd be interesting to hear Mick West get challenged on a few things and see what he had to say.
No, they do what I do.
Too bad he ran off with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, we've got people from Gems in here that watch what we do, and then you've got me in here that watch what they do. So it's all good.
Yeah. So Gem. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Did you?
I just want to say, Mick's been unbanned, so if he wants to come back, he can.
I don't know him. I don't have any line of communication with him.
I'm just saying, if anybody can get the word or whatever,
I'll get it.
It's been
Don't
unbanned.
worry.
Anyhow, I also want to comment on him generally. He's obviously a crazy shill, and he does believe in conspiracy theories because he believes the official government conspiracy in 9/11. So he is a conspiracy theorist. It just depends on who the conspiracy comes from.
Ooh.
Yeah, so just let the guy talk, let him...
he said a lot of things which are utterly just nonsense, and he needs to be challenged on them.
Yeah,
Things
but he's not a conspiracy theorist.
Camera is just like an eyeball.
No,
a camera is just like the human eye.
This is for the
ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah, this is for the audience, guys. So when they come in here, we want them to say what they say so that the people can hear them. The audience all the people who are listening. So when we challenge them on those ideas, they could hear how ridiculous it sounds when he's presenting the globe nonsense. So it would behoove us to let him come in here and kind of spew his nonsense so we could tear it down. One at a time even. Like Lemon had the right idea, so he was calm, collected. We could do this. I mean, just let him come back in here, let him say what he's going to say, take one question at a time, and then answer him appropriately. We could shut this down. I mean, if we do it collectively. I mean, I do believe that we can do it. You guys are very intelligent. You're able to take any argument down. I've heard all of you, speak your mind on the thing. So it's not really a big deal to let Mick West come in here and, say what he's going to say.
Yeah, you guys have to understand, what his argumentation is. He's the ultimate hand waver. He will just make claims and assertions without any type of evidence to back it up. Correct. And the best bet is to just expose it. Just demand his evidence for those things. That's people like him. You're not going to change his mind. All you can do is expose him as a disingenuous person. That's pretty much all.
Well, yeah, I mean, he does run a website that's an anti-conspiracy website. Yeah, he is like an ironclad wall who doesn't let conspiracy even get past him. So yeah,
I'm banned from his website because he had this long post about Canada in his forums. and I stated something about how Snell's law is not applicable in a single medium, and he banned me for that. So,
yeah, he's totally
not an honest
mainstream.
person.
He's not. I don't like him. I never have, but he's way mainstream. Like, won't bend at all. Does not have an open mind at all.
Right, and this is the place where Indio could have got his word in right here. I mean, when he comes into this server, he could have told him, "No, why did you ban me for putting this on there?" And people would have to listen to his response for that, and he would have got exposed in that one single argument. So there's we got to let him kind of speak what he's going to say so that people can tear him down with the truth.
Listen, the title of the post had the word refraction in it, Canigoo refraction, something like that, and he banned me because he said Snell's law was off topic.
Well, what did he
now
even
think
come
about
in here
that?
for,
If you
though?
look up Google refraction, the first thing he'll talk about is Snell's law, and saying it's off topic to refraction just shows he
Well,
just
that's
he just muted me for no reason.
asking to apply the refraction at the origin or at the end point, because you're going to have a huge angle if you do it at the starting point where the light, quote unquote, emanates, which makes sense. But if it just affects the observer's angle, it may just be like half a degree, which is nothing based off of the observer. So there's a lot of ways that we can apply this. I like to build him back up with the truth for the people that are hearing this stuff and don't know what to believe, because there's a lot of stuff to dissect.
Why didn't you put him in Cogdish?
You honestly think that Mick West is going to hear the truth?
He may.
Nah, I think he's a perpetrator.
Well, it's a conspiracy in and of itself to not believe any conspiracies. So by that, like Mick West is a total.
Yeah.
Well, and then
what caused Mick West to come here?
Maybe he's thinking about it. But if there is infiltration, a healthy amount of paranoia is, possibly necessary. But, let's just use the truth to fight bad speech with better speech.
But I mean, Bong has a point, right? Why is Mick West, right, concerned with fleas like us, right? Why does he even entertain? Why does he? Okay, well, but dude, we're fleas. Yeah, no, literally, this is like a chat full of like 100 people. Like, this is nothing, right? Okay, so why does he even come here?
And to answer Indio's question earlier, to make light of what he was talking about when he was talking about how he didn't want to talk about Snell's law, with the refraction and everything, and it's because of what we were posting and what I've been posting, what Indio posted in here, was it earlier this week or last week, the refraction index. That at the time they took the photo of Canigoo, refraction was on its way down and it drops off rapidly. So the amount of refraction they would need for that photo to work out is not possible at that time of the day.
Mick is back.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, welcome, Mick.
Oh, yeah, Canigoo. That's one of my favorite photographs. It's actually amazing how much of the mountain is missing with Canigoo. It's just a tiny, tiny bit that's visible over the top. And it's very difficult to explain.
It's definitely more than 4,000 feet that's visible. You shouldn't even see the tops of them. If you actually calculate in the height of the mountain, too, and then put it in with the 16,000 feet of missing curvature, that leaves you with almost a mile of missing curvature to even see the tops.
I don't think so, but let's go with
it leaves 4,000 feet, basically, a little over 4,000 feet. How many feet in a mile? 5,280? Yeah, that's pretty close to a mile, man.
So what's with all the missing bits of the mountains? Why is there
there's mountains in the foreground? There's mountains in the foreground.
So what about when you get
125 miles away? There's 1,800 meter mountains in the foreground.
Yeah, but there's other mountains which are only visible over the ocean, where there's nothing in between, where literally thousands of feet of the mountain are hidden apparently behind the ocean.
No, that's the blur line. That's where your eye can't make out what's going on there. Do you understand perspective?
Where do you think?
Holy shit!
I do understand perspective.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let's do this right. Let's do it one person, all right? Because this is getting annoying. Indio, go ahead.
Oh, if you look at the image, so I'm going to talk about the 443 kilometer one, right? So I'm sure you've seen that one. From
Peak
Fenestrel to yes, that one exactly.
Have that photograph on my board in front of me.
Horizon is supposed to be in that image. The edge, this leading edge of the ball, you think exists? Where do you think that's supposed to be? In the
it's that kind of like darkish line you can see just below the peak.
But okay, so that's what you think. But if you look at the math, it's supposed to be 128 miles away, and 128 miles away is the far shore of the ocean.
I'm not sure. I have to see the actual picture you're looking at, but the real issue here is that there are many thousands of feet that are hidden that should actually be visible if the Earth was flat.
And I told you why, because there's 4 mountains in the foreground that are 1,800 meters high.
Not with the Pic de Finistral to Barre de Ekrin's photograph. It's all ocean.
If you look at the topographical map, right, and actually look at it, there's mountains that are 1,800 meters tall in the foreground. Before that mountain,
is this guy?
If you get the angular size, it's going to block off 3,000 meters of the other mountain.
Hold on, but is this guy asking it with the naked eye, or is he asking with some type of optics?
It's an image. It was taken. I think that image was taken with a apochromatic telescope and a Nikon.
Yeah, but what the guy's asking, he's saying it should be visible with what?
You should be able to see the whole mountain.
Visible with the naked eye. Is that what you're asking, guy? Or are you talking
if there's mountains in the foreground, you can't see the whole mountain. That's impossible.
Yeah, but if there are mountains that you can't see over the top of, but we're looking at things that are over ocean.
Flat. Yeah, he's saying it's flat, so you should be able to see all of this. How?
If it was flat.
That's what I want to know.
Hey guys, hold on a sec. Let Indian have a little exchange. Let him get some groundwork because you guys are interrupting and throwing in other ideas, and it's taking away from the points.
Well, I'm going to just give my general opinion, then I'm going to shut up, right? So my general opinion is you guys only taking, when I say you guys, I mean people that believe in the globe. When they look at these images, they are only looking at one particular data point, right? They're not looking like the whole prediction of the globe. Where's the horizon in this image, and where is it relative to the peaks, right? And what distance is it away? So we can look at topographical maps.
Type of thing.
Well, yeah, just listen. All you have to do is come up. You can use your own calculator that you have, right?
Good.
So get the
Google Earth
distance
is
to the
actually really good for
horizon.
this type of thing.
So you can get the distance to the horizon, and you can figure out where that would be in the image. And if you look at it, it's basically the far shoreline, right? And then if you go a little bit further, looking at a topographical map, there's foreground mountains that are 1,800 meters high in the line of sight. And as you know, things that are closer have a larger angular size than things that are further. So if you have mountains that are 1,800 meters high, and there's a mountain that's another 125 miles away, it's going to obstruct a significant portion of that mountain.
But that's not what we're seeing in this image. So in this image, it's basically water pretty much all the way up to Barre de Ekrin's from Pic de Finistrals.
I suggest you apply a negative color filter, and you can see all the foreground mountains.
No, I have the picture. I actually have the picture pinned to my wall in front of me. I've had it there for several months because it's one of my favorite photographs, and I can see quite clearly. You can see the water going all the way up to that mountain in the distance, Barre de Ekrin, and you can see that all you can see of that mountain is this tiny little bit on the top, like 200 or 300 feet. Out of I think, what is it, 13,000 foot high mountain. So there's a huge amount of hidden mountain there, if you look at it carefully.
If I may.
We have a different subjective opinion about what that image shows, obviously. So
we should try to find the image, and so we can be looking at the same thing.
Well, if I may, very quickly.
Let's go to Beyond Horizon. Let's go to their website.
Well, if I may very quickly, things tend to converge down to the eye line of the observer. Now, if you've ever held a coin up to you in the sky, you can block out the moon. So based off the stuff that's in the foreground, you can block huge amounts of what's in the background in a way that seems to kind of go against what we would expect with stuff converging down to the eye line with perspective. And so with the focus of the camera, you can make the stuff in the foreground back off like the coin in front of the moon, and the stuff in the background loom up like the moon looming up past the coin, depending on your angle. So I think it's the zoom lenses and foreground stuff being zoomed in, zoomed out, raised and lowered by the zooming of the lens.
But really how it works, though, that wouldn't make the bottom part of a mountain be vanished, because the bottom part of the mountain has essentially the same angular resolution as the top part. Why is it?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Why does it have? Well, when you've only got like a few hundred feet. when you've only got a few hundred feet of the mountain visible over the horizon, that portion has a way smaller angular size than the lower part of the mountain. So why can you not see the larger part of the mountain?
Up to a point, you are correct. But when the light rays are so smushed and so compressed, no amount of zoom can bring it back unless you have a highly powerful optic that can somehow
can you see the
separate
top of the
these
mountain?
light rays that are so smushed and merging from two rays into one. So all of these are very complicated interplays.
Why can you
we see more than the tops of those mountains?
Can you? Why is it only the top of the mountain above the horizon?
Equal elevations, equal angles. That's. I don't think you're understanding that. Like.
I understand. And
no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You have no idea.
Listen, you can look this up in a book called Trigonometric Delights, right? So the equal angle. So So say I have 100 meter space, right? If it's at eye level, so if it's at eye level, it's subtends one angle. But if it's below angle or above eye level, that angle subtended is going to reduce.
This math, what you're talking about, is what I used to do every day for like 20 years.
Now, you're not addressing anything I said.
Hold on, Fraud.
You're just like appealing your own authority, like you're using yourself.
Can you math the boat that I've posted a video of that's disappearing over the curvature of the driveway? Can you math that? Can you tell me why that boat is disappearing from the bottom up?
Looking at the wrong thing here. So I'm just looking. I see it now. That like if that boat disappears behind something, that means that the ground isn't flat.
But if it disappears from the bottom up and the surface is flat, and it also creates some, other atmospheric effects at the horizon.
Do you know how cameras work?
Yeah.
How do they work?
It's time to propose a new model, Mick. You need to talk about the compression at eye line. So you need to have an eye line go out 180 degrees to the flat plane and talk about convergence rates with angles to that eye line.
I think the issue here is that people are talking about optics and cameras and looking at things, but you don't really understand how optics work and how cameras work.
No, I see. In the demonstration, I see a boat disappearing from the bottom up, which appears to be a flat surface. That's just happening.
Flat surface.
Well, I use my eyes.
Is it flat there?
I use my eyes.
Can you get it with a laser?
I mean, laser's different. We're talking about observing something.
I observe.
Go ahead.
Hey, whoever's talking, let Jedi talk.
So it's a different function observing something and shooting a laser at something, because this is an optical phenomena. You observe this happening, and you shoot laser at it, you probably have a direct line of sight. Now, how many videos of this do you want for you then to assert that there's a radius value within every single floor?
What I would like is for you to demonstrate that the floor is in fact flat, and then show the boat.
How level do you want the surface? And don't remember that we're making observations over the sea, which is not flat.
I would like you to make, say, you just use a laser, and just show that it doesn't deviate within.
When would the laser start refraction?
1 millimeter. With a floor, you would hardly get any refraction, so it's irrelevant.
Okay, what if we shot a laser over a distance of water?
That's a different thing. What we're talking about here is you demonstrating that your video, in fact, shows some kind of optical way that a boat would disappear below an apparent horizon on a flat surface, which is kind of what you're saying. That's what the video shows there, isn't it?
I'm showing you an optical phenomena, which appears to be, as the angle is decreased to the surface of the oil.
If that's true, if that's true, that would be great, because that means you could actually disprove all these this nonsense optics that apparently people are using in the real world. So why don't you do a bit of work and try to rigorously demonstrate?
I'm just making an observation. You're the one who's come along and having to math and apply a model.
What I'm saying is that your observation is wrong.
Look, my eyes and the camera are wrong, so you are declaring that this can only happen over a curved surface.
Obviously, what you see is what you see. But your interpretation
over a curved surface. You're saying it can only happen over a curved surface. Even though I can probably go away and give you another 30 demonstrations, which you will just hand wave away and claim there's an R value in the surface of the floor, even if it's a supermarket floor or an ice rink.
It could be an inclined surface with an angle in it. It doesn't have to be curved as such. But yeah, a flat surface inside a building, anything like less than say 100 feet, then you would always be able to see the floor from any position above the floor, because there's a line of sight from your eye to that point. If you can draw a line from something, from your eye to something, then you can see that thing. That's a fundamental law of physics.
That's not always the case. It's demonstrated.
I have tried it in my home with.
So that's not true at all, and you know it's not true. I don't even know why you say that.
It is entirely true.
So the Sirius, it's supposed to be 2 stars. So why do I see 1 star?
But if
there's a line of sight to each star, right?
Because there's a difference between being able to see the light from something and being able to resolve the individual thing.
How come I see that the sun and the moon?
You just said we could see it
in the sky?
But if you can't if you can't distinguish the difference between 2 objects, then you can't see the object, right? If there's 2 objects there and you see it as one, it doesn't have to be obstructed by something else. One of those things. Right,
so there's an angular size. There's an angular size below which you can't resolve things, but you can't say that the top of a mountain, which is smaller than the bottom of a mountain, is visible, and then the lower part, which has a larger angular size, is invisible because of that angular size. If it's big enough,
also an angular size where you cannot differentiate 2 objects from one.
Sure, yeah. That's the resolution limit.
So saying it is like a smaller size. That's one aspect, but the other aspect is differentiating two particular points of light and seeing them as 2 distinct objects versus 1 distinct object.
Mr. West, as you know, if light rays get too close together when they're refocused, the object effectively disappears as the 2 rays merge into one, which means at your eye line, you're making angles going up and down, and as those light rays are converging up toward that line, you're going to get disappearance and convergence, which would make stuff appear to disappear over a curve if you had that paradigm in your head, or just simply converge at a horizon line optically over a flat plane.
Horizon line is kind of like an irrelevant thing for that, though. Like, let's say you just were looking up at 30 degrees. Where's the horizon line now? Is it always at the same place relative to your
direction, Mr. West? If you look infinitely in that direction, that would be your new horizon line. But over a flat plane, guess where your horizon line will tend to be? In the forward direction infinitely.
So if I were to look down at the ocean instead of looking at the horizon, would that mean the mountain would now be visible because it's now above my horizon line?
You still need a wide enough angle. Are you looking forever in that direction, or is there a flat plane beneath your feet that is limiting how big the bottom half of your vision is? You're only 6 feet tall-ish, so you're only going to have 6 feet or less from your eye line down for the bottom part of objects to converge up toward that horizon line, going straight out over the flat plane.
Not actually how it works, though. Like, what if you were to look up so you can't actually see? What if you were to look upwards so you can't actually see the ocean at all? So the horizon is just below your field.
Wait, you're saying the way we see it is not how it works.
Below is there a 6 feet barrier below your feet angling up 30 degrees as well, infinitely in that direction? Then yes, you would see the same behavior. But if you're looking 30 degrees up and the ground is not in the way, the convergence changes. Now you have infinite room up, infinite room down. The only limit would be how fast it converges toward that point.
Why does it look the same regardless of which direction you point the camera?
Hey, real quick, Mick West, we have 2 members here that have been wanting to ask you some questions. I just want to make room for them before we get onto a quick topic that might last forever. Emma or Bambi, feel free to ask your question now.
One.
It's okay. My question was answered way earlier.
Okay, sorry about that. It's because they've been asking on DMs.
Sorry, I was muted and trying to talk. That's embarrassing. No, what I wanted to know is I've heard a lot about you and communicating with Dr. John Dee.
Yeah.
What kind of flaws did you see in what he was doing? Like, what do you go against?
Well, he seems to have this really strange misconception of how refraction works, and saying that you can never get downwards refraction. And when he actually did his experiments, he was quite good, actually, the way he did it. He measured the temperature at various levels. But the temperature variations he actually showed in the video were actually enough to create the amount of refraction needed to bend the laser light around the curve. This is the.
Oh my God! What is it? Holy shit!
So wait, lasers.
This was the
I didn't know. I didn't know that lasers are able to bend around curvature.
They don't.
They are. Yes.
Yeah, but
Good God,
man! On a molecular level, can you show me lasers bending around a curve?
Well, I can just show it. I can show it in my garage. It's quite easy to do.
All right. So all right, let's
let me explain. I want to hear the explanation. How do you do it?
All right, you does anybody here actually have a laser?
He changed the temperatures around the laser, trying to create a refraction, is what he did. But the thing is the temperature medium at night,
it's not,
the air has already mixed and is stabilized, and you're not going to get that change.
That's not the question, though. The question was like, can a laser be bent by the air?
Upward, but not downward. No, she was asking about down and around the globe.
So
yeah, I was asking if it could bend around a curve. It's not going to bend upwards around a curve. The Earth doesn't curve up.
Bend down. So you know the basics of how refraction works. Like things get bent towards more dense mediums. Like when something goes into water, it bends down towards it. Yeah. So
the problem is the light has to go from the.
Can we have him answer it, please?
Oh.
Go ahead.
I'm not really sure how to answer it because, like, it is quite demonstrable that a laser light will bend towards cold air, and you can demonstrate this. Like I said, I do it in my garage all the time. You just take an ice pack, you take a laser beam, and you shine it across the top of the ice pack, and it will bend down. Now, you do have to be careful doing this. Like, you have to actually have a very long line of sight because it doesn't bend very much. But you can actually demonstrate it. And we do know that at night, like the ground is colder. Well, no, at night. Like during the day, the water is colder than the air. This is something that is known. Water is colder than air.
Not in the South Pacific.
Most of the time.
Not in the South
obviously
Pacific.
there is, yeah.
Not where I live.
All right,
Excuse
Brighton.
me, I live in Florida. It's the opposite of that.
No, listen, he just backed himself into a corner. So when we do this, when the air is colder, then I guess you're going to have a new excuse, right?
Yeah, no, it varies. Like sometimes the light will bend up and sometimes it will bend down. And this is something that Dr. John.
This is why you guys get called pretender clowns. You're just pretending that you know this. When did you become the expert on refraction over water? After the flat Earth took off, right? Yeah. Coincident.
Flat Earth Society is in the heezy.
Hold
Anyway, he has no argument with Dr. John D. He can't even argue with the guy. He's a total joke.
Mr. West,
one at a time.
I'll be happy to argue with Dr. John D. Like he has some other photographs where he took pictures of a headland, like a cliff.
You do realize that we have somebody that was here for that test, the peer-to-peer laser test, in this Discord right now.
Well, no, that's great. That's great.
It's actually on site for it.
Yeah, I thought the test was.
So none of your shit's going to fly when you talk about all this garbage about refraction. When they were there, they observed this crap.
Being there doesn't actually change.
You're also forgetting this shit doesn't happen at night. I already showed you the refraction index, but you're going to refute what mainstream science shows you, right?
Oh no.